What if the stories you thought were just fairy tales were actually harbingers of chaos, lurking in the shadows of your mind? You think you know the end, but every twist reveals another layer of terror and absurdity. In a land where the northern lights dance like ghosts, did you ever consider they might be the restless spirits of ancient gods, plotting their return? The air crackles with electric tension, and the snow hides whispers of betrayal, madness, and vengeance. Meet Väinämöinen, the wise bard with the voice of an angel and the heart of a beast, whose songs could both heal and destroy. He strums a cantil like a sorcerer conjuring spells, but beware! For every catchy tune begs a price, a sacrifice that echoes through time. Did he lure you with his melody? Do you feel the tug of fate? Trust not your ears, listen closely, for legends often wear the guise of humor, concealing darker truths beneath their surface. And what of the furious Tapio, lord of the forest, who relishes in the thrill of the hunt? He straddles the line between protector and predator. A man-eating wolf at your doorstep and a friendly deer in your backyard, who's to say which is which? Your every step in the woods could be your last, fueled by the sinister beauty of nature's design. What if the trees whispered your secrets to him, their roots entwined in a network of treachery? Now, add the mischievous Lemminkäinen, a warrior with a penchant for disaster. He's more reckless than a toddler with a firecracker. Love, glory, and death swirl around him like a tempest, each flirtation a thread in a tapestry of calamity. What's more dangerous? A sword drawn in battle or a heart drawn to chaos? Lemminkäinen's escapades will have you laughing, gasping, and questioning your own sanity. But wait! Who dares tread upon the ice of the ancient Sampo, the mythical mill that grants prosperity yet devours souls? It spins in the heart of the frozen north, drawing desperate hearts and greedy hands. What happens when it falls into the wrong hands? A frenzy of ambition and madness, of clashing titans and dark prophecies, all spiraling out of control like a snowball rolling downhill. Are you willing to take that risk? Every tale breeds new monsters, and every hero carries a curse. With each turn of the page, a new riddle emerges, a haunting question that gnaws at the edges of your perception. You think you're safe, wrapped in the comforting blanket of ignorance. Think again. These stories are not just entertainments, they are warnings, urgent cries from a past that refuses to die. Can you bear the weight of such knowledge? The threads of fate are weaving tighter around you. Be wary, for once you step onto this icy ground, there's no turning back. All that awaits is a chilling plunge into the abyss, where myth and madness intertwine, leaving you gasping for truth, craving the resolution to this twisted tapestry of Finnish folklore. The wind howled like a wounded beast, sharp and relentless, cutting through the icy landscape as I stood at the edge of the ancient forest, a place where time twisted and bled into myth. Shadows danced among the trees, whispering secrets of an era long past, and I could feel the weight of their gaze pressing down on me. There's a pulse here, a heartbeat thudding beneath the frost, echoing tales of gods and monsters, love and betrayal. I shivered, not just from the cold but from the chilling awareness that I was standing on the precipice of something vast, something terrifying. I remember Aino, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind, pure and haunting. She was my sister, my other half, spirited and fierce, with dreams woven from the very fabric of the stars. But dreams can be a double-edged sword. I remember how she would sit by the fire, stories spilling from her lips like molten gold, tales of Väinämöinen, the ancient bard, and the sorrowful fate of Kalevala. She believed in love, in magic, in the songs of the earth. Yet, each night, I could see the shadows creeping closer, curling around her like smoke, whispering doubts, feeding on her fears. And then there was Ilmari, the forger of the skies, a man with hands that could shape iron but a heart that crumbled under the weight of expectation. He was my friend, my companion in these frozen woods. I remember the way he spoke of creation, the thrill of bending metal to his will, the ecstasy of pulling the very essence of the cosmos into the forge. But every spark that ignited his passion cast a long shadow. In the silence that fell between us, I could hear the roar of his insecurities, the way they gnawed at him, relentless. What if, he would whisper, what if I am nothing more than a ghost, a flicker in the dark? The night crept in, blanketing the land in velvet darkness, and I could feel the tension thickening the air as we gathered around the flickering firelight. The flames crackled, mirroring the chaos within. Aino's eye sparkled with dreams, yet I could see the storm brewing, a tempest of longing, of despair. She wanted to be free, to escape the chains of our lineage, to break the cycle of tragedy that had haunted our family for generations. "I want to find the great Sampo," she declared, her voice a sharp blade cutting through the night. "It's said to hold endless treasures, the key to our salvation." But the Sampo was not just a myth, it was a curse, a beacon that lured the desperate and the foolish into a maelstrom. I could feel the tension in Ilmari, his hands trembling as he shaped the iron, sparks flying like stars in the abyss. "You don't understand," he said, voice low, almost a whisper. "The Sampo has brought nothing but ruin." Look to Kalevala, his heart was filled with vengeance, and it consumed him. I remember the silence that followed, the weight of unspoken fears pressing on us like an anvil. Aino's face fell, but the fire of her resolve only burned brighter. But what if it could also bring hope? What if we can rewrite our fate? Her words hung in the air, both a plea and a challenge, igniting a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. And there, beneath the ancient canopy of stars, I felt the pulse of something deeper, a resonance that echoed not only through our hearts but through the very bones of the earth. The forest around us whispered, shadows twisting and turning, revealing hidden truths in the flickering light. I could sense the spirits brushing against us, their cold fingers beckoning, urging us to listen, to remember. We were not the only ones haunted by the myths of old. The stories of Suomi, the land of lakes and forests, of frost and fire, were alive in the very air we breathed. In the darkness, I could sense the weight of history pressing down, the sorrow of lost souls weaving through every branch, every leaf. It was a tapestry of love and loss, of triumph and despair, threaded with the very essence of the cosmos. I remember the night we decided to venture into the heart of the forest, chasing shadows and dreams, driven by a desperation that clawed at our insides. We stumbled deeper into the woods, Aino leading the way, her laughter ringing like bells, even as the chill in the air thickened. But the forest was alive, breathing, and as we moved deeper, I could feel the eyes upon us, ancient and watchful, judging. It was there, in the inky blackness, that we encountered the echoes of the past, the whispers of those who had walked before us, and the shadows of those who would come after. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and I could hear the voices, a cacophony of dread and longing, drifting through the air. "You seek the Sampo, but know this," they warned, their voices merging into a haunting symphony. "Every treasure demands a price, a sacrifice." Aino's breath hitched, and for a moment, I saw fear flicker in her eyes, the first crack in her armor. But the fire within her would not be extinguished. "I will pay any price," she declared, voice fierce, defiant. "I will not be shackled by fate." And there it was, the clash of dreams and destiny, a heartbeat echoing in the darkness, a promise etched in the very fabric of our souls. The wind howled, and the stars above bore witness to our resolve, our desperation. In that moment, I felt the gravity of our choices, the shimmering potential of what could be, and the terrifying weight of what must not be. As the shadows closed in, I knew we stood on the brink of something unimaginable, teetering between hope and despair, love and loss. I felt the icy fingers of fate wrapping around our hearts, squeezing tighter, and I could only wonder what ancient forces had stirred in the depths of the night. I remember everything. The night thrums with the pulse of the ancient world, shadows flitting like whispers among the tall pines of Karelia. The air is thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth and the distant, haunting wail of a lone wolf. Somewhere, a fire crackles, its light flickering against the dark backdrop of the woods, casting dancing shapes that twist like echoes of lives long past. In the center of this chaos stands a figure, his face a mask of determination and desperation, Väinämöinen, the eternal bard, grappling with his own demons, his heart burdened by the weight of his legacy. I remember the night it all began. He breathes, voice low, trembling like the strings of his cantil. The air crackled as if the cosmos itself held its breath. He is not merely a man, he is history personified, wisdom entwined with sorrow, the echoes of songs long forgotten trapped within him. Each note he played was a lifeline, yet the melody twisted into a mournful dirge as he spoke of his lost love, the mysterious Aino, who had slipped through his fingers like the very water he wished to grasp. Aino, a name that buzzes in the air like a restless bee, a bittersweet memory that cuts deeper than the sharpest blade. She had been vibrant, a flare against the drab backdrop of existence, and now she was a ghost that haunted him, flitting in and out of his dreams. Desperation gnaws at his insides, and he knows all too well that dreams can be treacherous, masking nightmares in splendid hues. I remember her laughter, he whispers, eyes glistening with unshed tears. But laughter turns to ash when the heart is fractured. Across the clearing stands Lemminkäinen, the reckless adventurer, brimming with bravado yet harboring a soul as fragile as glass. He struts like a peacock, his swagger masking a well of self-doubt. You think you know suffering, Väinämöinen? Try losing your life, only to be brought back by a mother's will. His words slice through the night, a challenge and a plea, a reminder of his own resurrection. But beneath the surface, a tempest brews, a bitterness that festers in his heart. For Lemminkäinen is afraid, fear-bound and restless, caught between the thrill of life and the inevitability of death. What does it mean to truly live, he muses, fists clenched, eyes blazing with defiance. Am I just a flicker in the dark, a shadow among shadows? The wind carries an eerie silence, an unsettling pause, as if the entire forest is listening, holding its breath in anticipation of what comes next. The stars above are distant and cold, pinpricks of light in a vast, unfathomable void. They mock the struggles of mere mortals, yet, within that mockery lies the very essence of the Kalevala. It is a tapestry woven with threads of despair and joy, life and death, each character an embodiment of the human experience, flawed yet radiant. Then there is the dark figure that looms, Kalevala, the embodiment of vengeance and tragedy, his fate intertwined with both Väinämöinen and Lemminkäinen. I remember the taste of betrayal, he growls, voice low and guttural, echoing through the trees like a war drum. A promise once made, now shattered. He is a creature of shadow, a whirlwind of emotions trapped within the confines of his own rage and sorrow. His family, torn apart by fate, leaves scars that run deeper than flesh. He is a vessel of pain, his heart a battlefield littered with the remnants of grief. What is the worth of a life when every breath is a reminder of what has been lost? The air crackles again, heavy with tension. These three souls, each wrestling with their own burdens, are bound by the sinewy threads of fate, a cacophony of emotions that swirls and collides like a storm. They are heroes and anti-heroes, caught in a tale that is a mirror to our own struggles, the pursuit of love, the fight for identity, the haunting spectre of loss. In that frozen moment, the forest becomes a character itself, a living, breathing entity that watches with ancient eyes, absorbing the chaos of human emotion. The shadows stretch long across the gnarled roots, whispering secrets, as if the trees themselves are witnesses to the unraveling of hearts. The Kalevala is not just a story, Väinämöinen declares, voice trembling but fierce. It is a reflection of us, of our fears, our hopes, our indomitable will to rise, even when the darkness threatens to consume us whole. The night presses in, the tension mounting like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Aino's spirit lingers, an echo of lost potential. The stars flicker ominously, casting a pall over the trio as they stand on the precipice of confrontation, a confrontation not just with each other, but with themselves. They are caught in a web spun from their own desires and regrets, a delicate balance that could tip into chaos with the slightest misstep. Kalervo's gaze hardens, and in that moment, he becomes a storm, a tempest of conflicting emotions ready to erupt. You think you can sing your way out of despair, he challenges, voice ringing with bitter laughter, a mocking echo of his own pain. Words are nothing but dust against the winds of fate. The tension crackles like lightning in the air, a moment suspended in time where everything hangs by a thread. Each heartbeat reverberates in the silence, a reminder of the fragility of existence, of the thin veil that separates peace from chaos, love from vengeance. I remember the moments that shattered me, Lemminkäinen admits, his bravado faltering. But what if I could rise again? What if we all could? The three stand on the cusp of revelation, caught in the throes of their own epic poem, swirling in a potpourri of anguish and yearning, each soul straining against the chains of their past. This is the essence of the Kalevala, a timeless testament to the resilience of the human spirit. It is alive, breathing, begging to be felt, to be understood, to be unleashed upon the world. It is the raw, primal scream of existence, echoing through the ages, a reminder that even in the darkest night, a flicker of light endures, waiting to ignite anew. The air crackled with tension as the sky shattered into a kaleidoscope of colors, a furious tempest swirling overhead, the earth trembling beneath its fury. In that fleeting instant, every heartbeat felt like a drumbeat of impending doom. I stood in the heart of it, my heart racing, raw and exposed, as the world around me held its breath, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Ilara, fierce and unyielding, stood beside me, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles white against the darkening storm. She was a woman forged from iron and fire, her spirit as wild as the winds that whirled around us, yet within her, a storm brewed, a tempest of grief and anger. The loss of her brother haunted her, his laughter echoing in every corner of her mind, a ghost refusing to lay still. "We have to stop this," she shouted, her voice rising against the roiling chaos. "If we don't, everything we love will be lost." A laugh bubbled from my throat, bitter and laced with despair. "And what if we're too late? What if the end is already here?" My hands trembled, but not from fear. From a deep-seated rage that coursed through me like molten lava, burning away reason. I was Rylan, a reluctant protector of a world spiraling into darkness. My flaws were many, too reckless, too passionate, too unwilling to accept what I couldn't change. I had loved and lost, felt the grip of despair tighten around my throat like a noose. Lightning split the sky, illuminating a figure in the distance. It was no man but a spectre, a remnant of the past, cloaked in shadows that whispered of ancient secrets. The air thickened around us, a suffocating shroud that pressed against our chests. "You can't fight fate," the figure crooned, its voice a haunting melody that wrapped around my soul. "You are nothing but dust in the cosmic wind. What can you do against the will of the universe?" I wanted to scream, to tear at the fabric of reality with my bare hands. I remember his smile," I murmured, feeling the weight of the past crash over me like a tidal wave, each memory a shard of glass digging into my skin. Ilara's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, the storm outside echoing the tempest in her heart. "We have to remember. We have to fight." Together, we forged ahead into the chaos, our footsteps a dance of defiance against the primitive fears clawing at us. Each thunderclap resonated in our chests, a symphony of destruction. Time felt elastic, stretching and bending as if the very essence of existence was unraveling. I glimpsed cities swallowed by shadows, the flickering lights of forgotten dreams. I felt echoes of laughter turning into cries, the universe spinning a tale of loss and rebirth. "Ilara!" I cried, reaching for her, my voice lost in the roaring winds. She turned, her brows furrowed, the lines of grief etched deeply on her face. "What if we can't stop it? What if we're just prolonging the inevitable? Then at least we'll face it together." She was the fire that ignited a spark within me, reminding me that even in the darkest hour, there was a glimmer of hope. But hope is a fragile thing, easily crushed beneath the weight of despair. We surged forward as the ground trembled beneath us, a creature of the earth awakening from an ancient slumber. We stumbled into a clearing, a place where the chaos seemed to part like an angry sea, revealing a shimmering pool that lay still and inviting. The water reflected the storm above, a mirror to the turmoil within us. I knelt, dipping my fingers into the depths, and gasped as vision swirled around me, memories of creation, of worlds birthed from nothing, of stars igniting and dying in a cosmic dance. "Rylan!" Ilara's voice cut through the haze, sharp and clear. I looked up to see her silhouetted against the fractured sky, her resolve solidified. "We can't let it end like this. Not now." But I was lost in the visions, in the echoes of the universe. "I remember the stars," I whispered, the way they twinkled like promises in the night. "They were our guide." "Then let them guide us," she shouted, her words igniting a fire in my heart. "We can't abandon hope. Not ever." In that moment, the storm roared, as if the universe itself was listening, testing our resolve. I felt the shadows close in around us, a cloak of despair threatening to suffocate our flickering light. But Ilara's hand gripped mine, grounding me, reminding me of the threads that wove our fates together. we stood at the precipice of creation and destruction, where dreams and nightmares collided in a fierce embrace. Time unraveled, a tapestry of the past and future intertwining like vines choking a tree. The air hummed with possibilities, the tantalizing scent of change mingling with the stench of decay. What if we're not just fighting for ourselves? I whispered, the weight of my words heavy. What if we're fighting for every soul that has come before us and will come after? Ilara's gaze pierced through the storm, her determination unwavering. Then we fight like the universe depends on it. The ground shook violently, a warning bell ringing through the chaos as shadows crept closer, claws of despair reaching out to snatch us away. I could feel my heart pounding, the rhythm of life beating against the encroaching darkness. We were not merely players in this grand tragedy, we were the spark of defiance in a world desperate to extinguish hope. Remember the stars, I gasped, as the silhouettes of our fears loomed ever closer. We stepped forward, hand in hand, into the maelstrom of creation and destruction, ready to face whatever fate had in store. In that moment, I remembered what it meant to live, to breathe, to fight. The universe held its breath as we plunged into the storm, a dance with destiny that would echo through the ages. And in that heartbeat, everything changed. The wind howled through the trees like a tortured spirit, a mournful wail that cut through the thick silence of the forest. I stood frozen, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat. Shadows danced between the trunks, twisting and curling, as if the very fabric of reality was fraying. The northern lights flickered overhead, ethereal and almost mocking. Each pulse of color reminded me of dreams long shattered, of promises made in the dead of winter, only to be swallowed by the darkness. Annie! Her voice echoed, panic and despair lacing every syllable. I could see her, a mere silhouette against the shimmering sky, her face etched with fear that mirrored my own. Annie, my sister, a wild spirit trapped in the mundane, had always felt more alive when the world was in chaos. But this was a different beast altogether. The ancient trees loomed like giants, their branches clawing at the sky, whispering secrets only they understood. I remember the stories our grandmother used to tell, huddled around a flickering fire, shadows licking the walls like hungry wolves. The forest is alive, she said, her eyes glinting with the weight of ages. It watches. It remembers. Those words echoed in my mind now, chilling my blood. But Annie had never been one to heed warnings. She was a tempest, a force of nature. I, on the other hand, was a leaf caught in her gale. I could see her now, her hair a wild tangle, face illuminated by the eerie glow above, running deeper into the darkness. Annie, wait! I cried, but my voice was swallowed whole. It was then I felt it, a presence, thick and suffocating, wrapping around me like a noose. The trees whispered in a language I couldn't understand, their voices rising and falling like a haunting lullaby. They had secrets, those ancient beings, and I was merely a stuttering interloper in their timeless symphony. Panic surged through me, and I stumbled after her, the forest floor soft beneath my feet, alive with the muted crinkle of leaves. I remembered our childhood, running barefoot through these woods, the scent of pine and damp earth filling our lungs, laughter bubbling up like a spring. But that child was gone, replaced by a woman who could feel the weight of the universe on her shoulders. I was burdened by a fear that this might be the end of innocence, not just for us, but for everything we loved. Why do you always run? I pleaded, catching up to her at the edge of a clearing. The trees parted to reveal a moonlit glade, the air thick with the scent of damp moss and something darker, something sacred. Can't you see it's dangerous? She turned, and in her eyes, I saw the reflection of the cosmos, the swirling galaxies, the birth of stars, and the weight of death. Dangerous is where the magic is, Eva. You don't understand. She was fierce, relentless, and unyielding, a storm raged against the calm. But her words were laced with desperation. I could see it in the tremor of her hands, the way her breath hitched. The woods were calling to her, a siren song woven with tendrils of history and lore, the echoes of ancestors long lost. They were waiting. I remember the legends, tales of the forest spirits, the Haltija, protectors and devourers, each of them a reflection of our souls. What if Annie was drawn to them? What if they offered her the chance to escape this life, this mundane existence that suffocated her. A part of me wanted to understand, to join her, to feel that wildness coursing through my veins like fire. But another part screamed in terror. Annie, don't you see? They don't care about us. They don't care if we live or die. She stepped forward, the moonlight casting her in a silver glow. They care more than you know. Her voice cracked, vulnerability seeping through her bravado, and in that moment, I saw her, truly saw her. A lost bird, fluttering against the bars of a cage, yearning for freedom. The air thickened, and I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a heartbeat steady yet fraying at the edges. I could almost hear the whispers of the forest rising to a crescendo, echoing tales of old, a forbidden romance between nature and human, threads of love and death woven into the very fabric of existence. Eva, it's time, she whispered, her breath mingling with the cold night air. Time to become part of it. And there it was, that moment of choice, that precipice between safety and surrender. My heart raced, caught in the tug-of-war between fear and enchantment. The trees leaned closer, their branches stretching out, inviting us in. They were guardians, yes, but they could also be monsters. Come, sister. Annie beckoned, her voice filled with an urgency that tore at my heart. This is where we belong. As I stood at the edge of the glade, the wind howled again, this time more insistent, a reminder of all that was at stake. A sliver of moonlight illuminated a path. Every heartbeat echoed against the ancient trees, a rhythm that thrummed in my ears, coaxing me closer. I remembered what my grandmother had said about the spirits of the forest. They would take what you offered but would demand their price. Did Annie know? Did she understand that the bond between nature and humanity was as fragile as the gossamer threads of a spider's web, intricate yet perilous? The whispers grew louder, swirling around us, an orchestra of unsung truths echoing through the night. Choose, Eva, they seemed to say, choose before it's too late. Annie's eyes shimmered like stars, and in that moment, I was torn between the warmth of her light and the suffocating darkness impending on the edges of the glade. I felt the weight of the universe pressing down, a cosmic call that tugged at my very soul. And as I hesitated, the air crackled with a tension that promised both liberation and destruction. The forest held its breath, waiting for my decision, a timeless pause in the symphony of existence, each note a heartbeat echoing in the void. Eva, Annie murmured, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the night, are you with me? In that moment, I felt the ground shift beneath me, as if the very earth was alive, breathing, watching. And I knew then, as the shadows gathered, that this was not merely a choice between safety and the unknown. It was the heart of Finnish mythology, the role of nature that defined us, a dance of light and dark, a pact forged in the depths of the wild, where myths and memories intertwined and where the stakes were nothing less than the very essence of our souls. And as I stood there, teetering on the edge of oblivion, the wind whispered secrets that only the forest could understand, and I realized this was only the beginning. The air crackled with tension, thick as the fog that swallowed the ancient forest. I stood at the edge of a clearing, heart racing, where shadows whispered secrets. The moon hung high, a ghostly eye surveying all. In the distance, a figure emerged, not merely a man but something more, a god wrapped in the guise of a weary traveler, his long hair flowing like dark water. Väinämöinen, the keeper of wisdom, the bard of 1,000 songs, had come to weave his fate into our own, a fate teetering on the brink of ruin. I remember the first time I heard tales of him, the old songs echoing in my mind, sweet yet haunting, he who sang the world into being. But now, his song was a dirge, a lament for the ages, and I felt the weight of that sorrow crashing into my chest like waves against jagged rocks. My hands trembled, holding back the tide of my fears, memory swirling like leaves in a tempest. Beside me, Aino stood, fierce and fragile. Her eyes were stormy skies, a clash of hope and despair. The tension between us pulsed like a heartbeat, electric yet suffocating. She wore her heart on her sleeve, a fragile thing, yet she fought like a lioness, driven by the urgency of her dreams, a future untouched by the shadows of our ancestors. Aino had chased dreams in this enchanted forest, dreams that danced just out of reach, teasing her with their shimmer. But now? Now, all that glimmered threatened to drown her in darkness. Väinämöinen, she called, her voice trembling, raw with desperation. You hold the weight of ages. Do you not see the path before you? We cannot let this darkness consume us. Her words hung in the air, fragile threads weaving together hope and recklessness. But Väinämöinen remained silent, a stoic statue carved from the very rock of time, his gaze distant, as if the cosmos had whispered secrets he alone could hear. I wanted to shake him, to pull him from his reverie. What do you know of loss? Of love turned to ash? I felt the weight of my own grief, a crushing thing I had carried for too long. What wisdom can you offer when the world is breaking? The question hung between us, heavy and unyielding, a millstone tied to my heart. He turned then, eyes like twin abysses, and I felt the world shift beneath my feet. Wisdom is not always a comfort, he murmured, voice a low rumble, the echo of ages past. It is a burden. It is the knowledge of the weight of time, the inevitability of loss. His words sunk deep, an iron anchor dragging me into cold waters. I shivered, not from the chill of night, but from the realization that even gods could not escape their fates. Aino stepped forward, defiance igniting her spirit. You speak of burdens, yet you carry the wisdom of ages. You have the power to change this, to steer the tides. Her hands clenched into fists, determination radiating from her. I watched, heart pounding, as she faced the embodiment of ancient knowledge, the very essence of history. But with every fierce word she spoke, I felt the shadows whispering louder, clawing at her resolve, echoing the doubts lodged deep in my own heart. Change? Väinämöinen's laughter was akin to the crack of thunder, reverberating in the stillness. The past is a relentless tide, Aino. You wish to reshape the stars, but they are set in their courses. Do not let hope blind you to the truths that bind us. I staggered back, the sting of his words cutting deep, the reality of inevitability crashing like waves against the fortress of my spirit. I remember my own dreams, once bright and vivid, now dulled by the relentless passage of time. Love lost, moments stolen, laughter silenced. How could I fight the currents that dragged me down? But Aino refused to yield. What about the songs? The stories? The legacies we create? Tears glistened like stars in her eyes, fierce and unyielding. They matter. They give us the strength to break the chains, to forge our own paths. Her passion ignited something within me. I felt a spark, tiny, fragile, but alive. As the wind howled through the trees, I felt it, the ache of history, the weight of forgotten dreams. I stepped forward, heart pounding, joining her fight. Väinämöinen, you are the bridge between worlds. You can guide us. My voice cracked, but the desperation poured forth. Show us the way. We must believe we can change. He looked at us then, I swirling with the depths of time, and a flicker of something, doubt. Hope passed through him. To believe is to invite chaos, he said softly, almost tenderly. But perhaps there is a thread of truth in your words. A fragile thread, but one worth weaving. The darkness loomed closer, whispering threats, urging us to submit to despair. I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the very fabric of existence taut with anticipation. Time flowed like a river, and we were caught in its current, fighting against the fear of being swept away. Then let us weave our own fate. Aino cried, reaching out, pulling us all together through the embracing darkness. Let our voices rise above the storm. Let our stories be the light in this abyss. With that, the air shifted, a crack in the darkness, and I felt it, a rush of raw energy binding us. I grasped Aino's hand, the warmth of her spirit fueling my own. And as Väinämöinen joined us, I realized this was not merely a battle, it was the heartbeat of creation itself, my heartbeat, Aino's, the pulse of a deity long trapped in the shadows of his own wisdom. The shadows whispered louder, but so did our voices, intertwining, echoing against the churning chaos. We stood together, a fragile yet unyielding thread against the tide. I felt the weight of history, of our ancestors' dreams, pressing upon us, urging us to rise. And in that moment, under the watchful eye of the moon, I remembered, this was not just a fight against darkness. It was a dance with destiny, raw and breathtaking, a chorus of hearts beating as one, refusing to be silent. As the night deepened around us, the weight of ages settled into our bones. We were not just participants but architects of our fate, crafting a legacy that would ripple through time, a song that would echo long after our voices faded into the silence. The journey was just beginning, and the air crackled with promise, whispering that perhaps, just perhaps, we could shape our own destinies in the face of the abyss. A cold wind sliced through the trees, the leaves rustling like whispers of secrets long buried. I stood in the heart of the forest, shadows clawing at the edges of my vision, and the air thick with an almost palpable tension. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb that cast a sickly light, illuminating the clearing where the ritual was to take place. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing the dread that settled over me like a heavy cloak. Tapio, the forest spirit, moved through the underbrush, his form shifting like smoke. He was both beautiful and terrifying, a creature born of nature's fury and grace. I could see the desperation in his eyes, a shimmering sadness that mirrored my own. I had come seeking answers, but I now knew that answers often bore a heavy price. "Why did you summon me?" I spat, barely able to contain the trembling in my voice. I was angry, scared, and utterly captivated all at once. I had always believed in his legends, the stories my grandmother wove into the cold nights, tales of how he was the protector of the woods, a guardian against the encroaching darkness. But now, standing before him, I wondered if I had been naive. He didn't answer right away. His gaze drifted, as though he were listening to the very breath of the forest. Time seemed to stretch, each second a taut string ready to snap. I could feel the weight of the spirits around us, their eyes like pinpricks of ice, waiting for a sign, a command, or perhaps a sacrifice. "You're not ready for the truth," he finally said, his voice a low rumble that resonated with the earth itself. "But you will have it, whether you like it or not." I remembered the night I first felt the pull of the forest. I was a child then, lost in the woods. The trees spoke to me in hushed tones, their bark like the skin of ancient storytellers. I had laughed, filled with a sense of wonder, blissfully unaware that the forest had teeth, that it could bite. "Tapio!" I shouted, desperation cutting through my fear. "You have to help me." "They're coming." "Who?" His voice was sharp, slicing through the fog of my confusion. "The hunters," I whispered, the word tasting like ash on my tongue. I could picture them, cloaked figures moving through the trees like shadows, their intentions as dark as the night. My sister, Anya, was with them, caught in their madness, drawn by promises of power and glory, promises that were nothing but hollow echoes. Tapio's expression shifted, something fierce igniting in his eyes. "You don't understand their hunger. It's not just for flesh, it's for dominion over the spirit world. They wish to bend it to their will, to trap it, enslave it." I felt a tremor in my bones, a haunting sense of inevitability. "But Anya," I breathed, "she doesn't know what she's doing. She's chasing shadows, just like you did. Memories of something you both cannot grasp." His gaze bore into mine, and in that moment, I saw the weight of countless souls behind him, an ocean of lost dreams and forgotten hopes. "You both are part of something bigger, and yet, so much smaller than you think. Then help me save her," I pleaded, a raw edge creeping into my voice. "I can't lose her. Not like this." The wind howled, curling around us, and for a brief moment, I thought I heard Anya's laughter, ringing through the trees like a distant echo. My heart clenched painfully. The forest was alive with her energy, her spirit entwined with its heartbeat. I felt a surge of anger and sorrow collide within me. "Your sister has chosen her path," Tapio murmured softly, his voice a balm and a blade. "But paths can change, can twist and turn like the very roots beneath our feet. You must be willing to confront what lies ahead." I remember when she was just a child, chasing fireflies in the twilight. My thoughts spiraled back, the nostalgia a bittersweet comfort. We would laugh until our bellies hurt, the world so vast and magical. "Childhood is a fragile thing," he interrupted, his tone somber. "The world you knew is gone, swallowed by ambition and desire." A crack echoed through the night, a branch snapping underfoot, a warning. The hunters were close, darkness wrapping around them like a shroud. I could feel them drawing nearer, their chatter a cacophony of greed and bloodlust. "Then tell me," I cried, desperation clawing at me. "How do I save her?" Tapio stepped closer, a flicker of something fierce in his eyes. "Embrace the shadows. Become what they fear." The ground trembled slightly beneath us, a pulse of energy racing through the earth. I could feel the spirits shifting, an ancient power awakening in the stillness, thrumming with potential. It was a risk, a leap into the abyss, but I would do anything, anything to save Anya. "I will," I promised, my voice steady, the resolve hardening in my heart. "Tell me what I must do." Tapio nodded, a flicker of approval in his gaze. "Do not simply seek to protect her. Show her the strength in darkness. Teach her to wield it." A howl pierced the night, raw and echoing, a signal. They were here, the hunters, shadows merging with shadows, creeping through the trees like a disease. "I will do it," I hissed, a fire igniting within me. "I will become what they fear." "Then let's dance with the spirits of the forest," he said, a sly smile creeping across his face, a glimmer of hope entwined with mischief. "It's time to show them what true power looks like." And as the darkness closed in, I felt the world shift. The air crackled with anticipation, the spirits whispering their secrets, and I was ready to step into the unknown, to embrace the storm brewing within me in toward Anya, toward destiny, toward whatever awaited in the shadows. The clang of metal, sharp and electric, reverberates through the damp air, each strike hammering at the very fabric of the night. I stand in the shadows, an unseen witness to the chaos unfolding within the forge, the heart of Ilmarinen's world. The furnace roars, its flames licking the darkness like a predator stalking its prey. Sweat beads on my brow, a visceral reminder of the tension that crackles like a live wire between the three of us, the master smith, his apprentice, and the ghost of dreams long buried. Ilmarinen is a titan, his broad shoulders hunched over the anvil, a silhouette against the flickering firelight. His hands, calloused and battered, move with a ferocious grace, as if the metal bends to his will out of fear. But behind those steely eyes lies a turmoil, a tempest raging beneath the surface. I see it, I feel it. It gnaws at the edges of his focus, a whisper of doubt that threatens to consume him whole. The weight of his legacy, of his father's legacy, hangs over him like a storm cloud, dark and full of despair. Faster, he bellows, the command echoing in the cavernous room. "We're running out of time." And there's Aino, his apprentice, a flicker of determination in her eyes, yet shadows linger there, casting doubt on her resolve. She works the bellows, her arms straining with effort, each labored breath a fight against the weight of expectation. "What if it's not enough?" she whispers, though Ilmarinen is too lost in his fury to hear her. I catch her gaze, pleading, as if to say, "What do you mean? What are we fighting?" But the words remain trapped, choking on the embers of fear. I remember how she used to smile, her laughter like the tinkling of glass, shattering the gloom that enveloped this place. But that was before. Before the whispers of war crept into our lives, before the curse of the moonlit forest claimed her brother, before Ilmarinen forged the blade that would dictate their fates. The blade, the weapon that could save us, or lead us to ruin. It gleams ominously on the workbench, sharp and unyielding, a promise and a threat wrapped in one. "Ilmarinen, listen!" Aino's voice breaks through, a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of chaos. "You cannot pour your soul into it, there's too much at stake." Her words hang between them, weighted with a desperation I could taste in the air. He stops, just for a heartbeat, and I can see the flicker of a memory reflected in his eyes, the day he first held a hammer, the pride of a father who knew that he had birthed a legacy. But the spark quickly dies, extinguished by the shadows crowding in on him. "Do you think I have a choice?" he snaps, the heat of his anger igniting the forge around us. "This is our chance, Aino. You think I want to bend to the whims of the gods? You think I'd choose this? I am not a coward. But the truth is, he fears failure. He fears being the man who forged a blade that brought ruin rather than honor. The memory of his father's scorn looms large, a specter that haunts him even in the firelight. I feel it, a chilling truth that gnaws at the very marrow of my bones. And what of your dreams, Ilmarinen? Aino's voice trembles, the weight of unspoken words pulling at her heart. What if the price is too high? In that moment, I hold my breath, the world condenses, collapsing around us like a dying star. Silence wraps itself around the forge, thick and suffocating. Who are we without our dreams? What happens when the weight of ambition crushes the very spirit we sought to elevate? Aino's fingers brush against the blade, a fleeting caress tinged with reverence and dread. She knows too well the duality of creation, how beauty can be birthed from agony. I remember, she whispers, her voice a ghostly echo. The stories of heroes who forged weapons to protect their own. But what if we become the tales of caution? What if we become the monsters? Ilmarinen's expression hardens, a mask of resolve, but beneath it, I see the flicker of fear, the fear of becoming what he sought to destroy. Monsters don't wield hammers, Aino. They wield fear. And fear is what we fight against. His voice is a growl, low and unyielding, but I hear the cracks, the splintering of his bravado. Time bends and warps, an elastic band on the brink of snapping. I feel the pulse of the forge, the rhythm of their hearts, the hammering of metal, the thunder of destiny hurtling toward us like a freight train. The heat presses against my skin, seeping into my bones. It's intoxicating, overwhelming. I can taste the iron in the air, mingling with the fear and hope that churn within each of us. Ilmarinen, Aino pleads, her voice breaking, we don't have to do this alone. We can forge a future together, not just a blade. But his eyes are a storm, lightning flashing across the darkened sky of his soul. Together. He laughs, a bitter sound that drowns the warmth of hope. You think we have time for that? The world outside is falling apart, and you want me to forge a friendship. And in that moment, I feel the fracture, the jagged edge of their connection splintering under the weight of unspoken truths. Aino steps back, the heat of the forge suddenly feeling colder, the shadows creeping closer to entwine her in their grasp. I remember, she begins, her voice trembling like the dying embers of the fire, before we lost ourselves. Before we were fractured. A heartbeat passes, then another, before Ilmarinen's hammer falls again, the sound echoing against the walls, a desperate plea to drown out the vulnerability. He hammers against fate, against dreams, against all that lies ahead, yet in each strike, the weight of his despair deepens. The shadows stretch and twist, and I wonder, will this night end in triumph or tragedy? Will the blade forged in this tempest of emotions bring salvation, or will it become a tombstone marking the death of their dreams? Time moves with agonizing slowness, and the forge breathes in rhythm with their hearts, holding its breath for what is yet to come. The air thickens with tension, electric and alive, as we stand at the precipice of creation and destruction, the promise and threat intertwined like lovers caught in a tempest. And I am left, breathless, suspended in this moment, for witness to the birth of a legend, or perhaps its final gasp. The air crackled with tension, thick as the fog that clung to the forest floor. The moon hung high, a silver coin casting its pale light upon the scene. Shadows danced, quivering like the souls of the restless dead, while Lemminkäinen stood at the precipice of a nightmare. He could feel the heat of battle prickle at the back of his neck, a reminder that death was never far away, especially not tonight. He could almost taste the iron tang of blood mixed with the cold sweat of fear. And there she was, his heart, his light, the radiant Aino, her laughter echoing through his memories like a haunting melody. But tonight, laughter was drowned by the cries of the wounded, by the clang of steel, and by the ominous whisper of the forest, where ancient spirits stirred. He remembered the way she danced beneath the stars, how her eyes sparkled with mischief and hope, filling every crack in his heart. But that hope was a lie spun by fate, a treacherous tangle of dreams that led him toward ruin. Lemminkäinen! Her voice shattered the stillness, sharp and desperate as a knife's edge. You must leave. They're coming. Panic danced in her tone, a fragile note in the cacophony of chaos. He could see the shadows creeping closer, dark figures emerging from the depths, their intentions as murky as the water of a cursed well. But how could he leave? How could he abandon her when she stood there, a beacon of warmth against the encroaching night? He felt the weight of his choices, each one a stone tied to his heart. I won't abandon you, Aino. I can't. His voice broke against the tide of the incoming storm, raw and torn. She stepped closer, her hands trembling as if she were holding a fragile bird. "You don't understand. They want you, Lemminkäinen. They want to take you from me." Her eyes were pools of despair, and he felt like he was drowning. In that moment, the world narrowed to just the two of them, the chaos around them fading into a ghostly echo. Time stretched and warped, memories flooding his mind, memories of laughter, of shared dreams, and of love so profound it felt like madness. They were children once, untouched by the horrors of war, casting wishes into the night sky, believing that the cosmos held their dreams in the palm of its hand. But tonight, the stars would not answer. They were silent witnesses to the madness that was about to unfold. He grasped her hands tightly, feeling the pulse of her fear against his skin. "I will fight for you. I will fight for us." The words tasted bitter on his tongue, an oath that felt impossible to uphold. But he was a warrior, born of the wild, forged against the flames of countless battles. He could not turn away. As the first shadow lunged forward, a figure cloaked in darkness, Lemminkäinen's heart raced. They were relentless. He could feel the weight of their malice, a force that sought to consume him whole. He charged, fueled by desperation, aware that every strike could be his last. Each clash of metal rang like a death knell, a reminder that life was a fleeting thing, more fragile than the gossamer threads of a spider's web. But Aino was with him, her spirit afire within him, urging him to fight. His movements were a desperate dance, a blend of grace and fury, a primal rhythm of survival. Each swing of his sword was an echo against the void, a battle cry that resonated with the pulse of the earth. Yet with every foe he felled, the shadows grew heavier, thicker, their laughter a chilling undercurrent that seeped into his very bones. He could feel their eyes watching, knowing that they were not just fighting for survival, but also for the very essence of love itself. With every heartbeat, the stakes climbed higher. He remembered the first time Aino smiled at him, a mere flicker of light in a world painted in shades of darkness. How could he let that smile fade? How could he let the shadows snatch her away? But Aino's voice cut through the haze, sharp as a blade. "Lemminkäinen! Behind you!" He spun, instinct guiding his movements as he parried, but not before he felt the cold kiss of steel graze against his skin. A flash of pain ignited, a reminder of his vulnerability, a cruel twist of fate. The shadows were relentless, they surged forth, like a tide rising against the shore, threatening to swallow him whole. He staggered back, breathing heavily, the taste of iron in his mouth mingling with the bitter reality of this fight. They were not just shadows, they were echoes of every choice he had ever made, every moment of despair and doubt. "No!" he shouted, his voice a raw growl as he refused to succumb. "I will not let you take her. I will not let you take anything from me." With a primal roar, he charged forward once more, fueled by fury and love intertwined, the heady blend that surged through him. He was no longer just Lemminkäinen, the warrior, he was a tempest, a force of nature refusing to yield. Yet even amidst the chaos, a sickening doubt gnawed at the edges of his resolve. What if love alone was not enough? What if even his strongest battles were destined to end in ashes? The shadows laughed, a cacophony echoing through the trees. He was losing the fight, and with every swing of his sword, he felt the weight of Aino's gaze, filled with both hope and fear, like a tether pulling him away from the abyss. With a desperate lunge, he found himself face to face with the darkness, a being so sinister that its very presence chilled his blood. It grinned, its eyes like hollow wells, devoid of warmth. "You think you can save her? You think your love can conquer the night?" But in that moment, in that breath held between hope and despair, Lemminkäinen understood something profound. Love was not a shield, it was a weapon, raw, untamed, and dangerously beautiful. "I don't think," he spat, gripping his sword with newfound strength. "I know." The confrontation surged, the very essence of love and darkness clashing in a storm of emotion. The trees around them whispered secrets, the night itself holding its breath, a universe trembling with the weight of what was to come. And as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, illuminating the battlefield, it cast long shadows that threatened to intertwine with the light. The battle was far from over. The echoes of their struggle would ripple through time, a testament to the eternal dance of love and darkness, a saga unfolding in the heart of every warrior, every lover, as they faced their own risks, their own shadows, and their own auras of light. Somewhere in that unfolding story, Lemminkäinen could still hear Aino's laughter, sharp yet distant, like an echo through a tunnel of time. And he knew this was just the beginning. The shadows might whisper promises of despair, but love, with all its fierce and fragile beauty, would always fight back. The air was thick like a storm cloud, heavy with anticipation, as I stood at the edge of the gathering. The scent of wood smoke mingled with something darker, something raw. Shadows danced like restless spirits around the flickering bonfire, the flames crackling with a sinister energy. A woman's scream cut through the night, piercing the veil of silence that had draped over us like a shroud. I felt it in my bones, that scream echoing in my chest, a warning, a call to arms, or perhaps a lament for the lost and the damned. I remember her, the vulva, her presence as commanding as the very earth that birthed us. She was draped in furs, hair wild and unkempt, eyes ablaze with a fire that could warm the coldest heart or burn it to ash. Her name was Freydis, and she was feared and revered in equal measure. Those who gathered around her held their breath, caught between reverence and dread. She stood at the edge of the firelight, a bridge between worlds, and in that moment, I understood the weight she bore. How she was both goddess and ghost, a spectre of the past and a harbinger of the future. Each heartbeat felt like a drumbeat, a countdown to an inevitable clash of fate. Then there was Astrid, her apprentice, who watched with wide eyes, a storm of confusion and fear swirling within her. I could see the conflict carved into her features, a tumultuous sea of doubt crashing against the rocks of her dreams. She longed to be like Freydis, to wear the mantle of power and prophecy, but the shadows of her past loomed large. I remember how she clutched her amulet, fingers trembling, as if she could ward off the storm brewing inside her. Astrid felt the weight of expectation, the legacy of women who had come before, all the way back to the primordial goddesses. Yet she was haunted by the whispers of those who doubted her, the voices that echoed in her mind like a relentless chant, "You are not enough." The crowd surged forward, anticipation crackling in the air. I felt it too, the thrill of the unknown. What would Freydis reveal? What truths would unfurl like the banners of ancient clans? The flames flickered and danced, casting eerie shadows on the faces around us. I was pulled back into the folds of time, into the stories spun by the firelight, of maidens sacrificed and warriors who had fallen for love. The tapestry of our history was woven with threads of blood and sacrifice, and there, beneath it all, was the undeniable truth of women, their strength, their power, their struggles. Freydis stepped into the firelight, the flames licking at her furs, illuminating the fierce determination etched into her face. She was a warrior in every sense, her heart beat with the rhythm of 1,000 lives lived, 1,000 women's stories told and untold. Tonight, we stand on the precipice of change, she proclaimed, her voice a clarion call that echoed through the night. Tonight, we reclaim our stories. I felt the weight of those words like a thunderclap. This was no ordinary gathering, it was a reckoning. The darkness that had shrouded us for so long began to lift, revealing the raw power that lay dormant within. Freydis reached into her satchel, produced an ancient rune, and held it aloft. The air crackled around us, electric and alive. "Remember," she beckoned, "we are the daughters of the earth, the keepers of the flame. We were once goddesses, and we can be again." But Astrid, torn between awe and fear, took a step back, her breath coming in short gasps. She felt the weight of destiny wrap around her throat like a noose. What if she failed? What if her dreams crumbled to ash in the fierce winds of reality? I watched as doubt etched deeper lines into her brow, shadows moving like specters in her mind. "What if I can't?" she whispered, though the words were meant for herself, a plea for understanding. "Close your eyes," Freydis urged, her voice softening, a lullaby against the chaos. "In the darkness, you shall find your light." But Astrid's heart raced, her panic a wild beast clawing at her insides. How could she find light when her past was a tapestry of shadows? I remember how the crowd shifted, an undercurrent of tension swirling like a storm about to break. They were all waiting, their breaths held tight, as the moment hung in the air, fragile, electric, pregnant with possibility. And then, the scream again, the high, haunting wail that shattered the tension like glass. It jolted us, pulling us back to the present, back to the reality that lurked just beyond the firelight. I felt fear ripple through the crowd. The shadows had teeth, and they were hungry. Astrid's eyes widened, caught between the call of destiny and the terror of the unknown. Freydis stood firm, a sentinel against the chaos, yet even she could not shield Astrid from the darkness that clawed at the edges of their fate. "Face it," Freydis urged, and I watched as the apprentice took a trembling step forward, as if she could meet the darkness eye to eye. The weight of her ancestors bore down heavily upon her, a storm of whispers filling her ears, the cries of women who had walked this path before. She was one of them, yet also alone, caught in the tension of what was and what could be. The fire crackled, and a deep silence fell upon us, every heart racing, every breath held. In that moment, the past and present collided, swirling into a single heartbeat, a singular truth: women were powerful, and yet they were afraid. The flames flickered, illuminating their faces, capturing the essence of their struggle. They were warriors, healers, and seers, and yet the world had tried to stamp them out, to silence their voices. As I stood there, in the midst of the gathering, I could feel the energy building, the intensity rising. It was a maelstrom of emotion, fear, hope, anger, love. I could taste it, feel it coursing through my veins, igniting a fire within. These women were not mere shadows of forgotten goddesses, they were the embodiment of resilience, the spirit of 1,000 stories yearning to be told. And just as I thought the storm would break, the earth trembled beneath us. I watched as Astrid raised her head, defiance sparking in her eyes like a comet streaking across the night sky. A roar of courage surged through her, and for the first time, I saw her embrace who she truly was, a woman shaped by the past, yet unafraid to carve her own path. The air shimmered with the promise of what was to come, the dawning of a new era. In that moment, everything shifted, and I felt the earth beneath us, solid, unwavering. The shadows that had once threatened to engulf us were now mere wisps, retreating in the face of our collective strength. And somewhere, deep in the heart of it all, I could feel the pulse of a truth that transcended time: the role of women, goddesses, warriors, healers, was not just a story of old, but a living, breathing testament to the power that lay within each of us. As the night wore on, Freydis and Astrid stood together, united in their purpose, ready to face whatever darkness awaited. The fire roared, and in its glow, I saw the flickering promise of change, the whisper of a new beginning. And as I stood there, caught in the electric embrace of the moment, I couldn't help but wonder how far we could soar if only we remembered the fire that burned within us all. The air hung thick with the scent of decay, a heavy blanket smothering every breath. I stood at the edge of Tuonela, the gateway to the underworld, where shadows whispered the secrets of the dead. The river that snaked below, its waters as dark as despair, rippled with the movements of lost souls. It was a place where hope went to wither, where laughter turned to ash. I remember the moment vividly, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest, every beat a reminder of what was at stake. Miliki, my sister, stood beside me, her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the haunted landscape around us. She was always the brave one, the light that danced in the darkness, but now, that light flickered like a dying candle. "What if they won't let us through?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the fragile wings of a moth drawn too close to the flame. "We have to," I replied, my throat dry as the desolate earth beneath our feet. The weight of the world pressed down on my shoulders, urging me forward into the murky depths of the unknown. "We have to save him." My mind raced with thoughts of our brother, Arvid, lost in the enigmatic embrace of this underworld, caught between life and death. The very thought of him, trapped in that cold, silent abyss, sent a shiver down my spine. Footsteps echoed behind us, a soft, sinister rhythm that sent a jolt of fear through my veins. I turned, heart racing, to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a wraith-like presence cloaked in twilight, its face obscured by darkness, yet I could feel its eyes boring into me, judging, weighing my worth. "You seek entry," it rasped, voice like rusted chains, each word a dagger of dread piercing the atmosphere. "Yes," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, caught between despair and defiance. "We seek our brother." The wraith leaned closer, and I could see the flicker of something ancient and malevolent dancing in the depths of its gaze. Time felt warped, stretching, unfolding like the river flowing below, every second an eternity as it considered us. Many have sought to cross, but few return, the creature warned, each syllable dripping with malice. What will you sacrifice? Miliki's grip tightened around my arm, her pulse racing, and I felt the weight of her worry seep into me. We will give anything, she replied, voice steady despite the tremor within. I knew then that this was more than just a quest, it was a reckoning, a collision of our deepest fears and desires. The stakes were high, and we were teetering on the edge of an abyss, the ground crumbling beneath us like the fragile bonds of family. Anything? The wraith's laugh was a grotesque symphony of echoes. What if I require your memories? The laughter of childhood? The warmth of sunlight on your skin? I remember, I choked out, vision blurring as flashes of joy mingled with heartbreak. The first time Arvid rode a horse, his laughter ringing like a melody through an empty field. The scent of wildflowers, vibrant and alive, in contrast to the oppressive gloom wrapping around us now. I remember the warmth of his embrace, the way he'd always pick me up when I fell. I felt every memory like a dagger, sharp and biting, a reminder of all I had to lose. Miliki turned to me, her expression fierce, a spark of defiance igniting in her eyes. We won't let him go. We can't. It was a vow, a promise forged in the fires of desperation, and in that moment, I knew we would face whatever darkness lay ahead, not just for Arvid, but for each other. The wraith watched us, amusement dancing in its eyes. Very well. Step into the river. The water surged, slick and foreboding, its depths a swirling chaos of souls and shadows. I hesitated, dread coiling in my stomach. What awaits us there? I asked, my voice a whisper lost in the wind. The truth, it answered, as if the very word held a promise and a curse. A truth that can shatter or heal. Miliki stepped forward, determination etched into her fragile form, and I followed, plunging into the icy water. It enveloped us, a shroud of sorrow that clung to our skin, chilling us to the bone. My heart thundered in my chest, each pulse echoing the chaotic rhythm of our thoughts, a cacophony of hope and despair. The river pulled us deeper, twisting and turning, a labyrinth of darkness. I felt the weight of memories pressing down on me, drowning me in their grip. Images flickered through my mind, laughter echoing in sunlit rooms, the warmth of family, the taste of freedom. But just as quickly, shadows clawed at the edges, dragging forth the pain of loss, the day Arvid vanished, the silence that had followed, heavy and suffocating. Hold on! Miliki shouted, her voice a beacon in the darkness. We're almost there. But I could feel the pull of the river, the current whispering secrets that chilled my bones. What if we lose ourselves? The fear surged within me, battling against the determination burning in my chest. What if we drown in our memories? You won't, she promised, fierce and unyielding. We'll find him. Together. Together. The word reverberated through me, a lifeline in the chaos. I clung to it, to her, as we plunged deeper into the heart of Tuonela, where the dead whispered and the shadows danced, a place where hope flickered like a dying ember, waiting for a spark to reignite the flames of love and memory. And then, in the depths of that darkened river, I felt it, the unmistakable pulse of a heartbeat echoing through the water, a resonance that called to me, a tether connecting our souls. Arvid. The realization coursed through me like lightning, a surge of raw, unfiltered emotion. We're coming. I screamed, the words a prayer rising from the depths of despair. But as the darkness enveloped us, I knew that the true battle was only just beginning. The river churned violently, the wraith's laughter echoing in the recesses of my mind, a reminder that the underworld was not merely a passage but a crucible, a place where the essence of who we were would be tested, challenged, and forged anew. In that swirling chaos, as shadows encroached upon us and the weight of the dead pressed down, I understood there was no turning back. We would face the darkness together, weaving through the fabric of sorrow and hope, tethered by love and loss. And so, we plunged deeper, lost in the embrace of Tuonela, where the dead gathered like stars in the night sky, waiting to share their tales, their truths, their anguish. Each heartbeat echoed through the silence, pulling us closer to the inevitable confrontation with our brother and the darkness that awaited. I felt the tension building, crackling like electricity in the air, as we approached the threshold of what lay ahead, a reckoning that would change everything, once and for all. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and desperation, curling like tendrils around the crumbling walls of the village. I stood there, heart pounding, as the flames licked the sky, a hellish dance that hadn't been choreographed by man but by something darker, something that had awoken beneath the earth. The Sampo was gone, and with it, our hopes, our dreams. Eero trembled beside me, his hands balled into fists, knuckles white as the ashes that settled upon the ground like snow. "We need it back," he hissed, urgency thrumming through his voice. The Sampo was no ordinary artifact, it was a promise, a covenant of prosperity whispered in the night. Without it, our land would wither like a forgotten flower, and so would we. But the price of reclaiming it was written in blood. I could see the shadows flicker in his eyes, a storm that mirrored my own. They knew the cost of ambition all too well. The elders spoke of it like a ghost haunting the edges of our memories, a constant reminder that power was not a gift but a curse. Flawed, just like us. Lena's scream shattered the fragile silence. She had always been the one to dance through life, unaware of the weight that clung to our shoulders. Her laughter used to ripple through the fields, a melody that promised brighter tomorrows. But now, as she clutched her younger brother's lifeless body, her joy had turned to ashes. "Why?" she cried, raw and pleading, the sound clawing at my soul. Why did this happen? The Sampo had been taken by a dark force, a figure cloaked in shadows, a thief who reveled in the chaos left in his wake. I remembered the stories, told in hushed tones around flickering fires. A legend, they called it. But standing there, I felt the weight of every tale, every warning that had been scoffed at. I remembered the nights when we thought we were invincible, the dreams we painted over the stars, the laughter that filled the air like perfume. Now, it was all slipping away, and we were left with a hollow ache. Eero's voice was a low growl, simmering with anger. "We'll find him. We'll take it back." He was a storm in a bottle, ready to shatter against the walls of despair, to unleash chaos upon the chaos that already lived among us. I could see the glint of determination in his eyes, but beneath it lay a fear that made my heart ache. Fear of loss, fear of failure. The kind of fear that gnaws at your insides until you feel nothing but shadows. "Do you think we can defeat him?" I whispered, but the question hung heavy in the air, a curse tethered to our souls. Eero turned to me, his expression shifting, revealing vulnerability I hadn't seen before. "If we don't try, we've already lost," he said, his voice trembling like the branches of a withered tree. And I refused to give in. The moon hung high, a ghostly witness to our plight. It bathed everything in an eerie glow, illuminating Lena's face, streaked with tears that reflected the stars. She looked up at us, eyes wide, desperate for hope. "What if it's too late?" Her voice was a threadbare whisper. "What if we can't bring it back?" I wanted to tell her that hope was a wildflower, resilient in the face of despair. But all that came out was silence, a chasm that swallowed my thoughts. We were standing on the precipice of something monumental, something that felt like it could swallow us whole. I could taste the bitterness of fate on my tongue, a reminder that every choice rippled through time like stones tossed into a still pond. The shadows danced, mocking our hesitation. The further we ventured into the darkness, the heavier the air became, laden with unspoken fears and whispered regrets. With every step, I felt the cosmos pressing down, the weight of 1,000 lives lived and lost, echoing in my heart. We reached the edge of the cursed forest, where a thick fog coiled like a serpent, swallowing sound and blood. Eero stepped forward, a warrior's stance against a storm. "Stay close," he commanded, but his voice quivered. I could see it, his determination was a fragile thing, woven from threads of desperation and anger. I was scared of what lay ahead, scared of losing him to the darkness. The fog enveloped us, a shroud that chilled the marrow in my bones. Each breath felt like an exhale of memories long buried, each heartbeat a reminder of our mortality. I could hear the whispers of the forest, the sighs of ancient trees that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. They were ghosts, and we were trespassers. And then, through the fog, a figure emerged, a silhouette carved from nightmares. He smiled, but it was a cruel, twisted grin that promised nothing but ruin. You seek the Sampo. His voice was like gravel, grating against the silence. What will you pay? Aero's jaw clenched, and Lena's hand trembled against mine. Fear coiled around us like barbed wire, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. We will do whatever it takes, Aero declared, a flicker of courage in his eyes. But I could feel the weight of his words, the burden of sacrifice that hung in the air like a guillotine blade. What if it costs you everything? The figure taunted, his laughter echoing through the fog, a cacophony of despair. What if you lose more than you can bear? In that moment, I realized the truth of our quest. The Sampo was not just a mythical artifact of prosperity. It was a reflection of our deepest desires, our darkest fears. We were not merely fighting for a relic, we were battling the ghosts of our own choices, the specters of our pasts that clung to us like shadows. Then we'll pay, I found myself saying, the words spilling out before I could take them back. We'll pay any price. The figure chuckled, a sound that dripped with malice. So be it, he hissed, and in that moment, I felt the ground shift beneath our feet, a tremor that resonated through the very fabric of our souls. And as we stepped forward, hearts pounding, breaths mingling with the fog, I knew we were already spiraling into a fate far beyond our comprehension. The Sampo, our beacon of hope, loomed ahead, but its light was dimming, fading into the darkness of uncertainty. The confrontation had begun, and we were no longer just seeking the artifact, we were about to confront the very essence of what it meant to be human, flawed, fragile, and utterly relentless. The wind screamed through the hollow trees, a wail that twisted my stomach like a vice. I stood frozen, heart pounding, as shadows swallowed the last vestiges of daylight. The forest felt alive, breathing, watching. Beneath my feet, the ground thrummed with a pulse that wasn't mine. I could hear them, the whispers, the cries, the laughter of the lost. They were here, just beyond the veil, lurking in the twilight. Elena! A voice cut through the chaos, raw and urgent, but it felt distant, muffled by the weight of dread. My brother, Thomas, was scrambling up the gnarled roots, his face pale as the moon that hung above us, a silent witness to our impending doom. I could see the shadows inching closer, tendrils of darkness, weaving between the trees, hungry for something, our souls, perhaps, or simply our fear. I remember the stories, I whispered, though the words choked me. The spirits, the whites. Nature's guardians, they say. But no guardian ever arrived when you needed them, only the curse of memories that haunted you like a ghost. Thomas reached for me, his eyes wide and desperate. We have to go. They're coming. But the horror was already here, a frosty breath against the back of my neck. I turned, the air thick with a scent of decay, and there it was. A white, its face a grotesque mask of sorrow, a twisted reflection of what was once human. It moved with an unnatural grace, its body flickering like an old film reel, caught between realms. I stumbled backward, crashing into a bramble of thorns, each prick a sharp reminder of my own mortality. What do they want? I gasped, feeling the weight of my own heartbeat echo in the silence. What are you? Its eyes, dark and hollow, bored into me. Guardians, it whispered back, voice like rusted chains, dragging through the air. We guard what you forsake. My mind raced, memories flooding back, of nights spent by the fire, listening to our grandmother weave tales of whites who protected the woodland secrets, their wrath fierce against those who dared defile nature. But those stories felt like the cracked pottery of a broken childhood, useless against the reality before me. Nature is not just the trees and rivers. Its pain, its love, its loss, the white murmured, and a flicker of understanding ignited within me. This wasn't merely a guardian, it was a vessel of grief, a remnant of what humanity had sacrificed. You have forgotten. You have taken, but never given. Shut up! Thomas shouted, his voice breaking, fear twisting into anger. We're not like that. We just need to survive. But survival came at a price, and all around us, the very essence of the forest shifted. The trees groaned, their ancient limbs creaking under the weight of long-forgotten regrets. I felt the earth tremble, a warning of the storm brewing deep within the heart of the woods. I could sense it, a pulse, a rhythm that resonated with my own despair. I remember, I whispered, clutching my chest as if to stem the tide of emotion swelling inside me. I remember the flowers we picked, the promises we made. I remember the laughter of summer nights. We never wanted to forget. The white's face softened, a flicker of something, sympathy, crossing its features. And yet, you did. The shadows shifted, swirling like a tempest, and I could feel the weight of the forest pressing down on us, suffocating. The white reached out, an unsteady hand bridging the gap between the living and the lost. You must remember. You must give back what was taken. Give back? Thomas laughed, a hollow sound that echoed into the void as if mocking the very idea. We have nothing. What can we give? The ground beneath us rippled, anger shifting like a tidal wave. The white snarled, a flash of vengeance illuminating its translucent form. Life. Sacrifice. A promise to protect what you love. I felt the pull of the cosmos, the stars above flickering like distant memories, aligning with the chaos inside me. What do you want from us? I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. Your truth, it said, voice trembling with the weight of ancient knowledge. To love fiercely, to remember, to protect. The shadows lunged, and I braced for impact, the world tilting on its axis. Thomas grabbed my hand, desperation burning in his eyes. Elena, we can't stay here. I closed my eyes, and for a moment, I saw them, the spirits dancing in the twilight, weaving through the trees, guardians of the earth we had neglected. They were beautiful, sorrowful, a testament to everything we had lost. We can't leave, I whispered, heart pounding like war drums. Not without a fight. And the fight was here, surging through me like wildfire. I opened my eyes, and rage blossomed in my chest, mixing with a wild, raw joy. I wouldn't forsake them. I wouldn't forsake us. Together, I shouted, pulling Thomas close, the warmth of our bond igniting a flicker of hope. We can remember. The white's form shimmered, its eyes brightening as if the moon had ignited a new light within its shattered soul. Then stand and remember, it urged, and the forest held its breath, waiting. In that instant, the tension erupted with ferocity. The shadows clawed at us, the white surged forward, and I felt an overwhelming rush of love, grief, and defiance. The air crackled, electric, as if the universe itself was watching, waiting for the moment to unfold. And we stood our ground, hearts racing, breaths heavy with anticipation. The clash was imminent, a symphony of chaos and beauty, and the line between life and death blurred like the fading light of day. But we were not alone, the spirits and whites were rising around us, the guardians of our forgotten memories. Remember, they cried, a chorus that resonated through the night, a call to arms, a plea for salvation. The forest trembled, the earth sighed, and in that moment, everything hung in the balance. The echoes of our past, the ghosts of our choices, the promise of redemption, all coiled tightly around us, waiting for the moment we would either break or become whole again. And as the shadows encroached, I could feel the pulse of the universe, raw and unyielding, echoing deep within my soul. Together, we were fierce. Together, we were guardians. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a ghostly eye peering down through the gnarled branches of ancient pine trees. Shadows danced around the clearing where a fire flickered desperately against the chill of the night. I could almost hear the whispers of the old gods, their sighs rustling through the leaves, speaking in a language both foreign and familiar. But it was the silence, the eerie stillness after the crackle of flames, that spoke the loudest, a violent reminder of what was at stake. Mika, wild-eyed and trembling, stared into the fire as if it held the answers to an unsolvable riddle. His heart pounded, echoing the thrum of the ancient Finnish drums that had once summoned spirits from the depths of the earth. "They're coming for us, Aino!" He gasped, a mixture of fear and fervor twisting his words. The Christians, with their crosses and their words. "They want to erase us." Aino knelt beside him, clutching a talisman of woven grass, a relic of their ancestors, a fragile link to a fading past. She could feel the warmth of its fibers against her palm, but it offered little comfort. "We have to fight, Mika. If we don't, they'll take everything." The tales, the songs, her voice trembled, and she choked on the weight of loss that threatened to suffocate her. Memories swirled around her like a tempest, the laughter of her grandmother, the stories woven with starlight, each thread now fraying in the face of encroaching darkness. Her breaths came quick, panic rising in the pit of her stomach. I remember the night before the harvest, how the villagers danced around the fire, invoking the spirits of the earth. They believed they could summon the bounty of the land just by singing the old songs. A smile flickered on her lips, bittersweet. But now the songs are fading, and the spirits grow restless. They hide in the shadows, afraid of the light. Mika gripped her hand, grounding her in that moment. But we have to keep singing. We can't let them drown us in their silence. His voice was a plea, raw and urgent. Around them, the forest held its breath, waiting. Above, the moon seemed to pulse, an ominous reminder of the relentless passage of time. It hung like a pendulum, swinging between the worlds, the ancient and the new, the sacred and the profane. Aino felt its pull deep in her bones, the weight of history pressing down like an iron cloak. Suddenly, distant voices echoed through the trees, a hymn, dissonant, woven with fervor. Strangers, clad in the heavy woolen garments of the Christian missionaries, marched through the underbrush, their eyes glinting with a fervor that sent shivers down Aino's spine. They were an army of belief, determined to drown out all that was familiar, to extinguish the flickering flames of tradition and replace them with a sterile light. Her heart raced, thudding in her ears. What if they come for us, Mika? What if they find us? The tremor in her voice betrayed her fear. Mika's expression hardened. Then we fight. We fight for our stories, for our gods. We cannot let them take what is ours. There was a fire in his eyes, a flicker of hope amidst despair. We are the children of the forest, Aino. We carry the weight of our ancestors. We are the storm that will not yield. But Aino felt it, an ancient darkness creeping at the edges of her soul, threatening to consume her. She remembered the tales of the old gods, how they roamed the earth, fiercely protecting their kin. Yet, she also remembered the whispers of betrayal, the myths of gods who had turned their backs, leaving their people to wander in the wild. Had they abandoned her? As they huddled together, the flames sputtered, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed like phantoms. Each flicker seemed to mock them, reminding Aino of their impending doom. What if, she hesitated, the weight of her thoughts anchoring her? What if our gods were merely stories, Mika? What if they are just an echo in the night? Mika's grip tightened, a lifeline in the gathering storm. No. They are real. They live in us, in our blood, in our bones. He turned to face the encroaching darkness, defiance etched in every line of his face. We will not go quietly into their night. Our voices will rise like thunder, shaking the very heavens. Aino closed her eyes, and in that moment, she felt it, a flicker of warmth, a memory of laughter, the scent of pine and earth. The old gods whispered from the shadows, urging her to remember who she was, who they were. But the hymn grew louder, drowning out the echoes of the past, threatening to silence her forever. The ground trembled as the missionaries approached, their chants growing nearer. Aino opened her eyes, heart racing, pulse quickening. Something primal stirred within her, a desperate longing to reclaim what was slipping away. Mika, we can't let them win. They'll take our stories, our songs, and leave us hollow. His eyes burned with fervor, reflecting the firelight like embers. Then we sing louder. We sing until our voices shatter their silence. And just like that, a spark ignited. Aino felt the call of their ancestors surging through her veins, pouring into the night. I remember the stories told by the firelight. I remember the laughter. I remember, the words tumbled out, a powerful incantation, fueled by fear and hope. Mika joined her, their voices intertwining, rising in a crescendo that echoed through the trees, calling upon the spirits long forgotten. In that moment, the forest roared to life, the wind howling through branches, answering their cries. The old gods stirred in their slumber, trembling at their revival. But the hymn of the missionaries clashed with their song, a war of voices raging in the night. Aino could feel the tension crackling like lightning, a storm brewing on the horizon, and she knew this was just the beginning. As the shadows closed in, all she could think was, I remember. I remember, and the chorus swelled, drowning the night in a battle for the soul of their land. The air thickened with resolve, the ground pulsed with energy, and they stood defiant, ready to face the storm, ready to reclaim their voices. The moon hung low, a silver eye peering through the twisted branches of the ancient oaks, its light fractured into shards of white that danced on the forest floor. There was a rustle, a heartbeat hidden in the underbrush. You could almost feel it, a thrum of despair and hope, tangled in the air like smoke. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as shadows slipped past me, whispering secrets older than time. Why? The words sliced through the night, a raw plea that echoed off the trees. Amelia's voice trembled, each syllable a fragile thread woven with desperation. She clutched her winter cloak tighter around her shoulders, her eyes wide, brimming with the kind of fear that grips your heart and refuses to let go. Why did you have to bring it here? In her hands, she held the delicate creature, a snow-white fox, its fur shimmering like moonlight, an omen, a promise, a curse. It trembled, not from the cold but from the weight of the world, the burden of the stories it carried. I could feel the pulse of its tiny heart, racing, as if it understood the chaos looming just out of sight. I thought it would help, I admitted, my voice a mere whisper, barely breaking the tension. The tales spoke of its power, of protection, of understanding. But the forest was alive, whispering truths that clawed at my insides. The tranquil night air was thick with something potent, something that felt like the breath of an ancient beast awakening from its slumber. I could almost hear its growl, a rumble that resonated deep within my bones, curling around my soul like a vengeful serpent. Do you know what they say about the fox? Amelia's eyes narrowed, glistening with unshed tears. It steals the light from the moon. It leads you astray. I recoiled, the weight of her words crashing down around me. The fox was a trickster, a symbol of cunning and deceit. But it was more than that, it was an embodiment of the very myths that had shaped our lives, the lessons we had learned through the ages, and the sacrifices we had made in the name of survival. I thought of my grandmother's stories, her voice a warm melody against the chill of the night, tales of animals that bore the weight of our fears and desires. Amelia, please, I pleaded, my heart racing, we can't turn back now. Not when, but she cut me off, fear bubbling over into anger. Not when what? Not when we risk losing everything. You think this little creature holds the answers? It carries nothing but the weight of our mistakes. Her words struck me, each one a dagger twisting deeper into my chest. I remembered my own failures, the moments where I had sought solace in the fables of the past, believing that stories could shield us from reality. I had been naive, a fool chasing shadows. The fox whimpered softly, its eyes pools of sorrow, mirroring our turmoil. In that fleeting moment, I recognized its role, a vessel of our collective pain, the embodiment of all the myths that had been spun to teach us lessons, to warn us of the dangers lurking just beyond the veil of understanding. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for us to unravel the truth buried within the chaos. There's no going back, I murmured, almost to myself, as I glanced at the mighty trees, guardians of 1,000 stories. We have to confront it. Confront what? Amelia shot back, her voice trembling now, as raw as the night air. The darkness? The unknown. The crack of a twig echoed through the silence, a sound sharp enough to slice through the tension that hung heavy between us. I turned, my pulse quickening, as the shadows shifted, morphing and swirling in a dance of uncertainty. The echoes of ancient tales whispered around us, filling the air with dread and anticipation. I remember the stories of the wolves, I said suddenly, my thoughts racing. How they hunt not for survival alone, but to teach the young, to bind the pack through understanding and respect. This fox, too, has a purpose. Or it could be our undoing. Amelia's voice shook, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, curiosity, perhaps, or a glimmer of hope. The fox trembled again, bearing witness to our fear, our anger, our yearning. It was a mirror reflecting our own struggles, our quest for meaning amidst the chaos of existence. It felt as if the forest had awakened, each tree a sentinel of wisdom, each shadow a reminder of our fragile humanity. Legends say that to understand the fox is to confront your own nature. I pressed on, my voice steadier now. To face the darker parts of ourselves, the lies we tell, the truths we hide. Amelia's breath quickened, and for a heartbeat, I saw the walls she had built begin to crack.
What if it leads us to something we can't escape?
Then we'll face it together. The wind howled, a mournful cry that echoed our unspoken fears. The fox stirred in her hands, a spark of life amidst the shadows. I couldn't shake the feeling that something monumental was about to unfold, an awakening, a confrontation of the myths that had long tethered us to our fears. The moon hung low, casting its eerie glow, illuminating our path as we took the first steps into the unknown, hearts pounding in unison, alive with the anticipation of what lay ahead. What awaited us in the depths of that forest was more than just a fight against shadows. It was a reckoning with the very essence of what it meant to be human, to carry the weight of stories that shaped us, that haunted us, that defined us. And at the center of it all, the fox, an enigma, a symbol, an echo of our own struggles, waiting patiently as we stepped deeper into the heart of the myth, into the lessons that would change us forever. And as we descended into the darkness, the air thick with tension and the scent of damp earth, something primal stirred within me, a realization that perhaps the greatest lesson of all lay not in the myths we told, but in the truths we dared to face. The chill of autumn's approach sank into my bones like a whisper of betrayal. I stood in the center of the village square, the air thick with an unsettling mixture of excitement and dread. The festival of the fallen leaves was about to begin, but all I could hear was the racing pulse in my ears, drowning out the laughter that swelled around me. Shadows danced at the edges of the flickering torchlight, twisting like lost souls yearning to escape. I caught a glimpse of Amora, her face illuminated by the flame's flicker, yet her eyes were drenched in sorrow, as if they knew something unspeakable. I remember the stories of the festival, tales spun by the fireside in winter's grip, tales that warned us of the balance between the seen and unseen. How the veil thinned, how the dead whispered in the rustling leaves. This year, something felt different, an ominous pulse in the air that twisted my stomach into knots. The giddy laughter of children and the soft music of flutes felt like a mockery, a fragile mask hiding the truth. "I won't let them take him," Amora murmured, her voice barely above a breath, yet it cut through the revelry like a knife. I turned to meet her gaze, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her fear pressing against my chest. Her brother, Eli, vanished 3 moons ago during the last festival. The village had whispered, had speculated. He was taken by the shadows, they said. But here we were, on the brink of another night where the boundary between the living and the dead would ripple dangerously. I glanced at a nearby table adorned with offerings, withered apples and faded flowers, tokens to appease the spirits. Every scent was a ghost drifting through my mind, memories of happier times, of laughter shared and hands held. We should leave, I urged her, but Amora's resolve was a fortress. She wouldn't abandon hope, and in her determination, I felt both admiration and fear. The festival was meant to honor the fallen, but the whispers spoke of a darker ritual, one that demanded a sacrifice from the living. The fire crackled, and the villagers began to gather around, their faces painted in shades of flickering gold and shadow. I could see the tension coiling among them, a tightrope strung between tradition and desperation. There was old man Hector, his eyes clouded but piercing, as if he could see the threads of fate we were all weaving. "The time will come," he rasped, his voice like gravel, "when the past demands its due." Amora clenched her hands, knuckles white, as she focused on the dance of the flames. "If Eli is gone, I'll find him," she whispered, more to herself than to me. Her words were a promise, a vow cloaked in the mythology of our ancestors, of the lovers who crossed boundaries for each other, of the heroes who ventured into the underworld. I wanted to believe in her strength, in the notion that love could conquer the darkness. But I had seen what the festival had done, how quickly hope could turn into despair. I could still hear the echoes of laughter from last year, mingling with the cries of the mourners. I took a step closer, my heart pounding against my ribs like a caged bird. This was more than a festival, it was a reckoning. As night fell, the sky unfurled around us like a canvas painted in deep indigo, stars twinkling like scattered bones. Every flicker of light felt like a challenge, a taunt from the cosmos, were we mere mortals, dancing on the edge of eternity. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down, the ghosts of our ancestors swirling around us, their muted voices whispering warnings, urging us to remember. And then, the moment descended like a guillotine, severing the last remnants of normalcy. The elder stepped forward, voice booming over the crowd. Tonight, we honor our fallen. The spirits demand to be fed, and in return, they shall grant us blessings. The air thickened, the tension palpable, and my pulse raced as the villagers responded with a fervor that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Amora's grip tightened on my arm, her fear palpable, a living thing between us. Not Eli, she breathed, they can't have him. But the rhythm of the drums had taken hold, drowning out reason, urging us to dance, to surrender. I could see it in her eyes, the fight against the inevitable, the desire to snatch Eli from the clutches of fate. And then, I saw him. Eli's apparition flickered at the edge of the square, his face an echo of what once was. He was there, yet not there, a ghostly silhouette caught between realms, pleading with Amora. My heart thundered as I watched her break, her resolve collapsing like a house of cards. Eli, she screamed, and it sliced through the night, the sound raw and unfiltered. Time shifted, stretched like taffy, as the villagers turned, their expressions morphing from joy to horror. The rhythm of the drums faltered, a heartbeat stuttering, and the shadows coiled tighter around us, hungry for the living. I clutched Amora, desperation igniting the air between us. We have to leave. Now. But it was too late. The festival, once a celebration of life, had turned into a macabre carnival of death. The voices of the ancestors rose, a cacophony of forgotten souls demanding their dues. Shadows broke free from the flickering light, wrapping around the villagers, reaching for Amora. I won't let them take you, she cried out, lunging towards the apparition, her hands outstretched as if she could grasp the very fabric of time. But the shadows were already weaving their web, and as she reached for Eli, I felt the world tilting, spiraling into chaos. The drums began again, the heartbeat of the night reclaiming its rhythm, each beat a reminder that time was slipping away. I could see the fear written across every face, could feel the whispers of doubt creeping in. The loss was looming, inevitable, relentless, like the tide washing away sandcastles built on the shore, leaving only echoes in its wake. We were trapped in a loop of despair and hope, of love and loss, as the festival roared to life around us, a beast hungry for souls. And I knew, deep down, the festival had come for us. For me. For Amora. For Eli. As the flames flickered and the shadows danced, I held onto Amora, feeling her tremble against me. Together, I whispered, though the word felt hollow. The battle was just beginning, a struggle against the night, against the ghosts that demanded to be remembered, against the very fabric of destiny itself. I could feel the pulse of the festival beneath my skin, and I knew we were part of the eternal dance, a tragic ballet of loss, love, and the relentless passage of time. The wind howled through the trees like a lost soul, a chilling lament that sent shivers down my spine. I stood alone on the edge of a frostbitten forest, the last remnants of twilight sinking into the horizon, painting the sky in shades of despair. The air crackled with tension, heavy like the stories that clung to the land, stories whispered in hushed tones around flickering fires, tales that were as much a part of Finland as the snow that blanketed its heart. I remember that night vividly. I remember the shadows cast by the dying fire, dancing like phantoms across the ground. I remember the faces of my ancestors, etched in the flames, their eyes pleading with me to listen. Among them was my grandmother, her voice a trembling echo of strength. Don't forget where you come from, she'd warned, each word a weighty promise that clung to the corners of my mind. The spirits have stories to tell, and they don't appreciate being ignored. Klaus was not a man prone to fear, but on that night, he felt it coil around his heart like a serpent. He was the bravest of us, or at least he tried to be. With broad shoulders and a laugh that rumbled like distant thunder, he had always been the protector, the one who faced the darkness head-on. But now, standing at the threshold of the woods, he hesitated. "What if they're angry?" he whispered, his voice cracking. He glanced at me, vulnerability sparking in his gaze. "What if the old stories aren't just stories anymore?" I wanted to scoff, to brush off his fears with a wave of my hand, but the weight of his words settled between us, thick as the fog that clung to the trees. I wanted to reassure him, but the truth was that I felt it too, a gnawing dread that latched onto my insides, reminding me of the tales whispered by the firelight. The ones that spoke of creatures lurking in the shadows, of ancient pacts that had turned the innocent into prey. And then there was Aino, a wild spirit trapped in the body of a woman, forever searching for something she couldn't name. She strode into the clearing, her hair a tempest of dark waves, eyes sparkling with an otherworldly glimmer. "You're both cowards," she teased, yet her laughter rang hollow against the backdrop of the looming forest. "What's the worst that could happen? You think the stories could hurt you?" But I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt buried beneath layers of bravado. She danced with danger like it was a lover, teasing it with grace, but it was the kind of dance that could lead to a fall. The folktales of her childhood hung like a noose, trapping her in a quest for something she could never grasp. She wanted adventure, but she was also a little girl craving a mother's embrace, and tonight, we were all lost children. "Let's just hear them," I proposed, my voice trembling, the words a feeble shield against the encroaching darkness. "We owe it to the past." Klaus ran a hand through his hair, uncertainty etched across his brow, while Aino's gaze pierced through the gloom. The night deepened, and the forest seemed to inhale, drawing us closer as if it had been waiting for us all along. The trees whispered ancient secrets, rustling their leaves in anticipation, and I felt a thrill that was equal parts fear and exhilaration. I remember the first story I heard as a child, nestled between my grandmother's arms. It was about a woman named Kiliki, who wandered too far into the woods and fell in love with a spirit of the lake. But the story turned dark, as all good tales do. Love turned to despair, and the woods claimed her as their own. "Remember, child," Grandma had said, "the woods do not forget." With a gulp, I realized the forest was alive with the weight of history, every tree, every shadow a repository of tales long forgotten, their whispers weaving through the branches. Klaus stepped forward, as if pulled by an invisible string, and Aino flanked him, a warrior ready to confront whatever lay ahead. My heart raced as I followed them, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, each heartbeat a drum echoing the past. And then, just as we crossed the threshold, the atmosphere shifted. The air grew thick, and the vibrant energy turned suffocating. I felt a presence, a gaze upon us, not of this world, but of the legends we had mocked. I could almost hear their voices, a cacophony of laughter and lament, a twisted symphony that sent chills crawling up my spine. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely a breath. Klaus froze, the bravado slipping from him like water through fingers. Aino's laughter faltered, fading into an uneasy silence. It was then that I saw them, figures cloaked in shadows, their faces obscured but their intentions palpable. They were the storytellers of old, guardians of the secrets we had disturbed, and their anger crackled like lightning in the air. "Forgive us," I wanted to plead, the words forming a prayer on my lips. "We're just searching for the truth." But in that moment, I realized the truth wasn't a neat box waiting to be opened. It was a storm, wild and unpredictable, wild and unforgiving. As we stood there, hearts pounding in our chests, I felt the story surround us, alive and breathing, a whirlwind of emotion and history. The forest locked us in, its ancient roots entwining with our own fears and desires, pulling us deeper into a world where the past could reach out and touch us, where legends were more than just tales, they were warnings, echoes of heartache, and cautionary tales that clawed at the edges of our souls. I remember the moment everything shifted. The cold wind picked up, swirling around us like a banshee's wail. I felt Klaus's grip on my arm tighten, his nails digging into my skin, while Aino stepped forward, drawn to the shadows like a moth to a flame. "We can't turn back," she said, her voice both a challenge and a plea. "We have to face them." And in that moment, as the darkness descended upon us, I found myself torn between dread and exhilaration. The stories were coming alive, and we were at their mercy. I felt the pulse of the night, the heartbeat of the land, the weight of every tale that had come before us. As the figures emerged from the shadows, I realized we were not merely witnesses, we were participants in a story as old as time, caught in its web. The air shimmered with energy, and I knew this was only the beginning, the first breath of something vast and consuming. I could feel the universe shift around us, a promise that would echo through the ages, binding us to the folklore of our homeland. And as the night deepened, I surrendered to the unfolding chaos, my heart beating in rhythm with the legends that danced just beyond reach. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb dangling above the darkened waters, its surface rippling like the skin of a restless beast. I stood at the edge of the lake, the air thick with a creeping dread that gnawed at my gut. The whispers of the Naki skittered over the surface like fleeting shadows, just out of sight, yet I felt their presence, a cold caress on my neck, a distant echo of laughter that didn't belong to this world. My heart thudded against my ribcage, a frantic drum signaling the approach of something ancient, something hungry. "Stay away from the water, Nella," cried a voice, sharp and insistent. It was my brother, Felix, his eyes wild, his breath coming in short gasps. I had always thought of him as the brave one, but tonight, the moonlight revealed a shadow of fear that twisted his features. I turned to him, feeling the weight of my defiance. "I have to know, Felix. What if it's true? What if the Naki can help us?" My voice trembled, a fragile thread weaving through the tension between us, but deep down, I felt the lure of the unknown pulling me closer to that dark reflection, urging me to break free from the chains of reason. But Felix shook his head, the panic in his eyes igniting a flicker of doubt in my heart. "You don't understand. They lure you in with promises, with sweet songs. They want to drag you under." I remember the stories, the warnings whispered by flickering firesides, the tales that sent shivers crawling up my spine. The Naki, a creature of water and shadow, beckoning the unwary into its depths, where dreams twisted into nightmares, and time unraveled like an old scroll. With a sharp intake of breath, I felt the weight of my decision hang in the air, thick and suffocating. Suddenly, a ripple surged through the lake's surface, and with it came a murmur, a seductive timbre that wrapped around my mind, pulling me into a trance. I could almost see it, a figure, ethereal and shimmering, swaying in the depths, beckoning with a delicate hand. My heart raced, and for a moment, I felt the world slip away, the moon forgotten, the trees fading into mere silhouettes. It was just us, the Naki and I, caught in a cosmic dance. "Felix!" I gasped, the sound clawing its way from my throat, a plea for him to see what I saw. But his expression was etched with horror, his feet planted firmly in reason, his heart tethered to reality. "You can't," he pleaded, desperation lacing his tone. "It's a trick." "It'll take you." Before he could finish, the water erupted, a fountain of darkness spilling forth, and from its depths emerged the high sea. A malevolent figure, its eyes blazing like coals in the night, its grin wide and savage. "Ah, sweet innocence," it crooned, each syllable dripping with mockery. "You're so eager, so naive. What would you give to know the truth?" The question hung in the air, heavy and potent. I felt my breath hitch, the chill of fear creeping through my veins like icy tendrils, but beneath it stirred an insatiable curiosity, a hunger to understand the darkness that loomed just beyond the veil. Felix stepped forward, shielding me with his frail frame, his voice trembling but resolute. "Leave her alone. You've already taken so much, you beasts of the night." The Heis's laughter rumbled like distant thunder, a sound that sent shivers racing down my spine, but Felix didn't falter. He was my anchor, a stubborn light against the encroaching shadows. "You think you can protect her," it sneered, advancing with a predatory grace. "You are all so fragile, so easily shattered." With every word, the air thickened, and I could feel the weight of my brother's fear coiling around us, an invisible serpent ready to strike. My heart pounded, a rhythm of defiance against the looming threat. I remembered the stories, how the Heisi thrived on despair, feeding off our nightmares. But there was a spark within me, a flickering flame that refused to be snuffed out. "I won't let you take her!" Felix shouted, and in that moment, his love surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the darkness. But even as he spoke, I felt the pull of the lake, a gentle whisper promising more than what this world could offer. I was torn between the safety of my brother and the wild allure of the depths, where mysteries lay coiled like serpents, waiting to be uncovered. "Come, Nella," the Heisi beckoned, its voice honeyed and dangerous. "Join us. Leave behind the chains of this mundane life. Embrace the chaos, the freedom of the unfathomable." I closed my eyes, feeling the cold mist wrap around me, nearly drowning in its embrace. I could see it, visions of glittering worlds beyond comprehension, realms where sorrow twisted into beauty, where dreams and nightmares danced side by side. The temptation was intoxicating, and a part of me yearned to dive into that darkness, to leave behind the weight of expectations and the heartache of reality. But Felix's grip on my arm was fierce, grounding me back into the moment. Nella, listen. Remember the stories. Remember what they do to us. His voice broke through the haze, a lifeline pulling me back from the precipice. I opened my eyes, the vision fading like smoke in the wind, and I caught a glimpse of the Heis's face, twisted in frustration. Time twisted around us, a coil tightening as the lake roared, the shadows swirling, threatening to engulf us both. Choose wisely, sweet child, it hissed, the malice lacing its words sending a shiver racing across my skin. For every choice has a price. I felt the weight of the world pressing down on me, the gravity of dreams and despair, love and fear, all converging in this single moment. I could feel Felix's heart beating beside mine, a reminder of the life we shared, the laughter and love that wove our stories together. And as the moon cast its pale glow over the chaos, I realized that the true battle lay not in the creatures that haunted the night, but within the very essence of our souls. The Naki, the Heisi, they were mere reflections of our deepest fears and desires. And in that moment of clarity, with the weight of eternity hanging in the balance, I knew that I had to choose. My heart raced, the air crackled with tension, and the scene around us began to blur, merging into a tapestry of shadows and light, love and loss, where every heartbeat echoed the unending struggle between darkness and hope. But before I could make my choice, the world twisted again, the air thickening as the lake surged, threatening to pull us into its depths, into a realm where dreams and nightmares intertwined, and where the true confrontation awaited. In the heart of a forest thick with shadows, where the trees whisper ancient secrets to the wind, a figure stands, trembling. The night air is sharp, biting through layers of wool and fear. It's an end of summer evening, the last breath of warmth slipping away, and with it, the certainty of things left unspoken. I remember the moon hanging low, a ghostly orb casting eerie silver light. I remember the silence that draped over us like a shroud, thick and suffocating. Timo, with his rough hands and haunted eyes, stares into the flickering flames of the bonfire, each spark a fleeting memory, each crackle a promise of what's to come. He should be celebrating his son's coming of age, but tonight feels like a reckoning, a ritual of grief more than joy. His son, Yori, stands awkwardly to his right, the embers of childhood flickering out like the dying fire. Yori's face is a canvas of uncertainty, of restless energy that threatens to break free. The air hums with unspoken words, poised on the edge of confession. I remember, Yori whispers, the words barely slicing through the silence, when you used to tell those stories by the fire. His voice trembles, a thread pulled tight, threatening to snap. Do you remember, father? I remember, Timo replies, but his voice is a husk, worn thin by years of labor and loss. Each syllable feels like a weight, dragging him down into the soil, into the roots of the past. In that moment, as the fire dances and the shadows lengthen, the ghosts of their ancestors whisper through the leaves. The rites of passage, the rituals binding them to this land, pulse around them like a heartbeat, relentless and demanding. The significance of these rituals is etched in their bones, woven into the fabric of their lives. Every year, families gather around flickering flames to honor the spirits of their forebears. Every word, every movement, is a piece of a larger narrative, a tapestry soaked in blood and tears. Timo feels the pull of tradition, of duty wrapped around his heart like a vice. His father had passed those stories down to him, tales of cunning foxes, fierce wolves, and the spirits roaming the night. Timo had never imagined he'd be the one to tell them to his son. But Yori isn't listening. He's lost in a tempest of youthful rebellion, aching for something beyond the whispers of the past. Why do we have to do this? He snaps, a harsh edge to his tone. The fire crackles in response, as if the flames themselves recoil from his defiance. Why can't we just live? Because to live is to remember, Timo's voice cuts through the air, sharp and slicing. His heart races, the words spilling out before he can hold them back. Because these stories are our lifeline, Yori. Without them, we're lost. The boy's eyes widen, the flicker of rebellion dimming. They stand at a precipice, a chasm of misunderstanding yawning between them. Yori's spirit is like a wild stallion, untamed and restless, while Timo's soul is anchored deep in the earth, tethered by the weight of ancestry. I watch them, the tension crackling in the air, feeling the pulse of the forest around them, the growing intensity, the urgency of the night. Nighttime in Finland doesn't just cloak the world, it reveals it. The spirits of the forest come alive, flickering in the corner of your eye, and the moon casts shadows that stretch like fingers across the ground, reminding them of what was lost. I remember the old stories, the ancient rites, the sacrifices made under a sky strewn with stars. I remember the laughter and the tears mingling with the smoke, the haunting melodies of forgotten songs. As Yori turns away, his profile stark against the firelight, Timo feels a wave of desperation crash over him. We cannot forget, he calls after his son, his voice cracking, raw with emotion. These rituals are the glue that holds us together. Our identity, our past, it matters. But Yori, lost in his own storm, drifts further away, the night swallowing him like a dark tide. Timo's heart aches, a sharp pang of loss for a boy who was once bright-eyed and full of wonder. I will not be bound by your stories. Yori shouts, the words echoing through the trees, and in that moment, the woods seemed to shudder. I remember the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind, as if nature herself mourns the fracture growing between them. Timo feels it too, the weight of legacy crashing down like an avalanche, but he fights against it, desperate to hold on. He longs to reach into the dark and pull his son back, to tether him to the echoes of the past, but the chasm has widened. In the distance, a howl rings out, a wolf, fierce and untamed, a reminder of the wild that lies just beyond their understanding. The forest is teeming with life, with spirits that thrive in the shadows, and Timo knows that if they don't honor the past, they risk losing themselves entirely. The rituals, the rites, they are more than just tradition, they are a lifeline to the ancestors, to the stories that shaped them. Come back, Yori! Timo's voice cracks, a plea woven into the fabric of the night. The shadows stretch, reaching for him, beckoning, but he remains rooted, grounded by the weight of his father's stories. He feels the ancient presence of spirit surrounding him, urging him to connect. A flicker of hope ignites within him, a stubborn ember refusing to die. And then, for the briefest of moments, the air shifts. Yori halts, his back still towards Timo, and the silence thickens, pregnant with possibility. What if I don't want to remember, he whispers, his voice trembling as it breaks the stillness. A question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken fears and dreams unfulfilled. Timo's heart races, caught in the web of that question. Then we lose ourselves, he breathes, the weight of his honesty settling between them, raw and unfiltered. We lose everything we are. I remember the moonlight casting silver over their faces, illuminating the fracture, the yearning, the struggle that binds father and son. In that moment, it becomes clear, the importance of rites and rituals is not simply in the act of remembrance but in the connection they forge, the bridge they create between generations. As they stand on the brink, the forest watches, the spirits holding its breath, waiting for their decision. The shadows murmur, and I feel the pulse of 1,000 stories whispering through the trees, begging to be told. The night grows heavy with anticipation as Timo and Yori remain suspended, caught between the past and an uncertain future. Every heartbeat echoes, a reminder that the story is far from over. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into an abyss, its light feeble against the encroaching shadows. Sinowa stood in the abandoned square, heart pounding, breath catching in her throat like a stone lodged in her chest. The air was still, heavy with a tension so thick she could almost taste it, a metallic tang that clung to her tongue, bitter and unyielding. Somewhere, a raven cawed, its cry piercing the silence like a needle through flesh. She felt the weight of fate lurching, shifting, as if the very fabric of her existence was fraying at the seams. In the distance, the rhythmic thud of horse hooves echoed like a war drum, each beat punctuating her growing anxiety. She was not alone in this moment of dread. Her brother, Eric, stood beside her, resolute yet trembling, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, knuckles white as bone. They had always been bound by blood, but today, the thread that tethered them felt tenuous, fraying under the pressure of choices long made and those yet to come. I can't believe it's come to this, he whispered, eyes darting toward the horizon where shadows gathered like wolves. We were meant for more than this. I remember, Sinoa started, but the words caught in her throat, weighed down by the grief of lost possibilities. I remember the nights we'd laughed beneath the stars, dreaming of the futures we would forge. Now, all we have are these ghosts. Shut up, he snapped, the raw edge of his voice slicing through the melancholy. This isn't the time for nostalgia. But it was. It was all she had left, the echo of laughter, the shimmer of dreams, weaving through her mind like the threads of a tapestry unraveling before her eyes. Each memory twinkled with a bittersweet brilliance, a stark contrast to the harsh reality looming now. They stood at the precipice of their fates, and she felt it, the cold grip of destiny wrapping around her like a shroud, smothering and tantalizing, reminding her that they had danced with time, and now it was time to pay the piper. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if the universe itself were protesting the choices they had made. The hooves grew nearer, pounding against the cobblestones with a ferocity that echoed Sinoa's heartbeat. She glanced at Eric, his face a mask of determination marred by an undercurrent of fear. You can't just stand there, she urged, the urgency spilling from her, raw and unfiltered. We need to move. But Eric, stubborn as the day they'd argued over the last piece of bread, stood his ground. What's the point? We're trapped in this fate, sis. It's all a weaving of destiny, and we're just threads in someone else's design. You know that. She wanted to scream, to shake him into understanding. We can still change it. We can fight. But deep down, a gnawing doubt whispered that he was right. Fate was an intricate web, and they were caught in its snare, just as their mother had forewarned while weaving cloaks in the flickering firelight, her eyes distant and haunted by visions that still clawed at Sinoa's soul. The shadows converged, figures emerging with sinister grace, cloaked in darkness, faces masked by the night. Each step they took sent ripples through the air, and Sinoa felt the ground beneath her shift, a reminder that time was a cruel mistress, spinning tales of loss and despair. And amid this chaos stood her brother, defiant, yet blighted by the burden of expectation. Eric, please, she implored, her voice trembling, fragile as the glass they once played with as children, don't let them, but as she spoke, it was already too late. The figures lunged, the air split with the shriek of metal against metal. She barely had time to register the glint of a blade before Eric charged forward, weapon raised, a fierce warrior caught in the throes of a destiny he had never wanted. In that moment, time stilled. Sinoa's heart thudded loudly in her chest, drowning out the chaos, the blood-curdling cries that echoed around them. Time stretched into eternity, and she could see it all, the choices, the regrets, the memories of their shared laughter now twisted into a cacophony of violence. Eric! The scream ripped from her throat, shattering the silence of her thoughts. She surged forward, feeling the weight of her own inadequacies crash over her like a tidal wave. What had she done? What could she do? The world spiraled into chaos, and she was both a spectator and a participant, the line blurring as the darkness threatened to consume them both. As she fought her way into the fray, a wild determination surged through her veins. The weight of their shared past pushed her forward, fueled by the love that had always been their anchor yet now felt like a noose tightening around her neck. She remembered the promise they made, the dreams woven between them like the strands of fate itself. I won't let you die, she screamed, her voice a raw, visceral sound that twisted the air around them. The tension crackled like lightning, each moment heavy with impending loss. In the midst of the chaos, she glimpsed Eric's fierce eyes, filled with a mixture of fear and resolve, a mirror reflecting her own heartache. But all she could feel was the dread of what lay ahead, the inevitability of fate closing in on them. As they fought side by side, the world around them blurred into a violent swirl of shadows and light, revealing glimpses of their past lives, long-forgotten laughter, shared secrets, the warmth of a sunlit day that now felt like a distant memory. The universe conspired against them, the whispers of fate growing louder, more insistent. But love, that fierce and unyielding force, surged between them, a thread that refused to break. I remember, she gasped, struggling against the tide of despair. I remember when we thought we could conquer the world. And just like that, the realization crashed over her like a wave, their fate was not yet sealed. The tapestry of their lives could be rewoven, one thread at a time, as long as they fought together, refusing to be mere pawns in this cosmic game. In that heart-stopping moment, as blades clashed and darkness clawed at their heels, Sonowa felt the raw power of resilience surge through her. She could change the narrative, reshape their destinies, even if it meant facing the abyss. The battle raged on, but within her, a fire ignited, illuminating the shadows threatening to consume them. "I will fight for our story," she vowed, heart racing, alive with a fierce determination. And as they clashed against the storm, she understood, fate was not a single thread, it was a tapestry, vibrant and chaotic, woven from choices, love, and the relentless pursuit of hope. The woods were alive with whispers, but no one dared to answer. A chill gnawed at the edges of the night, digging deeper into the marrow of the earth, where ancient spirits lingered. The moon hung heavy and low, its silvery light casting ghostly shadows on the dampened ground, each step crackling with the weight of desperation. Yori stood at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding like a war drum, sweat trickling down his back, a reminder of every choice he had made. The air shimmered with something unspeakable, a tension that wrapped around him like a noose, tightening with each shallow breath. His fingers trembled, gripping the talisman that hung around his neck, a crude carving of a bear, a symbol of strength that felt hollow against the specter of his fears. He remembered the tales, oh how they haunted him. Stories of shamans wielding powers that could tear the veil between worlds, bringing forth not just healing, but chaos. The thought twisted inside him like a dagger, sharp and relentless. Across the clearing, the flickering light of the fire illuminated a figure wrapped in furs, eyes like obsidian stones reflecting the flames. Anya, the shaman of their village, stood defiant against the night, her voice a low incantation, beckoning the spirits of the forest. She was fearless, but Yori knew of the shadows that danced behind her fierce gaze. A flicker of doubt, was she losing herself to the very spirit she sought to control? He felt that question coil around him, heavy as the fog that clung to the ground. "Yori," she called, her voice pulling him from the depths of his spiraling thoughts. "Come." It was a command laced with urgency, and he hesitated, caught between the tether of loyalty and the gnawing fear that threatened to swallow him whole. He stepped closer, the darkness wrapping around him like a shroud. He could feel the energy pulsating from Anya, a chaotic force, as though the very fabric of the universe was stretching thin between her and the unknown. Shadows flickered on the edge of his vision, taunting him with unanswered questions. "What have you done?" he whispered, the words escaping before he could swallow them back. Her smile was a ghost, fleeting and sorrowful. "I've opened ourselves to truths that lie beyond," she said, the weight of her words settling like stones in his stomach. "We can heal what is broken, Yori. But there's a price." A price. The echo of it rattled through him, igniting a fear that clawed at his throat. He could see the shadows shifting, something was with them, something ancient and powerful, hungry for more than they could offer. "What if it takes you?" The question hung between them, a chasm of dread. "I remember the stories," she whispered, urgency bleeding into her tone. The shaman must confront the darkness or be consumed by it. "I can't turn back. Not now." He could almost taste her resolve, bitter and metallic like blood. Yori's heart raced, pounding a relentless rhythm. "You don't have to do this alone," he urged, stepping closer, desperation cracking through his facade. "Let me help you." But the fire crackled, the flames curling like tendrils reaching for the skies, and Anya's gaze hardened. "You don't understand, Yori. This isn't about us. It's about the balance. The world needs to remember what it has forgotten." The night seemed to hold its breath, the air thickening with something unspeakable. A low growl echoed from the shadows, a promise of chaos lurking just beyond the firelight. Yori flinched, the primal fear seeping into his bones. He felt the weight of the talisman against his skin, a reminder of his own pitiful strength. "I remember the night my mother fell," he found himself murmuring, the memory surfacing like a ghost. "The fever took her, and all I could do was watch. I wish I could have saved her." The words poured out, raw and unfiltered, a wound that had never fully healed. "I'd do anything to bring her back." Anya turned her gaze away, the shadows deepening around her. "You can't save everyone, Yori." But the growl returned, fiercer this time, a low rumble that resonated in his chest, shaking him to his core. He could feel the darkness encroaching, clawing at the edges of his sanity. Time twisted, and he was not just in the present but lost in the echoes of the past, the screams, the silence, the aching void left behind. Another figure emerged from the trees, his presence like a phantom in the night. Eero, a skeptic who'd always mocked the old ways, stood frozen, his expression a mixture of terror and awe. "You're playing with forces you don't understand," he shouted, his voice cracking. "What if it all goes wrong? What if it doesn't?" Anya shot back, fierce as the storm. "What if we can heal?" Yori felt the pull of their conflicting desires, two sides of a coin spiraling into darkness. Fear ignited his heart, urging him to flee, but something deeper held him firm. The weight of his mother's memory, the ghost of her laughter, fueled his resolve. "We have to try," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, trembling but resolute. As if the very woods reacted to his words, the ground shifted beneath them, and the shadows roared to life, ominous shapes writhing in the darkness, taunting them with the power they sought to reclaim. Anya's incantations rose above the chaos, a melody weaving through the tumult, but Yori could see the fear flickering in her eyes. This was no simple ritual, it was a dance with the very essence of the cosmos, a game of life and death. And then, the moment arrived, a crescendo of energy that crackled through the air like lightning. The fire blazed brighter, illuminating the forest and drawing the shadows closer. Yori felt a visceral connection to the world around him, as if every heartbeat of the earth echoed in his chest. Time stopped, stretching into eternity, and he stood there, suspended between the past and the unknown, torn between fear and hope. Together, Anya breathed, her voice cutting through the suffocating darkness. And in that moment, he realized it was not just her battle, but their collective struggle against fate. As the shadows surged, he reached out, grasping her hand, their fingers intertwining against the might of the unknown. Together, he echoed, a silent prayer against the encroaching darkness. The night held its breath, the cosmos waiting, and the fire burned on, illuminating the path they had chosen, one fraught with danger, yet shimmering with the promise of rebirth. And in that intertwining of hands, of destinies, Yori understood. They were bound by something greater, an unyielding spirit that could defy the very fabric of existence, or succumb to the shadows that beckoned them closer. And still, it was just the beginning. The clock strikes midnight, its echoing chime shattering the silence, reverberating against the crumbling stone walls of the ancient castle. Shadows entwine with the moonlight, flickering like whispers of lost souls, as I stand at the precipice of a nightmare. My heart races, pounding like a war drum, each beat a countdown to the chaos looming in the darkness. I remember the taste of fear, bitter and metallic, as it clings to the back of my throat, a premonition of the storm to come. Alaric stands beside me, his breath heavy with the weight of regret. Eyes once bright with ambition are now clouded, haunted by the demons of his past. I can see it, the flicker of a long-buried memory igniting within him. It's a familiar pain, the kind that gnaws at your insides, turning hope into ash. Alaric, the once untouchable hero, now a prisoner of his own choices, stands on the verge of redemption or ruin. The tension is electric, a taut wire ready to snap. "You shouldn't have come," he mutters, voice low, gravelly, echoing the despair in his soul. "But what does it matter now? I've lost everything, and yet, here we are, tethered by the threads of our shared torment." I clutch the locket around my neck, fingers tracing its surface, a reminder of a love that bloomed like wildflowers in the rubble of war. It belonged to Mara, the light in this suffocating darkness, now extinguished in a blink, a cruel twist of fate that has left only shadows in her wake. I remember her laughter, bright as the sun and just as fleeting, and the chill that sweeps through me feels like a ghost of her presence. "We have to move," I say, forcing the words through clenched teeth, fighting the images of her lifeless body that flicker behind my eyelids like an old film reel. The echo of her name hangs in the air, a bitter reminder of everything I've lost, everything that haunts me. But Alaric's gaze drifts beyond me, fixated on the darkness that stretches like a gaping maw, threatening to swallow us whole. "You don't understand," he murmurs, his voice trembling. Whatever he sees in that abyss is a reflection of his own fears, a fear that I have danced with, one too many times. The irony is palpable. He once saved cities, wielding his sword like a beacon of hope. Now, he stands before the very thing he sought to destroy. This isn't about understanding, I snap, the words sharp and frayed around the edges. This is about survival. My pulse quickens, each thud resonating with the chaos swirling within. If we don't confront our demons, they will consume us. It's an unwritten law of the universe, a truth etched in the fabric of life. The hero's journey isn't just about the battles fought in the open, it's about the wars waged within. And then there's Evangeline, standing on the outskirts of our fractured trio, a storm of emotion swirling in her eyes. She is the wild card, the unpredictable variable in our tragic equation. I can see the ghost of Mara reflected in her, brave yet vulnerable, a warrior clad in the armor of fragility. A single tear glistens on her cheek, a testament to the anguish she carries. What if we fail, she whispers, her voice barely audible, but it cuts through the tension like a blade. The question hangs between us, a heavy fog swirling in the air. I can feel its weight pressing down, suffocating, as if the universe itself is holding its breath. I fight the urge to comfort her. I can't afford the luxury of hope. Not now. Not when failure seems inevitable, lurking like a phantom just beyond our reach. I remember the stories we were told as children, tales of heroes who triumphed against insurmountable odds. But they never prepared us for the suffocating dread of reality, the gnawing doubt that claws at your heart, whispering that perhaps the hero's path isn't paved with glory but riddled with despair. Alaric's eyes dart between us, filled with an intensity that chills me to the bone. He knows the stakes. He knows the darkness that lies in wait. The shadows thicken, and I can almost hear them whispering secrets, their voices a cacophony of lost dreams. The air crackles with unspoken words, the kind that linger in the spaces between breaths. I feel the hairs on my arms stand on end, a primal instinct warning me of the danger closing in. We can't turn back, I say, urgency lacing my voice. Not now. But even as I speak, a flicker of doubt takes root within me. What if we're not meant to emerge from this alive? What if our quest for redemption becomes a funeral march, a lament for souls lost in the devastation of our choices? The clock ticks on, each second a reminder that time is slipping through our fingers like sand, and there's a sense that the end is near, an inescapable conclusion written in the stars. Alaric nods, determination flickering in his eyes, but I see the fear lurking beneath, a fear of failure, of loss, of becoming the very monsters we sought to vanquish. I reach out, grasping his arm, grounding him, grounding myself. It's a moment of connection, fragile yet powerful, reminding us both that even in the depths of despair, we are not alone. Evangeline steps forward, her resolve hardening, the fire of bravery igniting within her. We move together, or not at all, she declares, her voice a battle cry that echoes in the hollow corridors of my heart. She embodies the spirit of every hero, every warrior who ever stood against darkness, and I feel a surge of hope rise within me, a flicker of light cutting through the shadows. But hope is a double-edged sword. It requires courage to wield, and even more to embrace the fear that comes with it. We stand on the brink of confrontation, each heartbeat echoing the gravity of our choices. The darkness looms larger, a suffocating blanket that threatens to suffocate every ounce of light left within us. The journey ahead is fraught with uncertainty, and I can't shake the feeling that we're teetering on the edge of something monumental. With a final glance back at the castle, at the ghosts of our past, I take a step forward, heart pounding, ready to face whatever awaits us in the abyss. The clock continues its relentless march, ticking away the moments that bind us together, the threads of our destinies entwined in a cosmic tapestry of chaos and hope. This is our moment, this is our fight. The hero's journey is an endless cycle of pain and redemption, and we're just beginning. The wind howled like a banshee through the frozen pines, carrying whispers of the past, echoes of ancient stories buried beneath layers of snow. I stood there, breath misting in the frigid air, the icy silence wrapping around me like a shroud. The darkness was thick, pressing in, and for a moment, I felt the weight of it all, the legends, the fear, the unyielding grip of Sami mythology that had seeped into the very bones of this land and its people. Just beyond the trees, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I squinted into the blackness, heart pounding. It was Jaska, his silhouette stark against the whiteness. I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he clenched his fists. He was searching, always searching for something just out of reach, answers in a world steeped in shadows. His dark hair fluttered in the wind, wild and untamed like the man himself, a warrior lost between worlds. "Do you feel it?" he asked, voice tight. "The pull? The call of the old gods? They're restless tonight." His words held an urgency that sent shivers down my spine, twisting my gut like a coiling serpent. I remembered the stories my grandmother once whispered, her voice trembling with reverence. Spirits of the forest, the whispers of the winds, the wailing of the dead, she taught me to respect them. They were not just myths. They were alive, breathing, watching. I had dismissed them as mere tales for children, but standing in the darkness with Jaska, I felt their presence clawing at the edges of my sanity. And then there was Kaija. Sweet, fierce Kaija, her laughter echoing like a melody through the frigid air. She had always been a light in the shadows, a beacon of warmth in the cold, but tonight, that light flickered. I saw it in the way her eyes darted, searching for something, someone. The weight of unspoken fears hung heavy between us, like the looming storm clouds above. "Kaija!" Jaska shouted, breaking my reverie. "You have to come. It's happening." His urgency twisted the air, thickening the tension. We were on the brink of something monumental, something that made the hairs on my arms stand at attention. She emerged from the shadows, breathless, cheeks flushed from the cold and fear. "I know," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "They're coming for him, Jaska. They're coming for all of us." Her words dripped with dread, and I felt the blood drain from my face. The legends we'd laughed about, the tales we thought were just stories, they were creeping into our reality, creeping into our minds like a nightmare we couldn't wake from. Jaska stepped forward, determination etched into every line of his face. "We can't let them take him. Not again." The anguish in his voice was palpable, a raw edge that cut through the night like a blade. This was personal. This was about family, about blood, the ties that bonded us in ways we couldn't comprehend, tied to the stories of our ancestors and their struggles against the unseen. I remembered my grandfather, his voice thunderous as he recounted the tales of the spirits, the bear spirit that protected our kin, the fox spirit that guided the lost, the raven that hovered between life and death. Each creature a guardian, each myth a lesson wrapped in the fabric of existence. But now, those guardians felt like shadows, creeping closer, their intentions dark and twisted. Kaija's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I can't lose anyone else," she whispered, and the weight of her heartbreak settled over us like an iron blanket. I reached for her hand, squeezing it tight, feeling the tremor of her pulse beneath my fingers. "We'll face them together," I promised, even as the tremor of uncertainty rattled my bones. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the flickering light of the fire, a beacon in the darkness but also a warning. The old stories spoke of flames that could ward off evil, yet they also lured the lost and desperate to their demise. The fire crackled, sending embers dancing into the night sky, twinkling like stars in a shroud of despair. "Do you remember the old tales?" Jaska's voice was low, almost reverent. "About how the Sami used to protect themselves from the spirits. The chants, the offerings," his words trailed off, and I could see the gears turning in his mind, the desperate search for a solution. "I remember," I echoed, as if my voice could anchor us to reality. The offerings of reindeer meat, the songs sung under the moonlight. Each memory was a thread, weaving the tapestry of our shared existence, yet it felt so distant now, like an echo fading into the abyss. "Then we need to do it," Kaija declared, fire igniting in her eyes. "We need to summon them, to call them back and remind them of who we are." Her determination was infectious, a spark in the cold night, and I felt the rhythm of her conviction pulse through me. But in the back of my mind, uncertainty loomed like a specter. What if we awakened something better left undisturbed? The darkness around us thickened, whispers curling through the air, teasing our thoughts. The stars blinked out one by one, as if in response to our mortal anxiety, leaving only the cold light of the moon to guide us. Jaska pulled us close, the warmth of his body a stark contrast to the chill that seeped into our bones. "This is our home," he said fiercely. "We have the power to protect it." His words wrapped around me like a promise, yet the fear bubbled beneath the surface, a festering sore that refused to heal. I glanced into the woods, the trees towering like sentinels, their branches clawing at the sky. Shadows danced, twisting and writhing in grotesque forms. What dwelled in those depths? What had been stirred awake by our intentions? The legends warned of consequences, of pacts made in desperation, but we were bound by blood, by love, by the fear of losing what little we had left. "Let's go," Jaska urged, pulling us towards the fire. "Tonight, we reclaim our stories." And so we stepped into the darkness, hearts pounding, knowing we were on the cusp of reckoning with the very legends that shaped our lives. What awaited us would either bind us closer or tear us apart forever, but in that moment, we were united, not just by fear, but by the unbreakable thread of myth and memory, pulling us toward an uncertain future filled with shadows dancing in the night. A wolf's howl splintered the chilling silence of the night, slicing through the heavy air like a blade. I stood still, transfixed, as if the sound had peeled back the layers of the universe, revealing something raw and untamed. The moon hung low, a witness to secrets and dreams, the stuff of nightmares and whispers. The forest around me felt alive, pulsating with the energy of ancient stories that begged to be told, stories that tangled with my very soul. I remember being there, heart pounding in my chest, the weight of a prophecy pressing against me like a shroud. Kaija, my sister, had seen it in her dreams, the dark shadow creeping through our village, devouring hope, leaving only despair in its wake. I could see her now, a flicker of flame against the encroaching darkness. Her eyes had danced with fear and determination as she recounted her vision, the smell of smoke and ash still clinging to her like a haunting perfume. "We have to prepare," she insisted, her voice a quivering thread, "or it will consume us all." And then there was Eero, our childhood friend, whose laughter once echoed through the village like a melody. He stood apart from us now, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The dreams had come for him too, tainted by visions of loss and regret, shadows that twisted his heart. The laughter had drained away, replaced by an ache that settled deep within him. I watched as he clenched his fists, knuckles white, his spirit teetering on the edge of despair. "It's just a dream," he muttered, yet I could see the fear wrapped around his words like a noose. I remember the night when everything changed, when the fabric of our reality began to unravel. The clock struck midnight, its eerie chime echoing through the stillness, and the shadows grew long and menacing. Kaija screamed, a sound that shattered the night, and I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet as if it were responding to her fear. "It's coming," she cried, and I felt the truth of it reverberate through my bones. The dreams weren't just figments of our imagination, they were doorways, glimmers of truth woven through the tapestry of our lives. I had heard the elders speak of them, visions that bridged the world of the living and the dead, that whispered to us from the depths of our souls, revealing both our greatest fears and our fiercest hopes. But now, these dreams had turned sinister, shadows morphing in the corners of our minds, taunting us with what could be, what would be if we didn't act. The memories clawed at me, raw and unrelenting. I remembered the stories, the tales of heroes and monsters that filled our nights. The Kalevala, they called it, a saga of gods and mortals, a reflection of our own struggles. Yet, in those tales, the lines between dreams and reality blurred, and I found myself questioning what was real and what was merely a cruel figment of my imagination. As the night deepened, the air grew thick with tension. I turned to Kaija and Eero, our faces illuminated by the flickering glow of the fire, each of us trapped in our own labyrinth of dreams. "We have to confront it," I said, a surge of defiance overtaking me. I could feel the heat of my resolve, a fire igniting within, but the fear lingered, gnawing at the edges of my courage. The spectre of despair loomed in the background, waiting to pounce. Kaija's eyes glistened, tears caught in the web of her lashes. "What if we fail?" she whispered, and my heart ached at the vulnerability in her voice. The weight of our shared history pressed on my chest, each moment of laughter, of sorrow, the echoes of dreams unfulfilled. I could almost taste the bitterness of regret, a metallic tang that left me gasping for breath. "What if we don't?" Eero's voice was barely above a murmur, but it sliced through the tension like a knife. He looked at us, his expression hardening, a veil lifting from his eyes. "We owe it to ourselves to fight back, to face whatever darkness lurks behind our dreams. I felt the pulse of his words, a flicker of hope igniting. Together, we would unravel the threads of fate, confront the visions that haunted us. The time had come to face the shadows, to step into the unknown with nothing but our hearts as shields. As we stood, a silent pact forming between us, the air shifted. A low rumble echoed through the woods, a warning that sent shivers racing down my spine. The shadows deepened, coiling around us like serpents, a tangible manifestation of our fears. I could feel the dreams pressing against us, a cacophony of voices whispering urgent truths, secrets begging to be uncovered. I remember thinking of the stars, how they flickered above us, indifferent to our plight. Time itself seemed to bend and stretch, each second a weight, a reminder of our fragile existence. The cosmos bore witness to our struggles, a vast tapestry of life and death, of dreams that twisted and turned like the wind through the trees. And then, as if the universe had conspired against us, darkness surged forth, a tide of nightmares crashing against our fragile resolve. I clutched Kaija's hand, her warmth grounding me in a storm of panic. Aero stepped forward, a warrior clad in the armor of his pain, ready to face whatever horror awaited us. The confrontation loomed like a specter before us, an inevitable clash of dreams and reality. Remember, I whispered, we are not defined by our fears, but by how we rise against them. And in that moment, I felt the weight of our collective resolve, the unbreakable bond of siblings and friends forged in the fires of despair. The night stretched onward, a tapestry woven with dreams, visions, and the promise of a battle yet to come. Shadows danced around us, secrets hung thick in the air, and I knew, deep in the marrow of my bones, that this was only the beginning. Each heartbeat resonated with purpose, a rhythm that echoed through time, an unyielding pulse that would not be silenced. In the depths of that darkness, we stood united. The forest was alive with the whispers of the past, and as we prepared to confront our destiny, I could feel the fabric of fate shifting, spinning a tale that was only just beginning to unfold. The moon hung low, a silver coin cast against the vast, shimmering black of the lake. Shadows danced on its surface, ripples whispering secrets of the deep. I stood there, rooted, as the night wrapped around me like a shroud, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and ancient tales. The water breathed, heaved, as if alive, pulsing with a life of its own, and I felt a shiver race down my spine. I remember the stories I'd heard, of spirits that lurked beneath the surface, waiting, watching, hungry for the unwary. They haunted my thoughts, clawing at the edges of my sanity. Lila? The voice cut through the stillness, startling me from my reverie. Jacob, always the reckless one, stumbled toward the edge, his laughter echoing in the silence, blissfully unaware of the danger that coiled like a serpent beneath the surface. I wanted to reach out, grab him by the collar, pull him back. Instead, I stayed rooted, my heart a tempest, beating wildly against the walls of my chest. "Come on, don't be such a baby," he called, throwing pebbles into the lake, each one a jarring note in the symphony of night. But I remembered the stories of the water spirits, how they lured the unsuspecting with laughter and light, then dragged them into darkness, never to return. My mind churned with images of lost souls, their faces twisted in terror, fingers clawing at the depths. I felt the weight of despair pressing down on me, a darkness that seeped into my bones. "Lila?" His voice again, but now tinged with urgency. "Look!" I tore my gaze from the water as a figure emerged, gliding across the surface, a woman, ethereal, her long hair flowing like liquid silver. My breath caught, the world narrowing to her haunting beauty. Her eyes, deep as the abyss, locked onto mine, and in that moment, everything shifted. "Don't, Jacob!" My voice tore from my throat, a desperate plea. But he was entranced, stepping closer, drawn into her web. I could see the glimmer of her smile, sweet like honey, but underneath it lurked something darker, a predator hiding beneath the facade of innocence. "Come closer," she beckoned, her voice a soft caress, yet it sent icy fingers creeping down my spine. I felt the pull of the water, the seductive call of the depths, and I fought it with every ounce of my strength. "Jacob, don't!" But he was lost, his eyes vacant, the laughter gone, replaced by a haunting stillness. My heart raced, the thud echoing in my ears, a frantic drumbeat drowning out all reason. And then, a flash of memory, my mother, her voice trembling as she shared the tales of our ancestors, brave warriors who had faced the spirits of the lakes and rivers. They are beautiful, but they are deadly, she had warned. Never trust them. It was a mantra I had repeated in my mind as a child, but here, faced with the embodiment of those nightmares, I felt the weight of her warning crush me. The woman's smile widened, revealing a hint of something sharp, something primal. "Join me, Jacob," she cooed, and I could see the moment he faltered, the shadow of doubt passing over his face. "You will be like me, beautiful, timeless. Run!" I screamed, fear clawing at my throat. But it was too late. The lake surged, and Jacob stumbled. The woman reached out, her fingers brushing against him, and the air crackled with an energy that made my skin prickle. I watched, horrified, as the water rose up, tendrils of mist swirling, curling around him like a lover's embrace. "Lila?" His voice broke, a ragged whisper, and in that moment, I saw it all, the despair etched into his features, the realization that he was teetering on the edge of oblivion. My heart shattered, 1,000 tiny pieces splintering inside me. I had to save him. I plunged forward, feet sinking into the muddy bank, the cold water lapping at my legs, pulling me in as if it had a mind of its own. "Jacob, hold on!" I reached for him, my hand stretching across the chasm of space between us. He was slipping, the glimmer of the woman's smile mocking me, taunting my desperation. "Help me!" His voice was a plea, raw with terror, and I felt the weight of my own failures, the times I hadn't been there, the moments I had let fear win. I remembered the way he smiled, always the light in my darkness, and in that memory, a spark ignited within me. Drawing on every ounce of will, I grasped the cold, slick edge of the dock and pulled myself toward him. The woman hissed, a serpent's warning. The water boiled and churned, rising higher, demanding its due. But I wouldn't let go. "You don't belong to her!" I shouted, my voice breaking the spell, the air thick with tension as I reached for him again. And for a heartbeat, time hung suspended, the world narrowing to just the two of us, caught in the web of fate. The woman's form blurred, her beauty shifting into something monstrous, and I felt the fear clawing at my throat, choking me. "Jacob, come back! You are not hers!" I felt the surge of the lake, the desperate cries of lost souls echoing around me, whispers of warning, of grief. I was not just fighting for him, I was fighting for all those who had been taken, for every tear shed on the banks of this cursed water. With one last surge of strength, I lunged, fingers outstretched, and finally caught his wrist. The moment our skin connected, the energy pulsed, a shockwave that rippled through the air. In that instant, I saw the flicker of hope ignite in his eyes. "Lila? Hold on!" I pulled with every ounce of strength I had left, the water clawing at my legs, desperate to reclaim its prize. The tendrils of mist recoiled, hissing in rage, but I didn't care. I felt him slipping, but I held on, anchored by love, by fear, by the will to survive. The woman's face twisted into a snarl, her beauty melting away to reveal something monstrous, an ancient rage, a hunger that knew no bounds. "You cannot take him!" But I would not relent. I pulled harder, feeling the warmth of Jacob as he gripped my wrist, our hearts pounding in unison as I dragged him back to the shore, each inch a battle against the tide. The night air crackled with tension, the lake seething in fury, but I was relentless. "Lila, Jacob gasped, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and gratitude, and in that moment, I knew. We were forever changed. We had faced the water spirits, tasted the darkness that lurked beneath the surface, and clawed our way back into the light. As we broke free from the grip of the lake, the woman let out a wail that echoed through the night, a blend of sorrow and rage that chilled me to the bone. I turned to look, but she was gone, swallowed by the depths, leaving only the whisper of her promise lingering in the air. In the aftermath, silence enveloped us, heavy and thick. Jacob and I collapsed on the shore, breathless, heart still racing. But I felt it then, something shifting. The air shimmered with an electricity, an unspoken bond forged in fear and love, forever tying us to the water, to the spirits that watched from the shadows. And in that haunting stillness, I knew the stories would never truly end. The water would always call, always hunger for new souls, and we were now part of that tale, two survivors etched into the fabric of the myth surrounding lakes and rivers, forever entwined with the spirits that dance beneath. The crackling hunger of flames licked the air, searing the night with a vivid urgency. I stood there, feet planted on scorched earth, the acrid scent of smoke curling into my lungs, mingling with the salt of my tears. Shadows danced grotesquely, flickering shapes that whispered secrets and sorrows. In that moment, I was not just a witness, I was a part of the fiery chaos consuming everything I held dear. Across the sparking embers, I saw Mara. Her hair was a wild halo of fire, bright against the darkness, and her eyes were pools of despair. She clutched a charred photo to her chest, its edges blackened, a relic of a life now turned to ash. "We were supposed to build a future," she screamed, her voice ragged, echoing through the stillness, reverberating against the encroaching night. "This was our creation, our hope. And now look at it." But what could I say? I felt the weight of my silence like a stone in my throat, an unending guilt that suffocated me. I was the architect of this destruction, the one who dared to play with fire. I remembered the night we lit the first flames, the laughter, the dreams coiling into the smoke. I remember the promise made beneath the stars. Then there was Lyle, standing at the edge of the inferno, a silhouette against the flames. His face was pale, a mask of horror. He always sought control, always craved the spark that ignited his spirit. But this time, the flames had escaped him. "Mara," he called, his voice trembling as he reached out, a desperate gesture that felt like a promise and a farewell all at once. "We can fix this. We can rebuild. Just don't lose hope." Hope. Such a fragile, flickering thing, like the embers that floated away into the night. I watched as Mara turned to him, eyes blazing with a mix of rage and sorrow. "You think you can fix this? You think you can just wave your hands and make it all right?" The fire roared, a beast unleashed, and I felt its heat licking at my skin. Memory washed over me in waves, each moment a brush with the divine and the destructive. The stories whispered by the old ones, where fire was both creator and destroyer, a primal force that echoed through history. I could almost hear them, the gods of flame and fury, lovers intertwined in a dance of creation and annihilation. "Let's just go," Lyle urged, but he was pleading, not commanding, and I could see it in his eyes, fear was tightening its grip. "We have to run." And yet I stood frozen in the chaos, caught between the past and future, the flames and the memories. It was all slipping away, and I felt the weight of the world on my shoulders. I remembered the first time Mara and I sat by the fire, wrapped in warmth and dreams. "Look," I had said, pointing to the stars. "We'll be up there one day." Now, those stars felt impossibly far, swallowed by the smoke that choked the sky. Lyle's voice broke through the haze, sharp and urgent. "We can't let it consume us. We have to fight back." He grabbed my arm, and the touch sent a jolt through me. The warmth was familiar, a reminder of what we once built together, and I felt the tears threaten to spill over. But the fire wasn't just consuming our surroundings, it was eating away at us, at our resolve, our trust, our once unbreakable bond. The night was full of howls, the wind carrying away our screams, mixing them with the fire's crackle. I could feel Mara's rage simmering, bubbling just beneath the surface, ready to explode. "Fight back," she shouted, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "What do you know about fighting? You think you can battle flames with courage? You think you can battle despair with empty words?" Her anguish pierced through the haze of the moment, and I realized how deeply we were all scarred, how our choices had led us to this very point, a conflagration of regrets, dreams turned to cinders. The ground trembled beneath us, the earth moaning as if aware of the chaos above. I turned, my heart racing, and glimpsed the shadows stretching, creeping forward with malicious intent. "We need to leave," I whispered, but the words tasted like ash. But Mara was unyielding, a tempest of grief and fury. "We can't run. We can't hide." The firelight flickered on her face, illuminating the cracks in her spirit. "We need to face what we've done." Lyle's breath hitched as he framed her in his gaze, the weight of her words heavy in the air. But what if facing it means losing everything? The flames roared louder, an anthem of destruction, and I felt the tears streaming down my cheeks. In that moment, time shifted. Memories warped and twisted. It was a cycle, a repetitive dance of creation and destruction, where the fire was both the womb of existence and the grave of our aspirations. Remember the stars, the stories. I murmured, a quiet plea. They tell us of rebirth, of ash that becomes new life. But the shadows whispered back, taunting, reminding us of the cost of creation. The flickering flames echoed our fears, our failures, the weight of choices made. Each heartbeat resonated with the truth of our existence, the brutality of our humanity. Mara turned away, her shoulders shaking, and I felt the fracture deepening. And yet, a flicker of hope ignited within me. As the fire raged, a new story was beginning to weave itself through the ashes, a reminder that even from destruction, creation lurked just beneath the surface. Let's find the strength to rise, I whispered, but the flames crackled, drowning my voice in their hunger. The night was alive with the promise of rebirth and the shadow of despair, a delicate balance teetering on the edge of oblivion, and we stood at the heart of it, ready or not. The fire continued its relentless dance, consuming, reshaping, and within its chaotic embrace, the echoes of our lives lingered, entwined with the smoke and memory, suspended in a moment that felt infinite. The air crackled with tension, a palpable promise of violence lingering like the metallic taste of blood. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the shadows stretched and coiled around me in the dim light of the forest. The trees whispered secrets, their branches snagging at my clothes like the desperate fingers of ghosts seeking solace. I could feel the weight of fate pressing down, an invisible hand squeezing my heart, and I knew, that something was about to shatter. In the flickering twilight, there was Väinämöinen, his silver hair glistening like moonlight on a frozen lake. He was a man of songs, but now he stood silent, his eyes darkened by an abyss of sorrow. His lute lay broken at his feet, strings dangling like the frayed threads of his spirit. I remembered when he sang to the stars, coaxing magic from the very fabric of the universe, yet here he was, stripped of his power, a relic of pain amidst the wild chaos around us. I felt his grief wash over me, heavy, suffocating. A hero reduced to a shadow. "Why do you linger, old friend?" I whispered, but my voice felt small, insignificant against the cacophony of turmoil. The stillness of his gaze pierced through me, a reminder that even legends could falter. He was searching, seeking something lost, something that flickered just beyond reach, like the fleeting glow of a firefly in the dimness. And then there was Kalevala, a boy shaped by tragedy, his heart a tempest of rage and despair. I could see it in the way his fists clenched, knuckles white, as if he could crush the world around him. He appeared from the shadows, a living storm, remnants of a childhood ravaged by cruelty etched into every line of his face. I remembered his laughter, once innocent, now twisted into something unrecognizable, a war cry against the gods who had forsaken him. "Väinämöinen," he roared, a sound that echoed through the trees like thunder. "Do you hear me? Do you hear the cries of those who've suffered?" His pain cut through the air, sharp and raw, a blade that left no room for solace. I felt it vibrate in my bones, resonating with the ache in my own heart. This was a boy turned warrior, a captive of his own vengeance, and I could see the path of destruction laid before him, a road paved with the broken bodies of dreams. "Calm yourself." Väinämöinen's voice was steadier than I expected, but even he could not conceal the tremor of desperation. "You are consumed by the shadows of your past. Do not let them guide your hand, they are treacherous." But Kalevala was already lost, his soul intertwined with a darkness that whispered sweet lies of retribution. "You speak of shadows as if they can be shaken off like winter's chill," he spat, eyes burning with an intensity that could ignite the very stars. "What do you know of suffering? You live in the songs, while I drown in the silence of my own despair." The air thickened, charged with their conflict, each word a strike that landed heavily, a reminder of scars unhealed. I shifted, feeling the weight of their anguish pressing down on me. I wanted to interject, to soothe, to bridge the chasm between them, but the words caught in my throat like a choking vine. As Kalevala's anger bubbled to the surface, a primal scream escaped him. He was an embodiment of rage, fury given flesh. I could see it, a fierce tempest raging against the world, against fate itself, and it was terrifyingly beautiful. Somewhere deep inside, I felt a flicker of empathy for this boy who had lost everything, who was fighting a war both within and without. Why should I forgive? He snarled, his voice breaking. Why should I not seek retribution against those who've wronged me? And in that moment, I saw Väinämöinen's pain morph into something deeper, an understanding that shook him to his core. Because vengeance will not fill the chasm of your grief, Kalevala, he said, his voice softer now, yet filled with the weight of ancient wisdom. It will only lead you deeper into the dark, where even the light of your own soul cannot follow. Something in Kalevala's posture shifted, a flicker of doubt breaking through his fierce facade. For just a heartbeat, he hesitated, and I felt the world breathe. The trees held their breath, the shadows paused, and the very fabric of the night seemed to lean in, waiting. Yet before hope could bloom, Kalevala's rage surged anew, undeterred by the flickering light of wisdom. Do not preach to me, old man. You who has nothing to lose. His fury lashed out, a tempest unleashed, and I could feel the air vibrate with the intensity of his outburst. You speak of light, but I am forever cloaked in darkness. What do you know of loss? It struck like a bell tolling at midnight, reverberating through the silence surrounding us. In that moment, a ghost of memory swept through me, the faces of those I have lost, the dreams I have buried beneath the weight of reality. I knew Kalevala's pain, could taste it on my tongue like bitter ash. We are all haunted by our own shadows, aren't we? Haunted by the echoes of the past, by the unanswered questions that claw at our hearts. And there, amidst the chaos, I glimpsed a truth that had eluded me. We are all, in some way, shaped by our scars, by our fears, our hopes, and our relentless pursuit of something that feels just out of reach. As the forest trembled with the weight of their confrontation, I realized this was not merely a clash of wills, it was a dance of souls, two spirits grappling with the very essence of existence. Would Kalevala succumb to the darkness, or, in the face of despair, could he find a flicker of something brighter? In this moment, time stretched and twisted like a cosmic thread, each heartbeat resonated, echoing into the night as I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable collision. The shadows shifted again, pulling closer, as if to whisper their secrets, and I knew the confrontation was merely the beginning. The real battle lay ahead, a tempest of choices to be made, of paths to be forged or forsaken. And as I stood there, consumed by the intensity of it all, I could only wonder, what would tomorrow bring? What ghosts would we face, and would we find the courage to dance with them or turn away? The night held its breath, and I dared not move, caught in the web of their pain, their love, and their unfathomable longing for something just beyond the veil. The air crackles with tension, a storm brewing just beyond the treetops. I stand there, heart pounding in my chest, the weight of ancient myths pressing down on my shoulders like a shroud. A howl cuts through the night, piercing the silence, a sound both haunting and familiar. It is the wail of the lost souls, echoing through the forests of Finland, where shadows twist and dance, whispering secrets only the brave dare to seek. I can feel it, the pulse of a nation thrumming in my veins. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, the tales of Väinämöinen and Ilmarinen, echoes of a time when gods walked among us, shaping our fates with their divine hands. There's Aino, standing at the edge of the clearing, her eyes reflecting the moonlight, glistening like shards of broken glass. She is a storm trapped in a fragile body, torn between duty and desire, the weight of her lineage clinging to her like a second skin. Her breath is shallow, a rhythmic dance of fear and courage. You don't understand, she whispers, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. They are coming for me. But they are not just coming for her, no, they are coming for all of us. I can feel it, a collective dread curling around my heart, a dark tendril that wraps tighter with every heartbeat. The world outside these trees is alive with chaos, a cacophony of voices screaming for identity, struggling to find meaning in the shifting sands of time. Aino is the embodiment of that struggle. She is both warrior and captive, fighting against the tides of expectation, caught in a web woven from the fabric of history. I remember the nights when we would laugh about the old tales, spinning fantasies around the fire. Now, laughter is a distant memory, replaced by the echoes of drums and the clash of swords. Then there's Laurie, a man forged in the fires of conflict, his spirit battered but unbroken. He paces in the shadows, his brow furrowed with the weight of decisions that threaten to unravel everything. You think the stories protect us, he growls, as if the very air is tainted with disbelief. They are our chains, Aino. They bind us to a past that no longer exists. His voice trembles with a raw intensity, each word cutting through the fog of uncertainty that blankets the night. I can feel his anger, a raging tempest that mirrors the storms gathering on the horizon. He is a warrior without a battle, a man at war with himself, and his tormented soul resonates with mine. The clock ticks, each second a reminder of our impending fate. Time becomes a ghost, haunting us with its relentless passage. The clock's hands are jagged, sharp as broken glass, cutting into the fabric of our existence. I remember the tales of the Kalevala, how heroes faced monsters, demons lurking in the shadows of their own making. I wonder, are we not those heroes? Or perhaps, we are the monsters, shackled by our own myths, our own identities consuming us from within. As the wind howls louder, I catch a glimpse of our future, a future steeped in uncertainty, yet vibrant with possibility. Aino steps closer to Laurie, her hand trembling as it reaches for his. The warmth of her touch ignites a spark within him, a flicker of hope that threatens to break through the darkness. We are more than our stories, she breathes, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the turmoil. We can write our own. But can we? Can a nation reborn from the ashes of its own mythology carve a new identity, free from the shackles of the past? I see the ghosts of our ancestors watching, their faces mirroring our fears, their eyes pleading for us to remember. I remember the myths that shaped us, the gods that guided our hands, the battles fought in the name of survival. They did not simply fade away, they linger, entwined with our lives, a haunting melody that plays in the background of our existence. The night thickens, the shadows lengthening, creeping toward us like a predator stalking its prey. I can feel the weight of their gaze, the pressure mounting like a vice around my chest. The stories we hold dear are both a blessing and a curse, pulling us into their depths while simultaneously offering a lifeline. The myths are alive, breathing, and in their embrace, we are both lost and found. Aino's voice trembles again, filled with an urgency that electrifies the air. We can't let them take us, she insists, her eyes blazing with a fire that ignites the very core of my being. Not now, not ever. Her words hang in the air, echoing like thunder, a declaration of war against the shackles that bind us to our past. And in that moment, I see it, the kaleidoscope of emotion swirling around us, intertwining like vines in a forgotten forest. Joy, fear, anger, hope. Each feeling a brushstroke on the canvas of our identity, creating a tapestry that is both exquisite and terrifying. We are warriors, bound by our stories yet desperately yearning to rewrite them. Are we ready? Laurie asks, his voice a low growl, every syllable laced with the weight of a nation's grief. I can feel the intensity in the air, a palpable energy thrumming like a heartbeat beneath our feet. The trees sway, the winds whisper, and the moon watches, a silent witness to our reckoning. And as we stand on the precipice, staring into the abyss of uncertainty, I realize, this is not just about Aino or Laurie or me. This is about every Finnish soul intertwined in the fabric of our existence, every heartbeat echoing through the annals of history. We are the embodiment of our myths, each step forward a rebellion against the ghosts that haunt us. The night is alive with possibilities, a canvas waiting for our story to be painted anew. I take a deep breath, a rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins, and in that moment, everything shifts. The storm may be upon us, but we will not cower in fear. We will rise, our voices rising like a chorus against the night, demanding to be heard. Our identity is not just a relic of the past, it is a living, breathing force that shapes our every move. And as the howls of the lost souls echo in the distance, I remember. I remember everything. I remember who we are and who we can become. The past is our teacher, but the future is ours to forge. The clash of destiny awaits, and we are ready. The blizzard roared, a feral howl that shattered the night. It consumed the landscape, swallowing every trace of civilization, the biting wind a ghostly hand gripping at the throat. I stood amidst it, a frozen sentinel, heart racing like the pulse of a drum. The world melted away into a white abyss. I remember the cold like a thief, stealing warmth, hope, breath. There was only me in the Arctic, a vast, indifferent beast, a living entity of ice and snow, and it felt like a warning. Around me, shadows danced, dark figures, remnants of memory. I could almost hear their whispers, stories of ancient tribes, of hunters who had ventured too far into the night, drawn by the shimmering auroras that painted the sky in colors of insanity. They spoke of the North, the myths it spun around the hearts of men, tales told over the dying embers of fires. I could almost see their faces in the snowflakes, fleeting but vivid, a reminder that the Arctic had always held dominion over life and death. Anna! A voice burst through the chaos. Michael, my younger brother, his face a mask of desperation framed by the flurry. His breath billowed like smoke, a ghost rising from the ground. We need to move. His eyes, those stormy seas, mirrored my own panic. Fear gnawed at him, but so did stubbornness. He was an anchor, and yet, I was the one who was supposed to keep him safe. We were two souls lost in this unforgiving expanse, bound by blood and burdened by the weight of our past. Anna, he cried again, urgency twisting his words. I could taste the salt of his anxiety, sharp against my tongue. I remember the stories we shared as children, our mother huddling us close, recounting tales of the North. She would speak of the spirits that roamed the frozen wilderness, the ancient ones whose laughter echoed in the wind, whose vengeance was as fierce as the winter storms. They watch us, she'd say, her eyes wide with conviction. They know our fears, our desires. Do not anger them. But here we were, caught in their realm, and I could feel the weight of those stories pressing down on us like the heavy snow on the trees. Anna, please! Michael's voice cracked, slicing through my reverie. He tugged at my jacket, his small hands trembling. His fingers were ice, and I wanted to wrap him in warmth, to shield him from this beast. But I felt hollow, a shell of the sister I should have been. The Arctic was relentless, an unforgiving judge. It offered no solace, only the sharp bite of reality. I looked at Michael, saw the fear etched into his brow, the defiance in his stance despite the tremors that betrayed him. He was 17, still clinging to the last fragments of boyhood, while I was 20. Where had my strength gone? I should have protected him, like the heroine of one of those tales, but I could barely keep myself from shattering. Let's go! I shouted, the words lost in the wind. I grabbed his arm, and together we stumbled forward, each step a fight against the howling spectre that sought to claim us. The snow was unforgiving beneath our boots, a treacherous path obscured by the fury of the storm. The night seemed alive, shadows flickering at the edges of our vision, and I felt it, the weight of 1,000 eyes watching us, judging our every move. Do you believe in the stories, Anna? Michael asked, breathless, a hint of childish wonder still lingering in his voice, even now. Do you think they're out here? For a moment, I hesitated. I remember how I laughed at the myths, how they felt light and airy, mere fabrications to me. But now, standing on the precipice of the unknown, I understood the weight they carried. It doesn't matter what I believe, I replied, my voice barely rising above the storm. What matters is surviving. The wind shrieked like the cries of the forgotten, and I pulled Michael close. We clung to each other, two fragile beings against an ancient, unforgiving force. I felt the cold seep into my bones, but deeper than that, I felt despair creeping in, wrapping around my heart like a vice. Was this our end? The thought curled through my mind like a serpent, squeezing tight. Look! Michael shouted suddenly, his eyes bright with an urgency that ignited a spark within me. Ahead, through the chaos, I saw it, a dim light flickering against the darkness. It was a beacon, a fire, our salvation. But as we rushed toward it, a sudden chill pierced through me. This was no ordinary fire, it flickered and danced with a life of its own, restless and wild. I could feel its pull, a magnetic force drawing me closer, like the haunting melody of an ancient song. Anna, Michael warned, his voice trembling with fear. What if it's a trap? Traps were all around us in this cursed land, yet I felt something primal in the flicker of that flame, a connection to the stories of old. I wanted to believe in the warmth it promised, in the safety it might offer. But doubt clawed at my gut, whispering the ancient tales of souls lost, lured by the myth of safety, only to find themselves ensnared by the darkness. "Stay close," I murmured, the words a fragile shield against the encroaching shadows. With every step, the weight of my world pressed down upon me, a burden I could no longer carry alone. And as we neared the fire, the light revealed silhouettes moving, figures swaying like whispers in the wind. I felt an electric thrill run through my veins. Were they friends or foes? Would they lift us from this nightmare, or would they become another layer of our torment? We hesitated, caught in the paradox of hope and despair, reality and myth. The air crackled around us, electric with tension, and I realized with a jolt that the Arctic was watching. It was a living tapestry of every heartbreak, every longing, spun into the very fabric of the night. I could see the ghosts of the past, their faces twisted in agony and joy, intermingling with our own. "Anna," Michael began, but the words caught in his throat, his gaze fixed on the fire ahead. In that moment, I understood. This was our reckoning, our confrontation with the very essence of what it meant to be alive in a world that thrived on stories, both beautiful and macabre. As we stood on the precipice of the unknown, we were not just two figures against the unforgiving backdrop of the Arctic, we were the embodiment of every myth ever told, every secret the North had ever whispered. The fire flickered, beckoning us closer, and I felt the tension unwind, a fragile thread that threatened to snap as we took our first step toward the light. Each heartbeat resonated like a drum, pulling us deeper into the grip of the night, drawing us toward the confrontation that awaited beyond the veil. And as we moved forward, the shadows danced, promises and perils entwined, a reminder that the Arctic would always hold dominion over life and death. The chill of the night air wraps around me like a shroud, a cold reminder of the battles fought and lost in the shadows of ancient trees. I stand in the heart of a forgotten forest, the moonlight filtering through the branches, illuminating the faces of two souls caught in a tempest. Kaija's breath comes in sharp gasps, her eyes wide with the weight of unspoken words. Yori stands before her, fists clenched, a storm brewing in his chest as he wrestles with the very essence of what it means to be a man in a world steeped in tradition. "I remember," she whispers, trembling, "the stories my grandmother told me. Stories of women wielding the power of life and death, of love and betrayal. They were fierce, like the winds howling through the pines." But her voice falters, heavy with the burden of expectation. The echoes of those tales twist around her like the vines that cling to the trees, promising strength yet suffocating her spirit. Yori's face is a mask of conflict. "What good are those stories now?" he barks, the emotion spilling over like a dam breaking. "What does it matter if you're fierce when you're chained to the hearth?" He longs to break free from the shackles of his own gender role, a role that demands he be the protector, the provider, an unwavering rock against the storms of fate. Yet, beneath the bravado, his heart trembles with fear, afraid of losing himself to the very expectations that define him. "Don't you see?" Kaija pleads, her voice rising like the wind, fierce and untamed. "Those stories are our inheritance. We are not just shadows of men. We are the fire that fuels the stars." Her words ignite something deep within him, a flicker of understanding that dances just out of reach. The forest holds its breath, a witness to their struggle. The trees lean closer, their gnarled branches listening as they grapple with the weight of their identities. The night is alive with tension, the air thick with unspoken truths that hang like heavy fog. "I remember," I whisper, standing outside this whirlwind of emotion, the laughter of women weaving spells, the songs of men forging destinies. Each memory ripples through me, a tapestry of contrasts, of roles intertwined yet forever at odds. The women in Finnish mythology are warriors, goddesses, and seers, wielding power that transcends the earthly confines of their lives. Yet here, in this moment, Kaija feels like a ghost of all those legends, trapped in a reality that refuses to honor her strength. "Yori, listen," Kaija's voice quivers, rising like a phoenix from the ashes. "We are both bound by what the world has carved for us. But we can carve our own path." His eyes narrow, the storm within him raging. "But what if we're lost?" he shouts, each syllable a dagger.
What if breaking free leads us to nothing?
His fear morphs into anger, a last-ditch effort to cling to the familiar. He's terrified of the unknown, of a world that could swallow him whole if he dares to challenge the stories that have held sway for centuries. I would rather be lost than chained, she breathes, desperation lacing her words like a fine thread. The moon casts an ethereal glow on her face, illuminating the resolve simmering beneath her doubt. I would rather fight for my voice than become a whisper in the darkness. In that moment, the air crackles with unshed tears and unvoiced dreams. The forest seems to bend closer, the shadows thickening around them, eager to absorb their pain. The night witnesses the birth of a conflict, a dance of opposing wills that echoes the age-old stories of gods and mortals. Every tale ever told is a battle, I think to myself, feeling the weight of history pressing down like a stone. Every struggle is an echo of the past, a reflection in the water. Underneath the cosmos, where time stretches like the vastness of space, every heartbeat resonates with the energy of those who fought before them. Yori's fists unclench slowly, the sudden release filled with uncertainty. But what if we fail? He finally asks, his voice a mere whisper, trembling like the leaves rustling in the wind. Kaija steps closer, her gaze unwavering. Then we fail together, she says, her tone fierce yet tender, a promise wrapped in vulnerability. But at least we'll have tried. The forest holds its breath, the tension palpable, a living entity that senses the shift in the tide. As the moon casts a light so bright it almost burns, they stand on the precipice of something new, something terrifyingly beautiful. Remember the stories, she urges, the ones where the heroes don't always win but teach others to rise. And in that instant, I see it, the spark igniting within them both, a flicker of hope. It's a battle not just against the night but against the very fabric of their existence. They are generations of souls entwined together, fighting against the chains of gender roles that bind them, a struggle echoing through the annals of time. Together, Yori breathes, the word hanging in the air, fragile yet defiant. We make our own destiny. The night hums with possibility. The ghosts of ancient warriors linger, brushing against their skin, connecting them to a lineage of power and defiance. The forest whispers ancient secrets, and for the first time, Kaija and Yori feel their identities shift within the tapestry of life, no longer confined by the roles imposed upon them, but emerging as creators of their fate. And as I stand there, a silent witness, I realize this story isn't over. It threads into the deeper tapestry of existence where every heartbeat is a challenge and every breath a rebellion. In their confrontation, I feel the pulse of a world awakening, waiting for the next moment, the next chapter, the next spark to ignite a fire that can never be extinguished. The air crackled with an electric tension, a palpable reminder that life hangs by a thread. The moon hung low, swollen and ominous, casting a pale light over the cobbled streets of the ancient city. Shadows whispered secrets as they danced across the walls, teasing the edges of darkness. I stood there, breathless, the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on my chest. I could almost hear the echoes of lost souls, the ones who tread the line between life and death, their stories swirling in the night like smoke. I remember the first time I saw her, Ilara, with hair like spun gold and eyes that mirrored the abyss. She was standing at the edge of the square, a flickering candle in her hands, a beacon in the dark. But beneath that serene facade lay a tempest, a hurricane of sorrow that threatened to consume us both. I could feel her pain, raw and jagged, the kind that carved canyons in the heart. Wasn't it always the case? Beauty intertwined with tragedy, like two dancers locked in an eternal embrace. Do you believe in omens? She asked, her voice trembling like the flame that flickered between us. There was a weight in her question, heavy and foreboding. I wanted to laugh, to brush it off as superstition, but the truth settled in my gut like lead. I knew too well the myths that wove through our lives, the stories painted with the colors of fate and folly. Her fingers tightened around the candle, as if it were the last remnant of hope. What if they're real? She whispered, eyes darting toward the shadows that lurked just beyond our sight. What if the dead are watching us? I remember the chill that ran down my spine. There was a boy too, Marcus, impossibly brave, with laughter that could slice through the thickest fog of despair. He stood beside us, his confidence a fragile mask. He had seen death too closely, danced with its ghost, and now he wore its scars like badges. Life and death are intertwined, he would say, his voice steady even as the tremors of fear lurked in the corners. We are all just the living remnants of the lives before us. The three of us were bound by a shared understanding, a recognition of the spectral threads that wove through our existence. We walked the cobblestones as if they were the bones of those who had come before, each step echoing with the memories of their lives. I could feel the pulse of the city, an ancient heartbeat that vibrated beneath our feet, a reminder that life, in all its chaotic beauty, would forever spiral toward its inevitable end. Ilara's gaze was distant, lost in the swirl of her thoughts. What if the gods are just stories, she mused, her voice barely above a whisper. What if they are our own creations, reflections of our deepest fears? I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that doubt was not weakness, but the beginning of wisdom. Yet there was a part of me that feared her words, the way they sliced through the fabric of our shared reality. Maybe they are, Marcus said, his voice steady, yet there was a tremor beneath the surface. But that doesn't mean they don't have power. I could see the storm brewing in his eyes. The mythology that governed our lives was not just stories, it was the very air we breathed, the soil that fed our roots. In our collective belief, we became both the architects and the victims of our fate. I remember the night the shadows turned darker, when the past clawed its way into our present. It was as if the city itself held its breath, waiting for the clash of life and death to play out beneath that bloated moon. Ilara's candle flickered violently, as if caught in a tempest of its own, the flame casting frantic shapes on the cobblestones. I could taste the fear, bitter and metallic, and it clung to my tongue like a secret I wasn't ready to confess. "Do you think they'll come for us?" Ilara asked, her voice quaking. I wanted to lie, to tell her that death was far away, a mere myth. But the truth was a beast too wild to tame. It prowled at the edges of our reality, watching, waiting. Before I could respond, a cold wind swept through the square, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and decay. Marcus stepped closer to Ilara, his bravado flickering like the dying candle. "We'll confront them," he said, the words rising from somewhere deep within him, a desperate hope battling against the heavy shroud of despair. "We'll face whatever it is that haunts us." And in that moment, I remember feeling the weight of our shared defiance. The myths that had once felt distant and abstract suddenly became our reality, tangible and terrifying. We were not merely players in a story, we were the protagonists, the heroes of our own tragic saga. The city trembled beneath us, the very ground vibrating with the stories of the fallen, a chorus of whispers urging us forward. But what if facing the darkness meant embracing our own fears? What if the confrontation wasn't with the dead, but with ourselves? Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a countdown to the reckoning that loomed just beyond our grasp. The shadows stretched, warped, and twined around us as we stood at the precipice, teetering between the lives we had lived and the deaths we had yet to confront. I remember the way the night seemed to sigh, the universe holding its breath, waiting for the moment when everything would cascade into chaos. The stories of old flickered in and out of focus, weaving into our lives like a tapestry of sorrow and hope. Time collapsed around us, the clock ticking slowly, painfully, a reminder that every second brought us closer to the confrontation we feared yet craved. And then, as if the universe itself conspired to push us forward, the shadows thickened, and the city felt alive with the echoes of the past. I could see the flickers of lost souls, their faces ghostly pale, stretching out toward us with desperate, skeletal hands. We were on the edge of something monumental, a collision of myth and reality, life and death, and the world around us pulsed with the weight of it all. The candle flickered one last time, and in that moment, I knew we were no longer just standing at the intersection of our fears, we were plunging headfirst into the abyss, ready to uncover the truth that lay waiting in the dark. The air thickened, charged with anticipation, as we inhaled the moment, each breath a promise, each heartbeat a plea. The stories were alive, and they were hungry for resolution. The moon hangs low, a haunting witness in the night sky, casting its silver gaze down on the abandoned village. A single flickering lantern dances in the wind, illuminating faces twisted in fear, hearts racing, as the echoes of a distant melody pull them closer. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, the weight of 1,000 unspoken words pressing against my chest. Music, that treacherous beast, fills the air, a siren's call, beckoning from the shadows with a promise of secrets, of sorrow, of something both beautiful and terrifying. I remember the moment it began, the moment the earth shuddered beneath us, trembling as if alive, and the sky split open with a wail that chilled my bones. Lyra, eyes wide as the abyss, clutched her violin, her fingers trembling over the strings like butterflies caught in a storm. Each note she drew forth was a prayer, a desperate plea for salvation. Her heart beat in sync with the rhythm of her bow, and I could see the fire within her, the undeniable yearning to break through the chaos that threatened to swallow us whole. Yet with each note, there was a shadow, a piece of her, lost and aching, battling against the weight of memories that clung to her like fog in the dead of night. "Play louder!" I shouted over the cacophony, my voice raw and desperate. "We need to drown it out." But as she played, I could see the silent struggle etched on her face. Lyra was not just battling the darkness that crept into our village, she was wrestling with her own ghosts, with dreams that had turned to ashes, with the weight of expectations too heavy to bear. I could feel the ground shift beneath my feet, and the air grew thick with memories of laughter now silenced, of songs once sung that had become mere whispers in the void. Beside her, Aidan, my childhood friend, stood stoic, fists clenched tight, his brow furrowed in defiance. The music enveloped him, but he was lost in his thoughts, haunted by specters of the past. He had always believed that words, when strung together in the right way, held the power to change the world, to heal the broken. But as the world crumbled around us, the poetry he cherished felt like a brittle shell, cracking under the weight of reality. "Lyra," he implored, his voice barely above a whisper, "you have to remember. This is our story. We can't let it end here." His eyes burned with an intensity that pierced through the fog of despair. It was a fragile moment, teetering on the edge of something magnificent and dreadful. I could see the conflict in Lyra's eyes, the struggle within herself, the memories that flickered like dying stars in her mind. "But what if I can't?" she breathed, her voice trembling, and I felt my heart shatter for her. "I remember," I said, clinging to her gaze, "the songs you played at dusk, the way they stitched together the fragments of our lives. Remember how they wove through the village, wrapping us in the warmth of what was, and what could be." The haunting melody shifted, rising in tempestuous waves. It was a tapestry of emotions, woven from joy and heartbreak, stitched together with threads of laughter and sorrow. Each note pulsed with life, echoing the rhythm of our existence, the struggles that made us whole. Aidan stepped closer to Lyra, his voice growing stronger, more vibrant. "Music and poetry, these are the lifeblood of our mythology. They hold the truth of our souls, the very essence of who we are. We can't let the darkness steal it away." He looked at her with such fervor that I felt the air crackle between them, a spark of something powerful, chaotic, and beautifully human. And then it happened, an explosion of sound, of emotion, as Lyra unleashed the storm within her. The notes poured forth like a flood, tearing through the night, echoing off the crumbling walls of our village. The haunting beauty of her music intertwined with Aidan's impassioned words, creating something alive, a force that pushed against the encroaching shadows. I felt my own heart quicken, beating in rhythm with their defiance, the raw energy reverberating through me, igniting something deep within. But the darkness was relentless, clawing at the edges of our reality, a tide of despair that threatened to engulf us. I could taste it, bitter and metallic in the air, as the shadows writhed and twisted around us, a grotesque dance of what once was. I remember the way Lyra's eyes shone, fierce and unyielding, as she poured herself into the music, surrendering to the rhythm of the battle unfolding in her heart. And I remember Aidan, his words weaving a spell, a tapestry of hope amidst the chaos, urging us to fight, to sing, to remember. Together, he shouted, and it was a call to arms, a rallying cry that shattered the stillness as I joined them, my voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. And in that moment, time twisted and bent around us. Memories surged forth like ghosts, each one a thread binding us to reality, a dance of shadows twirling beneath the watchful moon. I felt the echoes of our history, the laughter of children, the whispers of lovers, the cries of those lost, all wrapped in the music that soared through the night, a force that refused to be silenced. As darkness threatened to claim what was left of us, I could see the embers of hope flickering in the distance, a reminder of the beauty that still existed, of the stories yet to be written. We sang louder, we played harder, weaving our voices together, and for a moment, just a breath, we were invincible, an unyielding force against the tide. But even as we fought, a chilling realization began to settle in: the shadows would not let go easily. With every beat, every note, every word, the music wrapped tighter around us, a shroud of impending doom. I could feel the weight of destiny pressing down, the fragile thread of our lives hanging in the balance. And I just knew, this was only the beginning. The darkness was a living thing, hungry and relentless, and it awaited us just beyond the edge of our songs. It watched, it listened, it hungered. And as we stepped into the unknown, hearts ablaze with defiance, the echoes of our melodies lingered in the air, a promise that we would never be forgotten. And so we sang, into the night, weaving our story into the fabric of eternity, knowing that the music would carry us through, in this dance of shadows, in this clash of light and dark. We would find our way. We would become legends, even if the world around us crumbled to dust. The night was our canvas, and the songs, our brushstrokes, each note a heartbeat, each word a promise, resonating through the cosmos, forever tethered to the pulse of existence. We were alive, and the music would never die. The wind howled like a wounded beast, thrashing against the bare trees, their twisted branches clawing at the night sky. Beneath this shadowy canopy stood Aino, her heart racing, pulse thrumming against the dread that seeped into her bones. She could feel the eyes of the forest on her, an unseen audience waiting for a performance that would never come. She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see the figures of her dreams, spirits clad in sorrow, whispers of a past that refused to die. She shivered. The night had taken on a life of its own, pressing in on her, heavy with secrets. Each breath she took was a tether to the warmth of the stories her grandmother spun, tales of Väinämöinen, the wise old bard, of Lemminkäinen, the reckless lover who danced with death. Those legends hadn't prepared her for this moment, standing on the precipice of something unfathomable, her reality unraveling like the threads of an ancient tapestry, each strand pulled taut with meaning and pain. "I remember," she whispered, a mantra against the storm. "I remember the stories." But those stories were slipping away, like sand through her fingers, as the forest murmured around her, echoing with the cries of the lost. Aino's breath hitched. Somewhere in the shadows, she felt the sharp gaze of a presence, an old wound, festering, waiting to explode. And then there was Collie. His laughter lingered in her mind like a bitter aftertaste, a sharp contrast to the heavy darkness that surrounded her. He had always been the light, his joy infectious, his dreams sprawling like the auroras that danced across the sky. But now, that very light seemed to flicker, dimmed by the weight of an unspoken tragedy. He had always believed in the gods of old, in the power of the stories that shaped their lives. Yet here he was, his eyes clouded with doubt, wrestling with the specters of his own making. What if they're just tales, Aino? What if the gods are just echoes of our fears? The air thickened with uncertainty as Aino turned towards him, her heart aching with an intensity that left no room for air. What if they aren't? What if they're warning us? Her voice trembled, a fragile thread of hope woven into despair. What if the spirits demand to be acknowledged again? What if they're hungry? Collie's silence spoke louder than any words. The shadows lengthened between them, curling like tendrils of smoke, wrapping around their hearts. They were two souls caught in the crossfire of a war fought long ago, the remnant of ancient grievances reopening like wounds. The forest shifted, a creature alive with whispers, shadows darting in the corners of their vision. It was no longer just a backdrop, it was a living entity, breathing, watching. The air crackled with tension as the trees swayed restlessly, their twisted forms bending toward the two of them, urging them to remember the blood that had been spilled, the songs that had been sung, the promises that had been broken. Aino stepped into the clearing, her breath hitching as she glanced up at the moon, a ghostly orb hanging precariously in the inky sky. "I can't escape this," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "It's like the past is clawing its way back." In that moment, they were not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, the spirit of a forgotten warrior, draped in the echoes of battle. His eyes burned with an otherworldly fire, illuminating the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. You call upon the past, yet you tremble in its wake, he hissed, voice like gravel. The songs you sing, the stories you tell, they are not just tales. They are the pulse of your land, the blood that stains your soil. Collie's hands trembled, the intensity of the moment washing over him like a flood. But how do we honor that pain? How do we live with it? By facing it, the spirit replied, voice a chilling caress. By giving it form, by crafting it into your art. Aino felt the weight of those words settle on her heart. Could it be so simple? Was the act of creation, of weaving their own tales, their own pain, enough to bridge the gap between past and present? The thought ignited a flicker of flame within her, stoking the embers of her own forgotten dreams. I remember the old tales, Collie, she said, her words fueling a fire long thought extinguished. The way they painted the world in both light and darkness. They didn't shy away from the truth. Collie shifted, his brow furrowed, the storm inside him brewing. But what if the truth is a monster? What if it devours us? Aino met his gaze, fierce and unwavering. Then we must feed it our courage. We must stand tall and scream our stories into the wind, let the echoes carry them to the stars. The warrior's spirit nodded, an approval that sent shivers down Aino's spine. Art is a mirror, a vessel for the forgotten. It will not only haunt you, but it will set you free. The ground trembled beneath their feet, as if the world itself acknowledged their resolve. The shadows softened, the wind's rage transformed into a gentle sigh. Aino stepped closer to Collie, her heart racing in tandem with the pulse of the earth beneath them. And just like that, the night shifted, an ancient rhythm coursing through their veins, a promise of rebirth mingling with the scent of damp earth and moss. They were standing on the edge of something monumental, a precipice where the past and present collided, where old wounds could find healing through the stories they would tell. I can feel it, she whispered, almost in disbelief. The power in our words, in our pain. But as they exchanged glances, the forest stirred once more, a reminder of the ghosts that lingered just beyond reach. Their battle with the shadows was far from over, the night was still thick with tension, heavy with the weight of countless stories waiting to be told. And so they stood, at the crossroads of myth and reality, hearts pounding with the fear of the unknown, yet yearning for the release that only creation could bring. The world was a tapestry woven with threads of grief and hope, and they were ready to take up the needle, ready to stitch together their own existence among the whispers of the ancient ones. The echoes of the past loomed, forging a path that wound deeply into the heart of their beings. In that moment, they were both terrified and exhilarated, knowing that the lines between myth and life blurred with each heartbeat. Would they surrender to their fears, or would they rise to meet the challenge, crafting tales that would resonate with the very essence of humanity? In the distance, the forest sighed, an ominous yet inviting presence, beckoning them to weave their destinies anew. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping through the darkened forest, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something more sinister, a foreboding whisper of the unknown. I stood, heart pounding, my breath visible in the cold night air, the weight of an ancient world pressing down like a leaden cloak. Nearby, two figures huddled together, their faces pale and drawn, eyes reflecting the silver light of the moon that hung like a ghostly eye above us. One was my brother, Aero, an artist with a soul too heavy for this world, the other, Aino, a girl tethered to dreams of a better life, her laugh echoing like the chime of a distant bell. In that moment, we were not just three souls lost in the Finnish wilderness. We were the embodiment of 1,000 myths, the echoes of gods and monsters swirled around us, waiting to be unleashed. Aero, I whispered, my voice barely breaking through the cacophony of rustling leaves and distant animal cries. What do we do? His brow furrowed, shadowed by the tumult of thought swirling in his mind, and I could see the weight of his artistry, visions of gods locked in eternal battles and lovers torn apart by fate, wrestling with the very real horror of our situation. I remember, he began, but the words faded like smoke in the air. I remember the stories they told us. The tales of Väinämöinen, with his songs that could shape the world. What if we could summon them? A chill ran through me, setting my skin alight with the thought. Summoning Väinämöinen. The very idea sent shivers down my spine. But what if the stories are true? What if they come to claim what's theirs? Aino stepped closer, her eyes wide, shimmering with a strange mix of hope and fear. We have to try, don't we? If we don't, we'll be swallowed by the darkness. Like the stories of the lost ones, the ones who ventured too far into the woods and never returned. I could almost hear the distant wail of the Lemminkäinen, the spirit of a warrior trapped in the eternal cycle of life and death, and something in the atmosphere crackled, alive with the tension of impending doom. With every heartbeat, I felt the pull of the past merging with our present, the ancient myths intertwining with our fragile lives. Time stretched, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, and I could almost hear the clock ticking in my chest, counting down to an unknown fate. I glanced at Eero, a man burdened by the weight of his own dreams, constantly battling his demons. You believe in this stuff, don't you? I asked, half mocking and half serious, because deep inside, the fear was real. More than I'd like to admit, he muttered, his voice a low rumble filled with regret. These stories, they don't just fade away. They linger, like ghosts in the shadows. You remember the tale of the Sampo, don't you? It's said to hold the power of the world. What if we could find it? Aino shook her head, her hair catching the wind, transforming her into a wild spectre. But what if it finds us first? Her words hung in the air, laden with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears, dancing like the shadows around us, teasing us with their darkness. The tension mounted, the forest alive with ancient secrets. I closed my eyes for a moment, grounding myself in the cacophony of sounds, the rustling leaves, the distant call of a night bird, the very rhythm of the earth breathing beneath us. I could feel the stories wrap around me like a shroud, the echoes of our ancestors whispering their truths, laced with terror and beauty, urging us to confront the inevitable. Then we face it, I said, pulling them closer, feeling the warmth of their bodies against the chill. We face whatever is coming. Together. The moment hung suspended in time, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of fate. And then, with a suddenness that felt unimaginable, the ground trembled. The earth quaked beneath our feet, a disturbance that felt alive, a heartbeat in the depths of the forest. Fear surged through me, the primal instinct to flee clashing with the need to stand firm. Eero grasped my arm, his grip tightening with urgency. Call to them. Call to the gods. We must summon their strength. The air thickened, charged with an energy that made my skin crawl. My voice trembled as I began to chant, words tumbling from my lips like a torrent. I felt Aino's hand slip into mine, grounding me, and together, we called upon the legends that had shaped our world. Väinämöinen, come to us. Lend us your wisdom. The shadows danced as if in response, swirling into something tangible, something alive. The night felt electric, crackling with fear and anticipation. I could see it now, the outline of something vast, emerging from the darkness, a manifestation of our deepest desires and darkest fears. But my heart raced not just with fear, it was laced with something else. An electric thrill. We were standing at the edge of everything, the precipice of myth and reality, our voices intertwining with the fabric of the cosmos. The tree swayed, and in that eerie silence, a truth began to unravel, a revelation that resonated deep within. The myths were not just stories, they were reflections of our own struggles, our hopes and heartbreaks, the war between light and darkness we all carry. I remember, Aino's voice joined mine, rising above the chaos, stronger now, filled with the fire of conviction. I remember the stories of my ancestors. They fought for love. They fought against the darkness. And as the shadows gathered, swirling like a tempest around us, I felt a shift, a realization that we were not mere mortals lost in a forest, but something more. We were the echoes of our ancestors, carrying their burdens and dreams through time. And in that moment, time itself was suspended, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the next act in our unfolding myth. The confrontation loomed, a breathless moment filled with uncertainty, but within that silence, a flicker of hope ignited. Together, we stood, three souls entwined, ready to face the depths of our fate, drawn into the spinning wheel of stories that would never truly end. The wind screamed through the trees, a howling wail that rattled the bones of the ancient forest. I was lost, heart pounding, pulse quickening, as shadows lunged at me from every angle. The last remnants of daylight flickered above, swallowed by an encroaching darkness. I stumbled over gnarled roots, each twist and turn of the path a reminder of the weight I carried, both the past and the very essence of my soul. Matty! Where are you? My voice cracked, breaking the eerie silence, reverberating through the cold air. A chill rolled down my spine. It was not just fear, it was the shadow of something lurking, ancient spirits whispering through the trees, beckoning, taunting. I could almost hear their laughter, a chorus of long-lost souls tethered to this land, filled with secrets and sorrow. The revival was meant to be a celebration. The ancient traditions, the weaving of stories, the rituals of the earth, were being breathed back to life. But here I was, lost and heartbroken, caught between the joy of rediscovering my heritage and the heavy chains of my own flaws. My father had always said, culture is not a cloak to wear, it's a wound to bear. The words echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of the battles fought within the family. I had come to Finland seeking redemption, to reconnect with my roots, yet beneath the surface lingered the festering pain of betrayal. I remember snapping the twine that bound me to tradition, chasing modernity while my sister, Anya, clung fiercely to the past. You can't just throw away what came before us, she had yelled, her eyes blazing with indignation, the flicker of ancient fires reflected in her gaze. Matty! A cold rush flooded through my veins. That voice. It was hauntingly familiar, like a ghost rising from the depths of my memories. I sprinted toward it, heart hammering, desperation clawing at my throat. Anya had always been my anchor, the one who held the line between nostalgia and reality, yet our bond had been frayed, shredded by misunderstandings, and the weight of family expectations. Stop! You don't understand. I burst through the thicket, and there she was, standing at the edge of a clearing, illuminated by the silver glow of the moon. Her face was a canvas of emotions, anger, fear, but beneath it all, an unyielding sorrow. I could see the flickering flame of the bonfire, a gathering of people in traditional garb, their faces painted with ancient symbols, shadows dancing around them like specters of old. Come back, Anya! Please? The wind howled again, drowning my words. I took a step forward, but part of me was rooted to the ground, paralyzed by the memories of our last encounter, the tears we had shed like rain on parched earth. I could never forget the pain of seeing her turn away, the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air. Do you think you can just walk away from this? She shouted, her voice laced with raw emotion. You think embracing the past will fix everything? It doesn't work that way. You can't just pick and choose what you want from history. But I'm here. I'm trying. The fire crackled, a living thing, feeding on the wood and the desires of people drawn to it, like moths to a flame. They gathered around, ensnared by the call of tradition, by the ghosts of ancestors who had once danced beneath the same stars, centuries ago. I tried to focus on Anya, but the figures around the fire began to swirl, their joyous laughter blending with the haunting echoes of long-ago stories. History is a sword, Matty, she continued, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a storm cloud. It can cut, it can protect, but it can also wound. Are you ready for that? With each heartbeat, the pressure in my chest grew. I wanted to scream, to tell her that I didn't want this weight, this pain, this soul-crushing expectation. I had tried to forget it all, to embrace the new, the bright, the shiny modernity that seemed to offer freedom. But here I was, standing on the precipice of a past that refused to be silenced. She stepped back, the faint light catching the tear tracing down her cheek. You're not ready, she whispered, and a stab of hurt twisted in my gut. But what if she was right? What if this revival of ancient traditions was not about reliving the past but about finally confronting it, the anger, the scars, the betrayal? I wanted to scream that I wasn't afraid, that I could embrace everything, but it wasn't true. Fear coiled inside me, a serpent ready to strike, and I felt so small, so lost. Around the fire, the people moved, their voices rising in an ancient chant, echoing through the woods, a melody that felt like a memory I had never known. I could feel the pull, the warmth of history wrapping around me, a cocoon that promised both comfort and pain. Was it true? Could I find my place among these spirits? I turned to Anya, pleading with my eyes. I need your help. I can't do this alone. In that moment, something shifted. The tension in the air crackled like the fire, and for a heartbeat, we connected, two souls tethered by blood and strife. Then let's do this together, she said, her voice steadying, a bridge across the chasm of our misunderstandings. As we stepped toward the fire, the flames leapt higher, crackling with anticipation. The shadows danced around us, and the ancient voices wrapped us in a song of hope and heartache. The night was alive, sparking as if the very universe was holding its breath, waiting for us to step into the cauldron of tradition, to face our demons, to intertwine our past with our present. Time wove in and out, a tapestry of moments and emotions, and I could feel the weight of what was to come pressing against my chest. The revival was not merely a celebration, it was a reckoning. The ghosts of our ancestors beckoned, and we were ready to answer. With each step toward the fire, I felt the chains loosening, the wounds beginning to mend. The revival of ancient traditions was here, and it pulsed with life, pulling me in. It was not an end, but a beginning, a promise of what could be, a fierce determination igniting within me. I remembered the stories, the laughter, the pain. I remembered who I was and who I could be. And as my sister took my hand, I felt the infinite possibilities swirl around us, a galaxy of understanding ready to be born. In that moment, the past and present collided, and we were no longer lost. We were home. The howling wind carried a weight in its breath, a shiver that wrapped around the bones of the ancient forest. The trees stood tall, twisted and gnarled like the thoughts that tangled in Väinämöinen's mind. He could feel the eyes of unseen spirits watching, waiting. His heart raced, pounding a chaotic rhythm against his ribcage as he stumbled through the underbrush, the scent of damp earth mixing with the metallic tang of fear. The air crackled with an energy that sent chills up his spine, an electric charge weaving through the twilight. I remember, he whispered, his voice swallowed by the night. I remember the stories my grandmother told me. Tales of the shaman, of the forest spirits who danced in shadows, of heroes who faced monsters birthed from the depths of despair. But this is real. His fingers brushed against the bark of a tree, rough and alive. The whispers of the forest seeped into his soul, entwining with the memories of his childhood. The laughter, the warmth of the fire, the tale spun under a blanket of starlit sky, everything felt so far away now. A scream shattered the silence, slicing through the night like a knife. It echoed, reverberating in the hollow chambers of his chest. It was a cry of defiance, of anguish, a reminder that the stories were not just tales. They were warnings. And then there was Sari, her silhouette framed against the glowing embers of a dying fire. She stood defiant and fierce, a warrior clad in the armor of her ancestors. Shadows danced across her face, illuminating the determination etched into her features. Väinö, she shouted, her voice fierce enough to cut through the darkness. We can't run from this. The darkness will consume us if we do. But Sari's bravery was a fragile thing, a facade crumbling beneath the weight of her own fears. Every battle she had fought, every wound she bore, whispered of loss. I lost them to the darkness, she had murmured once, her voice trembling like a reed in the wind. I can't lose you too. The memories of her brother's laughter haunted her still, like a ghost that lingered just beyond the reach of warmth and light. Väinö felt the pull of her despair, the gravity of her emotions drawing him in. He couldn't let her slip into that void, couldn't let her be swallowed by the shadows. I remember, he said, the words tumbling from his lips like an incantation. I remember the warmth of the sun on our skin, the laughter that echoed through the valleys. The stories we lived before the monsters crept in. But it was the past that hung like a heavy fog, obscuring the path ahead. The stories had twisted, warped into something sinister, and now those monsters walked among them, cloaked in human form. They had found a way to seep into their lives, to tear apart the fabric of their reality. The night grew thicker, the shadows elongating and twisting, morphing into figures that danced just beyond the edges of their vision. They're here, Sari gasped, her breath hitching in her throat. They found us. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a warning rumble that set Väinö's heart racing anew. He could feel the darkness pressing in, suffocating, and suddenly, the forest was alive with a cacophony of whispers, the voices of the damned, of those who had fallen to despair. Each whisper was a reminder of the lives that had been lost, of the stories that had been silenced. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice cracking. "How do we fight what we can't even see?" Sari turned, her eyes fierce, glowing with a fire that defied the encroaching darkness. "We confront it. We face our fears." The stories were never just warnings, they were lessons. "We are the heroes now." But even as the words tumbled from her lips, her gaze flickered to the shadows, doubt creeping into her heart. Väinö's breath hitched. He could feel the warmth of her spirit, the flickering flame of hope, but it was tenuous, frail. "What if we fail?" he whispered, the question hanging heavy in the air. "What if we become the monsters we fear?" A chill settled between them, a silence that echoed with their shared dread. And yet, in that silence, the forest stirred, alive with the weight of their choices. The moon cast a silvery glow across the landscape, illuminating their path, reminding them that even in darkness, light could be found. "I remember," Sari said, her voice steadying. "I remember our childhood. We were never afraid of the dark. We made it a friend, a canvas for our dreams." "Then let's paint our own story," Väinö replied, determination igniting within him. They stood together, the shadows creeping closer, but their resolve intertwined stronger than the darkness could ever sever. The tension crackled like static in the air, an impending storm poised to break. In the heart of the forest, the clash of light and dark began its dance, a primal struggle echoing through time. The spirits watched, and the tales of old began to whisper anew, a chorus that echoed through the ages. As they stepped forward, hand in hand, the ground beneath them shifted. The very fabric of their reality trembled, the stories demanding to be told, the heroes yearning to rise. The shadows flickered, hesitated, as if sensing the power of their unity. But then, a piercing wail erupted from the depths of the night. It was a sound born of despair, a call to arms that echoed through the cosmos, resonating with their very souls. The confrontation was inevitable. They could feel it winding tighter, like a noose around their throats. "I remember," Sari began, but the words were drowned in the rising tide of fear, the rhythm of their hearts pulsing in unison. Each beat, each breath, echoed with the stories of those who had come before them, of warriors, of lost souls, of ancient beings who had danced on the precipice of darkness. And as they plunged into the unknown, the shadows stirred, alive with the weight of their fears and the flickering spark of hope. It was a kaleidoscope of emotion, a storm brewing, and in that tempest, they would forge their destiny. A destiny steeped in the whispers of Finnish mythology, poised to collide with the world of cinema and popular culture, where dreams and nightmares intertwined, and the ancient tales breathed anew. Time bent, memories fractured, and as the darkness loomed, they became a part of something greater, a tapestry woven from the threads of myth, humanity, and the relentless fight against despair. The wind howls like a wounded animal, swirling leaves like whispers of the forgotten. In the heart of a city pulsing with the dissonance of modernity, I stand before an ancient tree, the pines, dense and immovable, their needles sharp in the moonlight. The air crackles, pregnant with tension, as if the very fabric of reality is ready to tear. My heart pounds, thumping against the cage of my ribs, echoing the urgency that grips me. I can't shake the feeling that I'm not alone. Ylva stands beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the silver light that spills from above. A shiver dances down her spine. She's always been drawn to the old stories, the ones that live in the shadows, but tonight, the shadows feel hungry. "Do you think they're watching?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper, breaking the silence like glass shattering against stone. I can't tell if she's talking about the spirits of our ancestors or the ghosts of our own doubts. "I remember," I say, my voice hoarse, "when we were kids, we'd spin tales of Väinämöinen, of his wisdom and his songs that could bend the very essence of the world. The memories wash over me like waves, heavy with nostalgia and a tingling fear. But now it feels different. Like the stories are waking up. The ground beneath our feet is alive, thrumming with something primordial." I glance at the circle we've formed with the others, Mikko, always the skeptic, his arms crossed tight, and Aino, her face a mask of somber determination. They're here with their own burdens, their own secrets. Each of us seeking something, but none of us knowing what we might find. Are we really doing this? Mikko's skepticism drips like poison.
You think chanting some old words will do anything?
We're not living in fairy tales. And yet, beneath his bravado, I see flickers of fear. Fear that what he believes in crumbles like the stones of the hallowed ground we stand upon. It's a part of us, Mikko. Aino snaps, fierce and fiery. These stories have power. They've shaped us, whether we admit it or not. Her eyes blaze like torches, illuminating our insecurities. You don't just leave behind a legacy of gods and heroes. It clings, it haunts. A hush blankets us, the wind stilling as if nature itself is listening. There's weight in the air, a tension that coils tighter with every breath. I think of the rituals, the sacrifices once made in forests thick with mist, where men and women sought to harness the essence of the earth, the sky, the very blood that flows through their veins. They danced in shadows, and now, we stand on the precipice of that legacy, terrified and exhilarated. I remember the stories of Ilmarinen, the smith of the heavens, forging the world from nothingness. What would he think of us now, standing at the intersection of the sacred and the profane, lost in a sea of concrete and glass? Would he pity us, or would he laugh, watching our attempts to reclaim what was never truly lost? Ylva steps forward, her voice trembling with courage. We must remind them we're still here. That we remember. I can hear the ancient songs in her tone, beckoning echoes of the past, and it ignites something deep within me. A spark, a flicker of defiance against the void. And then, just as the moment crescendos, the earth shudders beneath us, an earthquake of emotion, of history crashing down. Shadows shift, and I feel the weight of 1,000 eyes upon me, their whispers curling around the corners of my mind. I can't breathe. What if they're angry? What if we've woken something we can't control? The stars blink overhead, indifferent and ancient. Say something. Ylva's cry breaks through the chaos, and I realize it's not just the spirits we're calling forth, it's our own voices, drowned in doubt, fear, and longing. I remember the stories etched in my bones. Jukahainen, I shout, invoking the name of the trickster, the one who challenged Väinämöinen to a duel of wisdom. Jukahainen, hear us. We are the children of your legacy. My words spill into the silence, a plea and a defiance all at once. Mikko's eyes widen, a mixture of disbelief and awe washing over him. What are you doing? He breathes, and I see the fight leave him. In that moment, we are not just friends, we are warriors, guardians of the ancient tales that flow through our veins, a shared ancestry of triumph and tragedy. Aino steps beside me, her voice a chorus. We are here. We are not forgotten. The strength in her word sends vibrations through the air. It's a call to arms, one that reverberates in the depths of my soul. And then, the world shifts again. The shadows deepen, coiling around us as if they are alive, and the tree, the ancient sentinel, groans in response. I feel the thrum of magic, electric and dizzying, weaving through the cracks of our reality, binding us to the stories that refuse to be silenced. We stand together, trembling yet resolute, lovers of history and harbingers of a legacy that refuses to die. I feel their presence, those who came before, their voices echoing through the corridors of time, urging us to remember, to act, to summon forth the power that is our birthright. In the heart of this moment, I understand, we are not simply invoking the past, we are the past, living and breathing, remnants of a time when magic was as real as the air we inhaled. As the shadows swirl and the cosmos watches in silence, I realize this is not an ending, it's a beginning, a raw awakening that stretches beyond the confines of our understanding. The city hums, the world spins, and the stories weave themselves into the fabric of our lives, unyielding. I close my eyes, taking a breath thick with the scent of pine and possibility, and I know we are on the brink of something monumental. The clock tower chimed midnight, its haunting toll slicing through the silence like a knife. Shadows danced against the cobbled streets of an ancient town, where whispers of old tales clung to the walls like ivy, suffocating and beautiful. In the heart of this quaint nightmare, beneath flickering lanterns, 3 figures stood frozen, each a vessel of stories untold, each carrying the weight of words that echoed through time. I remember the first time I met Elias. The air was thick with impending rain, and his eyes glowed with the ferocity of a dying sun. He was lost, searching for meaning in the tales his mother whispered to him during stormy nights, tales that twisted and turned like the branches of an ancient tree. They were not just stories, they were languages of fear and hope, woven tightly with the threads of mythology. He craved more than the surface, yearning to understand the roots of his existence. "Do you think myths are truths wrapped in lies?" he asked, his breath shallow with urgency. I remember losing myself in the depths of his gaze, pondering the very nature of reality. Beside him, worn and weary, stood Myra. A ghost of a woman caught in the web of 1,000 lost words. Her laughter rang like a bell, yet it held a haunting echo of sadness, a reminder of what once was. She believed language was a curse, each syllable a knife that cut deeper into her soul. Her mother had spoken in metaphors, cloaking pain in beautiful phrases that made the heart break worse. "Words have weight, Elias," she said, her voice trembling. "They can lift you, or they can shatter you." In that moment, I saw the depth of her scars, etchings of torment that spiraled into her heart, unspoken and festering. As the storm began to swell above us, the wind howled through the streets, carrying with it the echoes of our fears. I felt it, an inevitable clash between the spoken and unspoken, the mythological and the real. The town had its own stories, dark and twisted, tales of betrayal woven into the fabric of its very existence. "Do you feel them?" I whispered, and they nodded, a silent pact forged in the shadows. Each word that fell from our lips was a brushstroke on the canvas of our shared despair. We spoke of gods and monsters, of love lost and battles fought. The tension thickened in the air, a tangible force that wrapped around us like a noose, squeezing tighter with every confession. "My father believed in the old gods," Elias murmured, "but they abandoned him when he needed them most." I could feel the weight of his words, heavy with longing, and I knew then that he was not just battling the ghosts of mythology, he was fighting his own. "He should have known," Myra replied, her voice a quiet storm. "The gods only speak in riddles. They wrap their truths in layers, as if to hide from their own failures." I could see the fire igniting within her, a flicker of rebellion against the very language that had hurt her. The wind howled louder now, pushing against us, a reminder that outside forces were at play. The town's heart was pulsing beneath the surface, a living entity, waiting to reclaim what was once spoken. A flash of lightning lit the sky, illuminating the fear etched on their faces. In that moment, we were not just individuals, we were a collective of stories, resonating with the weight of history. "What if we confront the myths?" I suggested, my heart racing, pushing the limit of our fragile connection. "What if we rewrite them, reclaiming what was lost?" It was madness, but desperation had a way of blurring the lines of sanity. Elias took a step forward, his breath hitching. "And what if the myths are too powerful? What if they consume us?" His vulnerability hung in the air, a raw wound that begged for healing. I could see the fear in his eyes, a reflection of my own. "Then we fight, even if it destroys us," I replied, my voice cracking under the weight of my own conviction. Myra's laughter cut through the tension, dizzying and dangerous. "You know, they bathed once a year, so romance was earthy," she quipped, a playful spark igniting amidst the dread. But beneath the humor lay a truth she could not escape, a truth that haunted her dreams and seeped into her waking hours. She longed for connection, for a love that transcended the myths that bound her. The wind howled, and the clock struck one, each chime echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. The tension thickened, palpable and overwhelming. I felt it building, a storm of emotions crashing against the walls we had built to protect ourselves. In that moment, the cosmos seemed to align, and I realized how interconnected our stories had become, how language, in all its flawed beauty, shaped our myths and defined our narratives. "What if we become the myths?" I breathed, the weight of the words hung heavy in the air. "What if our pain and our joy become the legends? What if we are the stories waiting to be told?" The question lingered, a ghost that refused to vanish. Elias and Myra exchanged a glance, a moment of understanding that transcended words. They were more than a reflection of my own fears, they were the essence of humanity, flawed and beautiful, caught in a web of their own making. And as the storm raged outside, we stood together, united in our quest to reclaim ourselves from the clutches of language and myth. With every heartbeat, the stories swirled around us, coalescing into something tangible, something powerful. The air crackled with intensity, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next moment, the next revelation. And though the storm raged on, we were no longer just characters in a tale, we were the architects of our own destinies, ready to confront the myths that bound us once and for all. I felt the weight of their stories intertwine with mine, a vivid tapestry of emotion that would not let go. Time warped around us, threading our pasts into an uncertain future, where the clash of language and narrative promised both destruction and rebirth. And as the lightning illuminated the night, I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental, something that would echo through the ages. The world would listen, and our voices would rise above the chaos, reclaiming the power that had long been silenced. The wind howled through the ancient trees, a mournful wail that wrapped around the ruins of an old temple. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat as shadows danced in the fading light. The gnarled branches reached out like skeletal fingers, beckoning me closer, but I hesitated. I remember the tales my grandmother told me, her voice low, shivering with reverence and fear. They haunted me then, and they haunt me still. A flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure stepped into view, her silhouette sharp against the twilight, a woman, dark hair cascading like a waterfall of ink, eyes reflecting the depth of the cosmos. It was Aino, my childhood friend, who once chased fireflies in the summer nights and now bore the weight of sorrow that clung to her like a shroud. She moved with a grace that belied her inner turmoil, but I could see it, the tension in her shoulders, the tightness around her mouth that spoke of unspoken words and unshed tears. "Aino," I whispered, each syllable a small offering to the wind. She turned, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of something ancient behind her gaze, a flicker of loss, of memories carved into the very fabric of this sacred site. "Are you sure about this? Do you feel that?" she breathed, glancing back toward the temple. The air crackled with an electric pulse, a heartbeat of something greater, something that shouldn't be disturbed. "It's calling us." I remember the stories of Kalevala, the epic tales woven into the very soil beneath our feet, mythical beings, sacred places, battles waged and lost. But here, now, it felt less like a story and more like a warning. I could taste the fear on my tongue, bitter like ash, but Aino's determination was an ember in the darkness. There was something else in the air too, a presence that felt alive, watching, waiting. I shuddered, recalling the legends of the spirits that roamed these woods, guardians of the ancient. The stories told of travelers who had come seeking solace, only to find madness in the whispers of the night. A chill ran down my spine as I thought of the last few who'd entered the temple and never returned. "Let's go back," I urged, my voice barely louder than a whisper. "We don't have to do this." But Aino turned toward the temple, her body tense, a storm of emotion swirling within her. "I need to know," she said, her voice trembling but resolute. "What if we can change it? What if there's a way to bring him back?" I felt the weight of her words, heavy with the aching loss of her brother, lost to the depths of despair. He had been her anchor, her light, and now she stood on the precipice of darkness, clawing for a sliver of hope. I didn't know how to comfort her. The chasm of grief was too wide, too deep. "Aino," I pleaded, "you can't bring him back. None of us can. Can't you see what this place does to people? It twists their minds, like a moth drawn to a flame." But the flame flickered in her eyes, and I knew then that she was already too far gone, lost in the labyrinth of her own desire. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge, but I felt the pull of the temple too. Its allure was intoxicating, a siren song that resonated with my own buried yearnings. As she stepped closer, I could hear it, the low murmur of voices, whispers entwined with the rustling leaves, urging us forward. It was as if the very stones were alive, breathing in rhythm with our quickening heartbeats, echoing our fears and hopes in a twisted symphony. With each step she took, my resolve crumbled like the ancient ruins beneath our feet. "I remember," Aino said, her voice barely a wisp, "the stories of the water spirit, the one who can grant wishes but demands a price. I have to ask him. I have to. Every wish comes with a cost," I warned, each word laced with dread. "You know this."
Are you willing to pay?
She paused, the weight of my question hanging in the air like the heavy fog that rolled in, cloaking us in a chill that seeped into our bones. I watched as she wrestled with her thoughts, her love for her brother, the desperation clawing at her insides. "I don't care what the cost is," she said, voice rising, defiant, a fire igniting deep within her. "I can't let him go. Not like this." In that moment, something shifted, a tension that screamed through the air, tightening around us like a noose. The temple loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, whispering promises of salvation mingled with warnings of sacrifice. "I remember," I said, desperation clawing at my throat, "the stories of those who went in and never came out. The ones who were consumed by shadows." But Aino was already stepping inside, the threshold swallowing her whole. I hesitated, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. I wanted to scream for her to turn back, but the urgency in her voice called to something deep inside me, a desire to believe, to hope against hope. The darkness enveloped her, and I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, the earth trembling with unearthly energy. I stepped forward, heart racing, knowing that once inside, there was no turning back. The whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices swirling around us, and I could see the faint glow of something within the shadows, a flicker of light, and then a darkness more profound than the night itself. Time stretched, and with each heartbeat, the weight of the world pressed down upon me. Aino's figure became a silhouette against the pulsating darkness, and I felt the pull of the temple, the longing to discover the secrets that lay buried within its cold stone. In that moment, fear and longing coiled together, a tight knot in my chest as I stepped into the unknown, surrendering to the chaos of the sacred site. The air thickened around us, heavy with the scent of damp earth and forgotten memories, the echoes of the past flickering like dying embers. Everything felt intertwined, my heartbeat, Aino's desperation, the ancient whispers of the temple, until all that remained was the promise of something more, something terrifying. What lay ahead was uncertain, a labyrinth of emotions and myth, and as the darkness enveloped us, I realized there was no distinction between fear and desire. They were one and the same, a blood-red thread woven through time, drawing us deeper into the sacred heart of Finland, where the line between reality and myth blurred into an inescapable dance. As I took another step, the shadows closed in around us, and the whispers grew louder. I could feel them reaching out, pulling us closer, and I knew that whatever awaited us inside would change everything, forever. The wind howled through the trees, a chilling whisper that carried the weight of ancient secrets, and there, amidst the gnarled roots and frost-bitten leaves, stood Aino, her breath visible in the icy air. The forest felt alive, each shadow pulsating, as if the very spirits of old were gathering for a reckoning. She clutched the worn pages of her grandmother's journal, inked with tales of the Väinämöinen and the Lemminkäinen, legends spoken in hushed tones, each word a spell woven into the fabric of her being. But now, those stories faltered, dimmed by the relentless march of digital noise, and Aino felt the echoes of their power slip away, like sand through fingers grasping for hope. "I remember the stories," she whispered, her voice trembling against the icy breath of the night. "I remember, but no one listens anymore." The trees, ancient sentinels, loomed over her, shadows stretching like skeletal fingers, urging her to remember. Then there was Elias, hunched over a flickering screen in a cramped apartment, a world of pixels drowning out the whispers of the past. He was a gamer, a coder, a self-proclaimed guardian of the myths, yet loneliness seeped from his fingertips and pooled around his empty takeout boxes. He had built a game, a digital world where heroes clashed with monsters born of folklore, but as players rushed in, forgetting the roots from which these tales sprang, he felt his heart fracture, like glass underfoot. Each click echoed in the dark corners of his mind, a reminder that even in a world of ones and zeros, the soul of the stories was fading, stripped of their essence. "I remember the warmth of the fire," he mumbled to himself, a half-remembered fragment of a long-ago night spent with his father, listening to the crackling embers breathe life into the sagas. "I remember the taste of stories." His fingers danced over the keyboard, but each keystroke felt like a betrayal. And in the distance, a clock ticked, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away. It was the same clock that haunted Aino, tethered to the wall of her childhood home, its hands moving with a cruel indifference to the frantic heartbeat of memories slowly fading. I should have said more, she thought, her throat tight with regret as she recalled the last time she had sat by that clock, her grandmother's voice a soothing balm as ancient words flowed like honey into her soul. I should have fought harder to keep them alive. There, in her heart, a battle raged, a war between the past and the relentless present, each moment more suffocating than the last, sealed in a rift of despair. The shadows thickened around Aino as if they were sentient, drawing closer, urging her to confront the truth. She had tried to share the stories, to breathe life into the flickering flames of forgotten lore, but people scrolled through their feeds, eyes glazed over by the shimmering light of their devices. What is a story without a listener, she thought, a chill curling around her spine like a serpent poised to strike. Elias, too, sensed the encroaching darkness. The clamor of the online world felt like chains weighing him down. He yearned to create something that would resonate, that would break the cycle of apathy, yet every attempt felt like pushing against a tidal wave. How do I make them care, he questioned, the light in his eyes dimming ever so slightly. And then it happened, a moment that twisted their fates together like the roots of an ancient tree, intertwining and growing stronger. Aino stumbled upon a forum, a gathering place for those like her, haunted souls who still believed in the power of myth. She typed a post, "Help me share our stories. We can't let them die," and with a click, sent her plea into the void. Simultaneously, a notification pinged on Elias's screen. There it was, a call to arms, a chance to salvage the remnants of a world that felt increasingly lost. He felt an electric jolt through his veins, a flicker of hope igniting against the backdrop of despair. "I will help," he typed, words pouring out of him like a dam bursting. "Together, we will breathe life into the forgotten." Aino felt the rush of connection, but even as she embraced the flicker of possibility, shadows whispered doubts. What could they possibly achieve against the tide of indifference? The weight of history pressed down on her, a shroud of sadness draped across her shoulders, but the fire inside her ignited again. Maybe, just maybe, she thought, a wild hope flaring briefly in the darkness, we can create something that echoes. As they began to collaborate, exchanging fragments of their worlds, the tension crackled like static in the air. They were a storm brewing, filled with the raw energy of shared purpose. But the ghosts of their pasts lingered, shadows creeping in with every word, every idea. Aino struggled with the haunting memory of her grandmother's fading voice, and Elias wrestled with the fear of losing his connection to the stories he cherished. A chill swept through the air as the night deepened, a heavy silence settling like a blanket, thick with anticipation. They pushed against the walls of despair, crafting a digital tapestry woven from the threads of myth and memory, but outside, the world remained oblivious. "Every heartbeat matters," Aino whispered, the words barely escaping her lips, a fragile promise to herself. "We must fight, we must remember." And Elias, fueled by a fire he hadn't felt in years, echoed her sentiment, "We'll make them listen. We will not disappear." As they worked, the clock's relentless ticking echoed ever louder, pressing against their minds, urging them to hurry, to capture the essence of the stories before they vanished into the ether. They were racing against time, weaving their hearts into their creation, each keystroke a heartbeat in a world that felt increasingly alien. And the forest stirred outside, an ominous reminder that the myths had not yet surrendered. The wind grew stronger, carrying with it the whispers of ancestors, a chorus rising from the depths of the darkness, demanding to be heard. They were the echoes of the past, alive and insisting upon preservation, and Aino and Elias were the vessels of their rebirth. But as the dawn threatened to break, an unsettling thought crept in. Could they truly grasp the ghosts of their ancestors? Or would they, too, become mere shadows, lingering in the digital haze, forgotten by those who chose to scroll away from the light? The whispers grew louder, and the clock ticked on, each second a reminder that the battle for preservation had only just begun. The cold wind howls through the streets of Helsinki, wrapping around the spires like fingers of a restless spirit, each gust a whispered secret of ages long past. I stand there, heart hammering in my chest, shivering not from the chill but from the weight of shadows that cling to the night. The moon hangs low, a sullen eye, casting a silver sheen over cobblestones that seem to pulse with life, with memories begging to be unearthed. I remember the tales, my grandmother's voice weaving them into the fabric of my youth, that promise of power, of peril, of gods who walked among us and monsters who lurked in the dark. And now, in this moment, the air crackles with something electric. The stories are stirring again, restless in their slumber, seeking out the living. The echoes of Väinämöinen songs bounce off the walls of time, a haunting melody that tugged at my heart when I was a child. I feel a presence, a pull, a tug at my very soul. It's as if the past has risen to confront the present, and I am caught in the middle, a vessel for voices long silent. Across the square, I see her, Wäinö, my childhood friend. She stands rigid, her eyes dark pools of uncertainty. Once filled with dreams of the future, now they reflect the torment of choices long past. I remember how she once laughed, a sound like tinkling bells, but now her laughter is a ghost, echoing in the hollow of her chest. She is torn between the stories that haunt her, those of transformation and sacrifice. She carries with her the weight of a bloodline steeped in legend and loss. Wäinö, I call out, my voice trembling as if I dare not shatter the fragile silence. Her gaze flickers towards me, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpse the fear mingled with the stubborn fire of defiance. What did they say? I ask, knowing the answer will chill my bones. They believe the old ones are returning, she whispers, and the words hang heavy between us. A pulse of dread races through me, a heartbeat of prophecy beating in sync with the rhythm of the night. The legends, those forgotten tales of Kalevala and his tragic fate, have bled into our reality. It feels like the air has thickened, as if the very fabric of existence is stretching to accommodate something dark and ancient. I can feel the weight of it, the inevitability of fate, of destiny, pulling me closer to a confrontation I can neither ignore nor accept. As we stand there, the sound of laughter echoes in the distance, drunken revelers unaware of the storm brewing just beyond the veil. I can almost taste the irony, the absurdity of it all. They bathe so rarely, once a year or so. They joke about romance being earthy, but now their laughter feels hollow, a cruel mockery of the tension that wraps around us like a noose. Wäinö looks at me, eyes wide and fearful. You know what you have to do, she says, as if her voice alone can ignite the fire within me. But I hesitate, remembering the legends, the old gods do not forgive easily. The darkness is seductive, wrapping its cool fingers around my heart, whispering promises of power, of immortality, if only I would surrender to it. I want to laugh, to brush off the weight of it all like a stubborn snowflake on a winter coat, but the laughter dies in my throat. What if the stories are true? What if we are merely pawns in a game played by beings beyond our understanding? I can feel the shadows creeping closer, curling around my ankles, whispering sweet nothings that both entice and terrify. They speak of power, of roles to be played. Do I dare step into the shoes of a god? A light flickers, a lantern swinging in the wind, illuminating a path strewn with fallen leaves, with remnants of the past. I remember the tales of how the earth itself is alive, how it remembers, how it longs to tell its story again. I can feel the call of the wild, the pull of the ancient forces that shaped our land. Come with me, Wäinö urges, her voice cutting through the fog of uncertainty. We can confront the darkness together. And in that moment, I see the flicker of hope in her eyes, hope that seems to clash violently with the fear gnawing at my insides. What if confronting the darkness means becoming a part of it? What if we awaken something that cannot be contained? The echoes of our ancestors surge through me, their breaths mingling with the whispers of the wind, stirring the very marrow of my bones. I think of our ancestors, those who danced with the spirits of the forest, who felt the power of the ancient ones coursing through their veins. I think of the choices we have made, the paths we have walked, and the ones we have forsaken. Each decision has led us here, to this moment, this crossroads where mythology breathes anew and reality warps around it like smoke. The ground beneath us shudders, and I stumble back, fear clawing at my throat. It's happening, I breathe, the words barely forming, each syllable tasting of dread. Wäinö steps forward, her face a mask of determination. We can't run from it. We have to face it. But can we? Can we confront the weight of our histories, the legacies that bind us like chains? I remember the stories of those who fought against their fates, how their cries echoed through the ages, resonating with despair and defiance. A part of me yearns to join that struggle, another part quakes with the terror of what it means to be a vessel for such power. I feel the time stretching taut, as if the universe itself holds its breath, waiting. The ghosts of our past swirl around us, filling the space with a palpable intensity. Each heartbeat reverberates through the night, an insistent reminder of the choices we must make.
Do you remember the stories?
I ask, needing her to affirm what we both know. The ones about how the old gods never truly left. Aino nods, and her determination cuts through the fog. We are part of their story now. We can rewrite it.
But can we?
The choice looms before us like a darkened door to a world we can barely comprehend. I can feel the shadows whispering, coaxing me to step through that threshold, to embrace the darkness. They promise power, but at what cost? And as the wind howls, echoing through the night, I know this is only the beginning. The old tales are stirring, and with each breath, I feel the pulse of something vast, something ancient, weaving its way through our lives. We stand on the precipice, trembling before the unknown, knowing that whatever lies ahead will mark us forever. The night swells with possibility, with dread, and I can almost hear the laughter of the gods, echoes of joy and of pain, of love and of loss, as the stories of the past bleed into the present, promising that the struggle is not yet over. The weight of legacy is upon us, and we must choose, to fade away into obscurity or to become the authors of our fate. I take Aino's hand, feeling the warmth of determination against the chill of uncertainty. Together, we will navigate the shadows, our hearts beating in unison, ready to confront the darkness, knowing it will shape us in ways we cannot yet fathom. The stories are alive, and we are merely the next chapter, waiting to be written, if only we dare to turn the page.